RPG Limit Break 2025. Welcome back. I hope you are hyped for our next run of Dragon Quest XI Echoes of an Elusive Age, a beautiful any percent race between Keeanolookalike and jerikandra. Once again, I will be Zathian, your host. My friends, show me what we've got.
Well, hello.
Hello.
Good evening, Twitch chat. Good evening, RPG Limit Break. Hopefully everybody is doing well. My name is Keeanolookalike, and we are playing some Dragon Quest tonight. With me, we have Miss Jerikandra with us as my co-runner, and then Miss Freedom Pulse back there on the couch, along with a couple of extra friends if you haven't noticed. But yeah, we're excited. We're ready to go. And first thing I want to say, normally you don't see this screen during the speed run. We're going to change the timings, the start times for the run, just for the event, just so that way we can get all the namings incentives, which, speaking of, Zathian, what we are going to do is the top two names. We're going to have one of us each pick one, and then we're going to go with that.
You got it, Key. Your name is going to be, of course, our best friend, Larpus.
Larpus.
Capital L.
Larpus.
And then, jerikandra, you're going to be the boring Lapras. I apologize.
Lapras, okay.
Thank you so much for all the donations for all of those, for this incentive. It was a hot race all the way to the end, but this is what we've got.
All
I'd
right.
like to thank everyone for embracing my silly...
That is a AS,
AS.
Lapras.
Oh. I'd like to thank everyone for embracing my silly meme to decide to just go all in on the Larpus thing.
Something else I'd like to talk about, I believe Jerika normally always runs the game in English. I'm a little bit more of a weeb, as you can tell. And I like to run the game in Japanese, which will not change anything except for a possible couple of incentives that we have for later. Again, normally this is all of these system confirms and all that stuff is part of the run, but for right now, we are going to start timer at confirmation of the brightness settings. So with both of us on the screen, we'll go ahead and give everybody a countdown. Start from 3. Ready?
3,
3, 2, 1, go!
Go! All right, so for those of you who have never seen this game before, this is Dragon Quest XI. It is the greater than 11th Dragon Quest game. There's like 50 million of these things. But this one is the one that they called 11. So came out in around 2018, I believe, for PS4. Then that version got a PC port, and then the PC port got a Switch version that let you skip cutscenes, but was really slow because it was the Switch. And then the Switch version got ported to everything else. So we are running on the fastest version of the game, which is the PC version of the Definitive Edition. This gives us all of the goodies from the Switch version, such as being able to skip cutscenes being the big one, while also enabling us to do some really funny things with some keyboard and mouse controls that we'll see about an hour and a half, 2 hours into the run. So really quick, we all have our favorite part of DQ runs. We got slime time here. This run gets us immediately into fighting some slimes. During this fight, we equipped the cobblestone greatsword onto the hero. Oh yes, we have another friend. Ha 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 ha. And we equip the Cobblestone Greatsword onto the hero because it just makes our damage ranges a lot more favorable. There is still a chance that we don't one-shot the slimes. I think both runners did one-shot the slimes, though, so that's very good. And now we're just going to be running through this first area. This game starts out with some very ominous, fairy tale cities or, castles under attack, and baby in a basket gets rolled down the river to a small town where they're then raised. And we are now playing as that child as we are basically taking the test of adulthood in the town of Cobblestone, where you have to climb this mountain. And there is a surprising amount of monsters in this mountain that normally you wouldn't see, because as you can tell by this big boy right here, these things are absolutely terrifying. I mean, look at it. It's just, I mean, come on. Like, how can you not just be terrified for your lives? So we are skillfully avoiding these monsters and making our way to the first, pseudo-challenging fight of the run. These are the Smogs. I mentioned earlier damage ranges. Hero in this fight can roll between 5 and 7. And I believe each of these Smogs has 20 HP? 19 HP. And so depending on the damage ranges we get, obviously we want to see lots of 7s. Will determine how fast this fight goes. There's also some RNG. For some reason, there's a pretty good chance that these Smogs will just completely dodge our attacks, which extends the fight. But thankfully, we have the best party member in the game with us for these fights, Sandy. other turns, Sandy will alternate between hitting one of the smog that has the most HP, and then barking at the one that has the least HP to stun them for a turn. So we can, and when enemies are stunned, they cannot dodge, so we take advantage of that to burst down the slimes. Again, ideally, we're able to take care of them without dodges, and it seems like both the runners had a good smog fight, which is awesome. Here, Keeanoloo's going to go for a really cool jump. Here, Jerika's going to go for a really cool jump, and
It's a little bit of a tight jump to do that. It's very possible. It's very easy to do. You just have to line it up and jump on the right frame, but if you jump a little bit too early or you have a slightly wrong angle, you'll clip onto the unjump. You land on a piece of collision that you can't do anything with, and then you just fall off. It doesn't really lose you any time. It's just, a little bit depressing.
you just get, cool points if you get it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
This run is obviously about all the cool points.
Yeah, swag points are a big thing in this run, for sure.
So suddenly, as we get to the top of the mountain, we get attacked by more monsters when suddenly a mark on our hand starts glowing, and we pass the the rite of passage with our friend Gemma, who I just kind of forgot to mention. She also exists.
She's kind of forgettable
Kind
sometimes.
of exists, yeah.
She does have a fantastic accent in the English voices that's also not the best to hear when you're resetting the game repeatedly.
Fair.
But yeah, we pass the rite of passage, but then we find out there's something different about us because we have this mark on our hand that created like a bunch of light and scared off monsters. So we find out here that, we actually weren't born in this village, that we're actually the prince from a town that was destroyed about 16 years ago. And it is now our quest even to present ourselves to the king of the nearby city to accept our fate as the luminary who will kind of defeat some strange dark evil that is lurking to try to take over the world and stuff. And this is your standard fantasy adventure, so we're going to present ourselves to the king and everything's going to go great and we're going to go on a fantastic adventure of happiness and joy.
Of course.
Let's go on an adventure.
On an adventure indeed.
But first, we're going to go bowling.
Just a little.
So, in this game, whenever you're riding horseback and you're a higher level than enemies on the field, if you just kind of charge them down, they kind of go flying and you get a fraction of the EXP you'd get for killing the encounter. This is like the only time in the run that you're actually going to see this. It's part of the EXP routing to hit a couple of these enemies, just because it sets us up to level up. It sets our EXP to level up a little bit later on in the game.
Ideally, you want to hit like 6. That's about the good range that I've found. But the more the merrier, honestly. It doesn't hurt to get more as long as you're not going super far out of your way to get more.
It's especially fun to bear down on the pickle enemies that are over here. Unfortunately, I think Keeano missed them. But
I think I got one.
Oh, okay. Good. We skewered a pickle. That's all that matters. Oh, there we go. Yes.
Whatever you do, though, as soon as you cross the river, do not try to run over an enemy. It will not end well for you.
Yeah, the dancing frogs, they got some moves, and those moves will probably kill your run.
But yeah, from those who were around when we were doing the interview earlier this afternoon, we talked a little bit about the slight route changes that we're going to have. Jericho, you want to talk about it a little bit more? Or?
Yeah, sure. So after we get after we first get the ship, actually, we're going to end up changing our route a little bit, where Keeano's going to go get a turtle shell, and that he's going to use that as armor, and then go buy a mask helmet. And I'm going to go the extra mile to go kind of out of the way to get the recipe book to put together the Brazilian armor, which looks really cool, but it also has a little bit more defense. So the downside of turtle shell is the kind of lack of defense going through the arena. But it is a little bit faster to go do that stuff rather than have to go all the way around to get the Brazilian armor.
The other important thing about the Brazilian armor is that the helm specifically gives you some extra MP, which lets you just be a little bit more aggressive during a section coming up. We'll touch more on that later as we get into the run. That's not for another hour. But something else that we should mention going into this run is that we do have a bit bit of a bet going on with things happening in this run. So basically, every time we party wipe, we will all donate $20. And for every time during a grind we do later, where we use an ability to summon metal slimes and instead roll a 25% chance to get hunter mechs, that'll be an additional $10. So if you love money to charity, you're hoping that the bosses kind of bully the runners and that and that we roll into hunter mech town. If you're in favor of the runners going under estimate, though, you would like to see the hunter mechs be taking a bit of a vacation for the week.
Our pain is y'all's gain.
So here we present ourselves to the king, and contrary to fantasy trope, he actually locks us in jail because he's like, oh, the luminary showing up means the world's gonna end, so you're going to jail because how dare you. And so we get thrown, we get sent to jail, do not pass go, do not collect $20. And we meet this other dude named Eric, who's locked up for thievery. And he busts us out of prison and basically is like, hey, you seem really important. I am supposed to help you out here, but first you got to help me bust out of jail, and then you got to give me this item. Oh, also there's a dragon here. There are dragons in Dragon Quest. I know this is very shocking news to some of you, but yes, there are dragons in this game.
And not only, this is the black dragon. So if you know, there's a donation incentive that's currently out there for us to come back and fight him in Act 2. Because, we don't like bullies.
How would you like an update on that?
I would
donation
love
incentive?
one.
With a $500 donation from Wife, we have actually met the Fight the Black Dragon incentive.
Oh my gosh, let's
Let's
go.
go. So this guy's going to meet his maker in probably about an hour and a half, hour 40 minutes or so. He's a turd. He likes to run. He likes to make us run, do a lot of extra cardio.
And taunts us with metal slimes, which is the most heinous crime of all.
Yes.
This is the only time in the game that you see metal slimes out in the field. And you're like, ooh, metal slimes, I like those. But then you get into an encounter with one, and there's this giant dragon here that then eats your face, and you're sad because having your face eaten, I've heard, is painful. But thankfully, we escaped from the dragon, and the game lets us know that because we've seen a dragon and we're on a quest, that we are playing Dragon Quest with the opening title loop there.
Confirmations.
Yes, but we do wake up in this church. We find out we survived our bit of a tumble that we took from escaping the dragon, and now we're upholding our end of the bargain to Eric. He asks us that he robbed this great treasure of this kingdom, and he wants it back. So we're sneaking back into town to try to get it back from Eric's former partner in crime.
Going downtown, baby.
And as it turns out, in true fantasy world, if you don't want to be noticed, just put a hood on. Nobody knows who you are.
Yeah.
You can literally go talk to a guard with this hood on, and he's like, "You look familiar, but you don't look like him perfectly. So, never mind. You can go."
It's the hair.
I don't look like the hero anymore because I'm not wearing the wig.
Also, we got, spiky-haired anime kid with us, so, it's a little more distracting. So our first stop is we're actually going to do a quick little shop here. We picked up some items as we were going, and Eric, the stalwart thief who joined our party, also comes with some equipment. Actually, we're selling that later, sorry. Got distracted. We are going to buy some items, though. We need a holy water for a quest later, and also we need holy water to repel some enemies later on. So we're going to buy a couple there. We're also going to buy some medical herbs, which are healing items, because healing is really important, because we're going to be very underleveled for a lot of this game, and enemies are just going to hurt. So we're picking up a stash of healing items just to get us through the chunk of the game where until we can buy stronger healing items and get healing spells and actually catch up our levels a little bit. So we're doing a bunch of random odd tasks just to get back into the nicer part of Heliodor, where Eric's former I'm blanking on the word. His former heist mate was
Dirk.
Yeah, and so we're going to be doing some random tasks to get there. Then we're going to visit with Dirk, who's going to tell us where the orb actually is. So now is an excellent time to, if our host has anything for us, we have a minute or so to
You better believe it. Well, I did want to read the donation message from that $500 that got us over the Fight the Black Dragon incentive. It says, "Oh, whoa, a wild wife appears? Supporting Nami, speedrunning video games, and listening to Zathian on the mic? What's not to love? RPG Limit Break is always such a joy to be a part of. Much love to the runners, staff, and everyone participating in this incredible charity event. And always remember, you are enough. Less than 3. We've got $60 as promised from Ashen Prime, who says, "Thank you all so much for making my silly little platforming Final Fantasy run fantastic. It was an honor to be a part of this amazing event and to help raise money for Nami. Please remember to reach out for help if you feel like you need it. You are not alone."
So as we're running through here, we're grabbing some items that we're going to sell later. Most importantly, we're stealing this lady's fishnets, as one does.
I love the fact that in this game they make the NPCs have like little speech bubbles, even if you don't interact with them. When you open up that chest or when you open up that drawer, she yells at you, even though you're not talking to her, and it's hilarious. It's like, the nerve of these young kids. And it's, I don't know, I find entertainment in it.
Anyway, back to you.
Back to me. All right, we actually also had $60 from BD Jeffy P in Solidarity. He says, "Contributing to the Void Out Relief Fund." We have a whole lot of folks who don't have a lot of messages, but they are supporting the National Alliance on Mental Illness. That includes Jordan V with $25, Kurt Mack with $75, Fritzkin with $11.11, Biddy6501 for $25, and a generous anonymous donor for another $25.
Thank you so much for all those donations.
Thank you so much, yes. So I guess we can talk about a little bit of the fetch questing that we just did. Grabbed a couple of important items like Freedom was talking about. We grabbed the fishnet stockings. We can only equip those to female characters, and we don't have any female characters right now. So we're going to do the most sensible thing and sell it for money. It sells for 400 gold coins, which at this point in the game is a substantial amount. It's going to allow us to get all of our early game gear that's going to help us get through the first 2 big dungeons of the run. We also grabbed another key item in most Dragon Quest games. We grabbed a Seed of Strength. Seed of Strengths always grant, in this game, 2 strength points to whoever they get used on. What we're going to probably be doing is pumping a lot of strength into Eric, because Eric is OP. Also, we just entered the Mangle Grove. The Mangle Grove is our first big place where we're going to be doing our big shopping. We're going to sell a whole bunch of items. But there's also like one other little caveat about this game, and it turns out that weather is a big deal. Freedom, you want to talk about the weather and how it affects the run?
Yeah, so different areas in the game have a couple of different possible weather effects, specifically the Mangle Grove. As you can see on Keanu's end, it is clear skies, but on Jerika's end, it is currently raining in the Mangle Grove. What that means is that the enemy spawns that Jerika goes through are actually going to be a little bit different and a little bit scarier. There are some babbles or bubble slimes that can just kind of fall out of the sky. We lovingly refer to them as drop babbles. So hopefully we will not get drop babbled today on Jerika's end, but Keanu has a much clearer run through here. One thing Keanu still has to be aware of, though, is that the smog enemies actually teleport when they are on screen. Thankfully, Keanu didn't have an issue with that. But when the smog enemies start to teleport, they can actually respawn on top of you, which is a bit of a problem. So something the runners can opt to do that didn't end up needing to in this sense, because the one teleport that we saw was pretty far away, is that you can actually opt to pause the game briefly, and the enemy will still respawn while there are no active hitboxes going on. But both of our runners made it through the Mangle Grove. All right, now we get the tutorial on crafting. We're going to be doing some crafting a couple times through the run. First thing we're going to do here is we're going to be forging a sword. And the crafting menu has a couple little quirks to it. You see, you basically select a tile, and it fills up a crafting meter to a variable amount. And the closer you get the crafting meter to the exact middle of the good zone, the better the weapon you get. So Keanu, I believe, got a +2 bronze sword, whereas Jerika got a +3. That is a couple extra attack points on each of those bronze swords as compared to like a base level one that you would buy. So Jerika will have that extra strength going into the next few chunks of the game, which might be impactful, might not be. This game can be sort of random with damage rolls as is. Also, we're going to be using some of those seeds we picked up. We're going to be using the Seed of Life on Hero because he is a little underleveled and a little squishy at this point, so just to give him some survivability. And then there's a Seed of Strength that the runners can opt to either give to Hero or Eric. You would do that depending on how good the bronze sword that you made is, or some runners just like to give everything to Eric anyway because Eric already kind of hits like a truck.
Eric OP.
We will be using Hero as our physical damage dealer in the mid game, though, so some people like to kind of hedge their bets towards making Hero stronger later versus making Eric better now or in the end game. So here we have the first, I guess, boss of the game. I mentioned the Smogs were kind of a tougher enemy. This Tricky Devil is kind of the first fight that we usually consider to be a boss in the run. This is the Tricky Devil. Most of the bosses in this game have a pretty rigid pattern of actions that they take. The Tricky Devil will always do a series of attacks followed by using Sizz, which is an area of effect fire spell. And then we'll repeat that pattern, and if it gets to a certain point in its pattern again, after having taken enough damage, it will heal. So basically what we're trying to do is, because its action set is fixed, but its targeting is random, so we're trying to keep everyone above lethal HP. We're also trying to kill him before we get back around to the heal turn, because if he heals, then we might not have enough MP to finish out the fight.
I think I made a menuing error. I did not. Why was I taking so much damage? Those were very high damage rolls. Those were damage rolls that I was not prepared for, which kind of threw me off, but it turns out I have not done anything wrong. Oh well, we made it through the fight, and it didn't go bad.
Yeah, a bit of a scary fight on Jerika's end, but we got through as well, so both of our runners made it through Tricky Devil without a death. Ideally, we don't want anyone to die at really any point in this game, but especially early on, we don't want either Hero or Eric to die ever. Basically, we're going to want to hit certain level thresholds before certain key fights in the early game, and then especially after we get the boat, we want to be a very specific level to be able to repel enemies on the sea. And in order to do that, Hero can't die to any fights in this game. Like I said earlier, Hero is rather squishy and will be very underleveled, so bad things can occur, but we'll hope for all the runners' sake. I don't have any wooden objects near me. Knock on my skull there for good luck.
Noggins.
That nothing unfortunate happens to our purple-clad Hero.
Don't hurt me.
Yes, please do not hurt the runner. He would be very sad. So we were really worried about our hometown after we were thrown in jail for apparently being a threat to the world. So we decided to return to our hometown really quick, and as we enter the town, everything seems normal, but for some reason, no one knows who we are. And also we find Gemma, and for some reason she's 8 now. But we decide to ruin our own childhood arc with Gemma there. It's mentioned in the plot that basically at one point in their childhood, Gemma lost her scarf, and Hero went and got Larpus went and got a ladder to get her scarf back for her, and how that was such a cool moment for her, and how she really respected him after that, and they became best friends. But here she lost her scarf, and we just fetched it for her.
We created a time paradox.
Yes.
Oh no.
And further time paradox, we go to find our grandfather because we realize that we're in the past, and we meet ourselves, and we're talking, which is against the rules of Dragon Quest. So obviously that means in recompense that our entire town gets burned to the ground. So good job with that one.
Hate it when that happens.
It's not actually what happens. When Hero gets thrown in jail, the King of Heliodor sends one of his minions, his name is Jasper, to go find out where Hero was actually from and capture all of those people because they could be potential threats. And Jasper, being the bloodthirsty one of the henchmen, decides to destroy everything while doing so.
Yeah, so currently we believe that our town was burned to the ground and that all our family and friends have suffered a cruel fate. So with that in mind, we're well, now we have to save the world because got nowhere else to go back to. So now we're gonna go finish our, like I said before, we made that deal with Eric that if he journeyed with us and helped us out on our adventure, that we would help him get back some great treasure. So now we're going to fill our end of the bargain. We're going to head to the Royal Crypt to retrieve the Orb of Heliodor. Also, we're going to go slime bowling again because that's fun.
Just a little bit.
While we do some slime bowling, is a good time for some of the outpouring of love we got here?
Of course,
Absolutely.
yeah, this is a great time.
Excellent. We got $50 from Keeanolookalike, who says, thank you for this wonderful event, RPG Limit Break. Always a big fan of chilling with long Dragon Quest runs. Good luck with the luck, Keanu and jerikandra. Incentives toward whatever the runners want. Also, what are your donation incentives?
So right now, until the Puff Puff one gets filled, let's go do for that.
All right, that's $50 for watching the Puff Puff, which is $133 from being, $233 from being finished right now.
Nice.
We got time for a couple more?
Yes, plenty of time.
Excellent. Decapent sends in $50 saying, good luck to runners. Please, RNG, be a pal and allow poisons and saps to hit first strike.
God.
We can all hope. We can all hope, Decapent. We've got $25 from Dude, who simply says, thanks, RPG Limit Break, less than 3. Less than 3 to you, Dude, for supporting National Alliance on Mental Illness. We also have $25 from Darth Yoshi and Bladida. They say, Dragon Quest XI is one of the greatest games ever, and I can't wait to see it beaten in under 5 hours. Best of luck to the runners. Here's $25 in the hopes that I can force Zathian to give us, in his best Rowan Atkinson rat race impersonation, when he says, it's a race. Sorry, that's what I've got. I've never seen the movie.
That was pretty good, though.
All right.
Oh, go ahead.
So really quick here, as we're going through the Royal Tomb, the runners are going to be taking a couple of fights. We ideally want to get 2 levels on Hero, and it's either 2 levels on both or 2 levels on both. So we want to get 2 levels on both Hero and Eric. What this will allow us to do, in addition to just letting us take a hit to the boss of this area, is it also allows Eric to, earlier during a menu, you saw them open up like a character builder menu. The character builder menu allows you to learn extra skills and abilities, along with some passive stat boosts to just help make your character stronger. It's where Eric's Flame Slash ability came from. Doing these fights will allow Eric to grab another ability on his sword tree, which is a passive boost to his strength while he's using swords. That will just give us a nice damage boost to the next couple of fights that we're going to be doing. And again, we just mostly want the HP and the stats on both Hero and Eric. Also, what this will do is it will set us up to hit level 8 by the time we get to the next boss, the boss of the following area, which will allow Hero to learn the Sizz ability, which is, like I mentioned before, an area of effect fire attack that will greatly speed up the same upcoming boss fight that we're preparing for. And we're seeing some very rude smog spawns on Keanu's side. That was terrifying.
That was not ready for that. Also, something kind of weird has happened, and this happened during my last practice run. Both of my characters went into a status new to Dragon Quest XI called Pep. It's taken over for the tension system that you remember from 8 and 9. What Pep does is for each character that it is affecting, it gives them a boost in certain stats that they are known for. Like Hero is an all-rounder, so he gets a pretty much all-around boost. Eric he's supposed to be sneaky, so he gets deafness, which helps with fleeing and some strength and all that other stuff.
That is so many enemies.
Pep is pseudo-random in the sense where it will happen after a certain number of turns have passed, but there's also like a random internal counter that'll happen. Right now, both of them are flashing, which is really, really bad, which means I'm not going to have Pep for... Well, no, actually, I will. I have 1 turn.
Yeah, so Pep only lasts a couple of turns, and we really, really want Pep for the next fight because it speeds up the fight by a lot and makes it a lot safer. Because in addition to just boosting your parameters, Pep also gives you access to a couple when you have multiple characters who are pepped, or rather when you have characters who are pepped that are like compatible with each other, or one character's pepped with a compatible move on another character, you get access to what are called pep powers, which are special abilities usually that are much stronger than other moves that you have access to at that point. So here, unfortunate. When both Hero and Eric are pepped, you get access to an ability called the Real Decoy. And the Real Decoy is just a damage dealing skill, but it happens to do like exactly half the HP of these Griffins. That combined with 2 Flame Slashes and a Frizz from Hero would be enough to kill one of them. It speeds up the fight by quite a bit, and these guys can hurt and get really weird turn orders that just cause problems. So having access to Real Decoy to burst one of them down as quickly as possible just makes the fight a lot safer. Unfortunately, we did not get that on Keeano's side. I don't think Jerika has Pep on Hero, but not on Eric, so we will potentially see what we're talking about on her end. Also, as we were going through that dungeon, we picked up a Strength Ring, which just boosts your strength by 3 points, which is more damage. As we're going through here, you will see us pick up just a couple of items along the way, mostly for sellables early on, but there are stuff like this Strength Ring that is helpful. So a bit of a slower Griffin's fight on Keeano's end, but nothing too terrible happened. No one died, which is the big thing. What you really want to see them do is what they just did on Jerika's end, where they can cast Decelerate, which lowers your agility, which means that you go later in the turn order. This game does work on a turn number system, even though it might not visibly look like that unless you know what to look for. Where basically every character has in a round of combat an action that you can tell based on if a character's portrait is shaded or not. And every character has to act before you can get another round in combat. Agility basically just determines how early you can act in that round of combat. So Decelerate will make the characters act later in each combat round, but that doesn't really matter as much. And hey, it doesn't do damage, so that is definitely preferred.
It also just makes the turn orders consistent. You're always going to go last in the rounds if you have Decelerate on. So you don't have those weird instances where a Griffin goes last in one round and then first in the next round and you can't heal through it. So that's just an extra little safety.
Yeah, generally speaking, most of these fights are fine unless specifically stuff like that happens where you get double turned and you don't have the opportunity to recover. So both of our runners did make it out of the tomb though, which is awesome. After grabbing the orb, the Hero and Eric then head to a gate that's supposed to warp them to another continent. While they're doing that, they're pursued by the other top general of Heliodor, Hendrik, also known as Greg.
If you're playing Japanese, his name is Greg. And I don't know which is better, but I mean, just it's such a powerful name. Your name is Greg.
We're out here for Sir Greg.
Give in to the power of Greg.
So, but he chases us down, but we make it through the warp gate that then closes behind us, and we end up in Hado, which is a very strange place where everyone talks in haikus. And I had made up a haiku for this part, and I forgot it, and I'm slacking on my commentary job. I'm sorry.
I mean, you're doing a good job everywhere else, but man, I was excited for that.
Forgot the Flying Whale lyrics, and you forgot that, man.
It's okay. I'm sure in like an hour and a half when we're back in Hodo like 5 times, you'll remember it then.
Oh yeah, hopefully. But here we decide we're like, okay, yeah, we're safe. We're on a completely different continent from all the people who are trying to kill us. So let's take part in the obligatory hot spring episode, where we sit in a hot spring. Then we find a child who seems to be missing her sister, or who's missing someone. We also see this small child who seems to enjoy arguing with people. And we're like, oh, obviously, you're looking for your sister, this very loud, rambunctious child. And no, apparently her dad is actually missing, and the loud child is missing someone else. And the loud child's name is Veronica. She is supposedly a very powerful, incredibly powerful mage who has had her magic ability drained from her. And also her sister seems to be missing, who went to go try to retrieve her magic for her. So we decide we'll help them out, just kind of hear them out with whatever's going on. Also, there seems to be incidences where people are getting kidnapped by, in general, so we're like, oh, we're good people, let's go help with that. Along the way, we stopped by the armor shop just to pick up an extra armor upgrade. Again, this next fight is one of the big run killers, and so getting the extra armor equipped just helps a little bit with some survivability.
Oh yeah, sorry. I was just gonna say, right now we got a little bit of time. I'm running into the next dungeon where there's a small little grind that I have to do of one encounter, and then we get into the boss fight. So, if Zathian, if you have anything, now is a good time.
I do hate running, but I do love donations to Nami. We actually have $10 from KR Shush, who said, my last donation of the evening as we spin up DQ11, a game I haven't finished. Oops. Good luck to the runners on the race. We have $100 from a very generous anonymous donor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
And we also have $11 from Kios, who says, "Hi, Key Senpai and jerikandra. Kios here to wish you a good luck and happy Puff Puff. Hope you two have an incredible run to match those lovely cosplays. Donation goes to whatever Freedom chooses." I don't know if we've asked Freedom.
Oh, I'm going for the Puff Puff as well.
We are all aiming for that Puff Puff. Once again, it is just $233 left. We're so close. It's going to be a little bit less with that helpful donation.
Yeah, Kios is big brother for everybody.
Yeah, thank you, Kios. We love you.
Love you, man. Can't wait to see you next year.
Yeah. So here we're in the Cryptic Crypt. It is another dungeon. This area, the gimmick is that there are a lot of different paths that you can take, and a bunch of them will have trap holes that will drop you down to a lower area. So when we're in here, like Keeano mentioned, we're going to take hopefully just one fight to get us up to level 8 so that Hero can learn Sizz. Ideally, we fight the Skeleton Rider because the Skeleton Rider is another enemy type we saw a little bit earlier with the egg enemy. That when you defeat them, you actually get to mount the enemy and ride them around dungeons. So the Skeleton Rider here, as you can see, lets us move around faster. So that kind of helps make up for some of the time that we spend doing the fight. Oh.
I didn't get enough experience. I only had 2 enemies.
Gotta fight the Drakkies, yeah.
Yeah. So ideally, in the the Kingsborough, you fight 10 enemies total, and that puts you at just the right amount. Where if you get to the when you get here to the Cryptic Crypt, if you fight an enemy encounter that gives 3 enemies in it, you normally will level up to level 8. But unfortunately, I got only 2 when I fought the Skull Rider. But no biggie, just fight a couple of Drakkies and get the less a little bit. So Hero and Eric are both level 8 now. Hero gets the AoE skill. Eric has enough HP to hopefully tank a couple of these shots. I'm also going to grab a little bit of extra armor, which is this silver platter, which is a slightly better shield. And just for safety purposes, I normally don't do this, but if you touch this random sacred spring inside of this dangerous dungeon, you get full healed, which is kind of nice.
Yeah. So really quick, you'll notice that Jerika actually did fall down. That was intentional. There is a item that you can pick up down here that is an Yggdrasil leaf, which is a revival item for another party member. It's a little out of the way to grab, but because this fight is can be pretty volatile, and like we mentioned, you really want everyone to get EXP from all of these fights. Having a backup revive is always helpful, especially since if we don't use it in this fight. As it turns out, the next boss and the boss after that and the boss immediately following that are all also potential run killers. So just having the extra revival item is a pretty nice boon for Jerika. The unfortunate thing is, of course, because in this game every character has to have items in their personal inventory to use them, there is the possibility that the person you give the leaf to gets killed and then you can't use it. So we'll just hope that no one gets killed who is holding leaves. So here we see Keeano fighting Jarvis and his shadow friends. This is what we wanted Sizz for. Like we said before, Sizz is an area of effect attack. It hits all enemies in the same group. So those 3 shadows are all in the same group as each other. And so using Sizz allows us to just hit all of them at once and help burst them down a little bit quicker. Just to help lower the action economy of this fight. Because the big issue with this fight, other than the fact that Jarvis can just do tons of damage if he wants to, is that you just have these 3 little guys just kind of hitting everyone for bits of damage, or they also have access to some kind of annoying abilities. They can use Snooze to put a character to sleep, which means that they miss out on their turn, and they take increased damage from physical attacks. And since Jarvis's main method of attack is body slamming his opponents, taking extra damage from that lump of lizard is not exactly advised. Another thing that Jarvis can do randomly, so his pattern, like previous enemies, is somewhat fixed, where he will do a couple of attacks and then he will do a cold breath to hit everyone in the party. However, he does have a chance of, instead of attacking on the turn before he uses a cold breath, of taking a deep breath. And what that does is it greatly increases the damage that the next freeze breath will do. If we see him do that, we just have to defend with our party members, because that will put everyone basically in kill range if he decides to double turn, or if someone's not at full. Also during this fight, we do have Veronica and Serena fighting with us. Serena is a support mage, your pretty typical white mage character. She will cast healing spells and also the buff spell, which is a defensive buff on your party members, in addition to, like I said, healing. She'll also occasionally just smack Jarvis for 1 damage. Veronica here will, because she doesn't have her magic with her, will just do... Oh, never mind, Serena did 3 damage. That's triple what I said, Serena the GOAT. Veronica will bonk Jarvis for a little bit, or she'll use single file items, which will restore our MP, because as you notice, we're using a lot of abilities here. Hero's using his Sizz ability, while Eric is spamming Fire Slash. So having access to basically infinite MP does help with the fight. All right, Keanu made it through without a death. That's very, very nice.
It was a very tough fight. Serena did not want to cooperate. There was a lot of instances where she was in range where she wanted to use either heal or buff, and she chose to bonk, and that's always sad.
Yeah, so this game is amazing in a lot of ways. One of the ways it is not so amazing is with the guest party member AI. Serena's I guess technically Gemma and your pet doggo, Sandy, are the first instances of it, but Sandy can do no wrong. Sandy's perfect, and Gemma's also cool, I guess. But Serena is kind of the first instance of like what they do actually kind of matters, and sometimes she just decides, you know what, I don't really care if these random 2 dudes that I just met die, so I'm just gonna, bonk the lizard instead, and then you are sad. And so thankfully, even though Serena wasn't super cooperative, we did make it through. There will be other other guest party members later that whether or not we're able to win fights will depend on how cooperative that guest is feeling. Also here, Veronica gets her magic back. She doesn't get her age back. Apparently, she also got her age drained along with her magic. She's supposed to be twins with Serena. But she did get her magic back, and so she taught us how to use Zoom, so now we can warp all over the place and not have to worry about the weird way the Yggdrasil or that Chimera Wings work in this game.
That is something that we didn't talk about. So normally in Dragon Quest games, Chimera Wings function like Zoom, where you can throw it in the air and you can go back to any previously went to villages or towns or whatever. In this game, that does work, but it actually only goes to the last village or place that you were, or the last place that you saved. So you saw both myself and Jericho, we both did 2 saves before the 2 last dungeons that we did. Those were not safety saves, those were speed saves. That allowed us to basically cast evac and get out of the dungeons by using those Chimera Wings. But now that we have the Zoom spell, it does kind of make the Chimera Wings kind of useless.
Yeah, so here we meet, we're interrupted suddenly by bonus content. This is Ickle the Tockle, who is a Tockle. They are basically time guardians of the space-time continuum, and they have the most powerful magic of all. They force us into 2D!
Oh my gosh. I will say, though, for it being a 2D top-down, the little bit that you get, it does look really good.
Yeah, so basically they warp us to this area called Tickington. This is a giant side quest that you can go throughout the game, where throughout the world you'll find other Tockles that are various different colors, and they will teach you a super secret code called a password. And the passwords will warp you to these different worlds that you find in these books, and each world represents a different main Dragon Quest game from 1 to 10. Each of them has kind of 3 chapters in it that are basically, you go to the worlds of each of the previous Dragon Quest games, and something is wrong in each of those worlds. Either an important item that the hero is supposed to find is missing, or one of the party members is going through something rough. Various different things, or heck, in one of them you actually go through the entirety of Baramos' castle and fight Baramos. Also, now we meet Ickle's brother Tickle the Tockle. TikTok, Guardian of Time.
I get it.
So you go through these areas, and that's also how you unlock the game's 2 super bosses, End of Time and the Time Worm. There's an entire category dedicated to the Time Worm called Time Worm Percent that certain people in this who run this game are affiliated with, and other people are too scared to run the category.
Or are going to soon.
At some point in time, I promise I will. It's just, someday. Ask another runner later in this marathon. His name's Super Handy. He's running Chrono Cross. Ask him how long I've been telling him I'm going to learn Chrono Cross.
So, also something worth noting that both of the runners did was they talked to the statue that they saved at, and this game unlike DQ8 that has a similar skill point system to learn abilities associated with different ability trees, this game actually has a respec ability. And so both runners rectified or respect Eric's sword tree. Although Eric's swords are very good and we'll use his sword tree later, we do want access to his dagger tree now for the next couple of fights, because the poison ailment is incredibly strong when you're underleveled, as poison is a fixed dot or damage over time effect that, regardless of how strong our party is, the poison will always do fixed damage. And so we're going to be swapping Eric over to daggers so that he can hopefully inflict poison on the next couple of bosses, because the poison ticks will do more damage than the actual damage that we'll be doing to the enemies per turn. Here we arrive in Gallopolis, which is the town of chivalry and knighthood.
And horse races.
Yeah, and horse races. Because we want to request a special item to... Basically, our quest right now is, because we're the Luminary, we need to journey to the Tree of Yggdrasil in order to acquire the Sword of Light, which is the powerful artifact that will give us the ability to defeat the great evil that is kind of influencing events in the background. And in order to do that, in order to be able to find Yggdrasil, because the road to Yggdrasil, no one has seen it in millennia, so we don't really know where it is. We need an item called the Rainbow, and that item is here in Gallopolis, and so we are going to... we visit the king to try to get it from him, but he's a little distracted. His son, the prince, is basically riding in his first horse race, because Gallopolis is like the place where all of the knights go to train to, or one of the places. There's a couple places where all of the great knights are trained. It's very important that the prince, now that he is coming of age, shows off his excellent horsemanship. And so the king's a little distracted with preparations for that. And meanwhile, the prince pulls us aside and is like, "Hey, you seem like you're a good horseman and that you know what you're doing. Can I talk to you at this carnival thing, or at this circus that's happening?" So we decide to meet the prince here at the circus. And as it turns out, the prince is a total fraud. Basically, he's kind of coasted by his whole life with his knights doing everything for him or body doubling. And so he's like, well, at this point, I'm kind of like tricked my father into thinking I'm like really cool and competent, and I can't make a fool out of myself in front of the whole kingdom. So how about you body double for me in the great horse race that will mark my ascension to manhood? And we're like, and he's like, oh, and in exchange I'll get you a meeting with my father. And we're like, okay, yeah, sure, that sounds like a good idea. So now we're gonna be doing some super sick MLG horse racing.
106 or bust.
Yeah, so this race, obviously we want to win the race because winning is fast. But whatever time you finish with, kind of depends, because you can get like a 120 or something and still win the race by a pretty good amount. But that's lame. Why would you want a 120 when you can get the fastest time you can get? So Keanu is like freakishly good at the horse race.
Don't ask me why.
Just for whatever reason. Like every runner has that one thing that they're just way better at than everyone else, and Keanu, it's horse racing. So he's going to try to go for a 106 or better, because...
Oh, no, it's going to be a sub 106.
Or sub
unless
106.
I screw up.
Oh, yeah, he's going to go for us. He's going to get a sub 106 right here.
I promise you it'll be a 105.86.
Oh, yeah, also we're racing Sylvando, who's the most fabulous party character in the game.
You can't tell me otherwise. He's the best ever.
He is so fabulous, in fact, that his horse is wearing like a peacock skirt. Who also is like strangely, incredibly competent despite just being a circus acrobat.
Yeah, it's a little weird. He's like really strong for being a jester. And that doesn't make sense. Why are you a jester and super strong? Those two things should not meet.
Also, something worth noting as we're finishing up this race, there was another menu that we did to sell a bunch of items that we picked up. We raided the castle for its wealth and picked up, like we said, a knife for Eric so that we can swap to that skill tree in addition to some more equipment upgrades. All right, moment of truth. 106 even.
So close.
I suck. I'm sad. I failed. I'm sorry.
We still love you, Key.
Man. I was so confident too. That looked like it was going to be perfect. Oh well.
But, now that we have won the race, despite disappointing everyone in the crowd in the process.
I know. I'm sorry. A failure. I go cry.
For reference, my PB, I think, is just barely a sub 107, and I felt really good about that. So,
Oh, yeah. I felt great about 106 when I get it.
I think the fastest time that I've ever gotten was a 105.64. And I still don't know how I did it. But I did.
Oh, do you want to play out the scene with the first part of the?
Oh, yeah. 1,000%. I got you.
Yeah. So we try to meet with the king to hear out a request when suddenly something bad happens, where basically a great monster called the Slayer of Sands is wreaking havoc, and because the prince is such a noble and honor knight, he's been drafted into helping. So he's very confident in his ability to do this. So he asks us to go with him to fight the Slayer of Sands.
Spoiler alert, he ain't gonna do nothing other than make him mad.
So we will we'll be journeying forth. We also, as we're leaving town, we'll get interrupted by Sylvando, who again is strangely competent and like powerful for being, your simple humble jester. In the sense that he was like literally perched up on that giant wall that you see, and he just kind of gracefully hops down and is like, "Hey, I'm gonna go with you," and seems to like know what's going on, even though he was only like vaguely around for the prince confessing his fraud status to us. So Sylvando will journey with us to fight the Slayer of Sands. As we go on our way, we're going to be doing a little bit of menuing to rearrange some of our equipment. We're going to be putting Serena from her wands actually to a spear build very briefly, for a little bit of extra damage against an upcoming fight. Also, there is a pet power that we want access to that is on Serena's spear tree that we will hopefully be able to make use of later. In addition, we need to get some more levels. We need to get Hero, I believe, up to level 10.
Yep. Hero and Eric both need to be at level 10. And that's going to be about 2 fights. Possibly, this is our first instance where we may see a Metal Slime. But I'm going to be fighting these enemies called Prestidigers. It's going to take 2 encounters. Average UC 4 enemies per encounter. We need 8 total if we did all the grinding and stuff ahead of time. So with that being said, we do have probably about a minute and a half for the host stand if we have anything there available.
And in the process, I'm going to be mimicking the Prestidigators because I think their pose is funny.
I do love having a minute and a half for donations. So let's start with one from B. Wong. He donated $10.24 saying, "Seeing the DQ11 run brings back memories of working on the localization QA for the Nintendo Switch version back in 2019. Can't donate much this year, so donating for the ultimate Puff Puff because it must be seen to be believed, and in memory of Lena." Thank you so much, B. Wong. We, even if you can't donate very much, we appreciate every dollar, and every dollar goes to something good. We also have $10 from Zytoriak, who says, "You see what happens? You see what happens when you run DQ11 at RPG Limit Break? Good luck, Keanu and Jerica." Also have an incredible $50 from Mogstar. Says, "Dragon Quest XI is one of my favorite games and wanted to donate to a great cause. Runner's choice on donation incentive," which is going to put us just a little closer to watching that the best Puff Puff. $162 is all that's left, and every dollar goes to an incredibly good cause for the National Alliance on Mental Illness. So please get those donations in soon so we can make sure to watch that incredible cutscene.
Awesome.
All right, so we're taking these fights for a couple things, mostly for some get Flame Slash onto Hero along with, I believe, not the attack up. Mostly we want Eric to get access to the Venom.
Cobra Strike.
Cobra Strike, thank you. Cobra Strike, it's the poison ability. It's really cool. Are y'all going to just do the safety save or
No.
no? Okay.
So we should do safety saves. We could do safety saves, but the game has auto saves that you can load from. And the auto saves go pretty much every time you go through a loading trigger. So there is that innate safety. If I do die to the Slayer of Sands, which is very possible, I can just load the safety save. Or I can just load the auto save and try again.
Yeah, unfortunately, because of the way the game auto-saves, if Keanu dies here, then he'll go back to before that grind. But it's fine, we just won't die to Slayer of Sands. This guy definitely does not have the nickname the Slayer of Runs. Nope, that is not something that I have ever called this boss. First try poison, let's go.
Great. That's always a good start.
Nice.
And if I can get the first try sap,
Hey,
which
let's
is
go.
even greater,
Yeah.
we are in a good spot right now. I'm allowed to do some defensive things and then just start pumping out damage with everybody else.
Yeah, so for reference, what Sap does is it lowers an enemy's defense by 2 stages. When an enemy's defense is lowered by 2 stages, their defense drops to 0. So it just allows us to do a lot more damage to this thing. Because as you can tell, it is a bit of a shell on it. So it allows us to just do so much more damage to the boss. Of course, like we said, the poison's going to do like around 47 damage, like in the high mid 40s every single turn, which is going to add up a lot. Our big thing here now that we have the poison is we're just kind of keep poking at it, allow the poison to do its job. Well, again, trying to get everyone to survive the fight. Especially Hero and Eric, like we said before. Hero needs to survive every single fight. And the more fights that just everyone can survive, the higher level there will be, the less likely they'll be to die. It's fairly likely that Veronica will just end up taking a dirt nap in most of the fights in this part of the game, just because she is the squishy black mage. But if she can survive... Ooh, medals!
Oh,
One of them
one stayed. If Jerika manages to get this kill, that pretty much ends the grind for her.
Yeah, it'll also put her ahead on... Ooh, that dazzle's not great.
No.
That's 2 hits, though. It did... Let's
Nice crit.
Daishi no Ijigaki!
Very nice. So that puts Derica up an entire extra level, so she's in a great spot for now. And especially when it comes to the start of the next grind, she just gets a humongous head start. That's super lucky. The metal slimes have like a 7 or 8% spawn chance, and then in this game they usually only have 3 HP. They're variable, they can have 3 or 4. But luckily we have 5 party members, and when you set them to No Mercy, they only will target the metal slime, which is really, really convenient. The AI in this game, whenever you set party tactics, is really, really smart for the most part. And they won't randomly cast like a magic attack on a metal slime knowing that it won't do anything.
Also, while we were freaking out about that, Keanu did make it out of the Slayer fight alive. So.
Yeah, there was that. And nobody died, which was really, really important.
Yeah, individual, like, one of the quirks with the Dragon Quest series in general is that individual level ups in these games are incredibly powerful. In some games, you'll get, like, a level up, and you'll be like, oh, cool, like, that's neat, I guess, but you need, like, a critical massive level ups to really make a difference. In DQ, like, individual level ups, like that 1 extra level that Jerika has, end up making a really, really big difference. So that's cool. Also, Keanu gets access to the Horse Hailer. Now, anytime that you're in an area where you are able to summon a horse, you don't have to find the little horse bell. Just a nice little quality of life thing. Also, Keanu's going to do a huge menu here. We did get Sylvando into our party, and Sylvando has a really amazing ability that you are not supposed to have access to this early into the game. However, with some clever use of the respec ability, in addition to every character in this game on their skill tree, has 1 node that when you activate the node, it will give them 10 extra skill points. Using clever use of the rectification and moving around the skill tree, we're able to actually get Sylvando's +10 bonus node, which is this charm +40. Surprise! And with that, we're able to, again, rectify Sylvando. We'll see a bunch of this rectifying and grabbing some skills. And this will allow us to get access to the ability Hustle Dance on Sylvando, which is a full party heal for a quite decent amount of HP. If anyone's played Dragon Quest, you know that these games are incredibly, incredibly stingy when it comes to party heals. Normally, party heal is something you get like in the mid-late game, if that, if not even like near the end of the game. These games are very stingy about party heals. Meanwhile, with just some clever moving around the grid, we're still fairly early in the game, and we have AoE healing, which is fantastic.
And the cool thing about his AoE healing is it scales on his charm stat more than anything else, and of course, Sylvando is an incredibly charming man.
Yeah, if you've seen him, he's a very charming individual.
And because of that, it's basically an 18 magic point Omni heal at this level. We do everything that we can to keep Sylvando at the front of the party because he has the most HP, the highest level at this current moment. And the fact that he can also party heal everybody. And you'll see that happening a lot whenever we get to the spider fight. That's coming up in probably about 20 to 25 minutes or so.
Yeah, so Vondo is genuinely incredible. He will be in every single fight in the game that he is available for the rest of the game. He will be in the party. He is just genuinely that good. He is one of, I think, the top 2 tankiest party members in the game. He has amazing support abilities with access to Oomph, which is a physical attack buff, which, given our propensity for using physical attacks, is a huge boon for us. Also, he has the AoE heal in addition to just a bunch of other really nice abilities. He's the only character in the game that can cure sleep, which is very useful in a bunch of cases. I think he's also the only one that can cure paralyze.
Eric he has a skill, it's called Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Oh, right.
But he doesn't get access to that until a little bit later. It's like level 16 or 17, I think, is when he gets that. So early game, it's not too useful. But the skill that Sylvando has is called Sobering Slap. He's allowed to slap a single character at the cost of a couple of MP, and it cures them of any status ailment, whether it be confusion, poison, paralysis, sleep, any of that stuff.
Yeah, and again, some of those ailments don't really have any other good way of curing them, so just that in general makes him great. Until, he's the person that gets put to sleep, and then you're sad. Not that that's ever happened against the final boss before, and definitely isn't the reason why I'm not ahead of Keanu on the leaderboards for this game.
Yeah, you just gotta rub it in, huh?
But here we get to Gondolia, where we'll be swapping Hero's build around. You saw there was also some rectification of Hero's sword tree in order to then break into his great sword tree again. We're going to pick up the broader sword in order to use an ability called Cutting Edge, which is an incredibly powerful physical move. This is about the part of the run where Hero is going to become our main DPS for a while. And as we're going around in Gondolia here, basically Sylvando's like, yeah, we find out that the rainbow that we were going for, actually the king was in a bit of a financial issue planning the giant parade and everything for his son. So he sold the rainbow to Octagonia to finance the parade and the horse race and everything. So Octagonia is on a different continent, however. So thankfully Sylvando's like, oh, don't worry, I have a boat, so we can just take my boat. But currently at the moment, the port is shut down for a festival of some sort. So we're just like, oh, well, we might as well take some time to enjoy the sights of Gondolia. Veronica gets into a fight with a child. Veronica likes getting into fights with basically anyone she meets. But she gets into a fight with a child where the kid tries to steal her magic staff because I think it's someone's sick, and there's basically a special healing fountain near Gondolia. Right. And the magic water will basically cure any ailment, and so we agree, like, okay, we have some time to kill, so we'll go and we'll get this magic water. So now we're making our way to that cave in order to fight the next fight, the Keeanolookalike, where we'll be making use of the Cutting Edge ability. Also, we've been picking up a few items on the way. We picked up a Sleeping Hibiscus, which inflicts sleep on enemies. So the Keeanolookalike are big, beefy boys who punch a lot and really hurt. So we're going to try to lock them down with ailments when we get there. But we do have a bit of a walk on our hands. So Zazian, if you've got anything for us, now is the perfect time.
Boy, do I ever have something for you, because the Watch the Best Puff Puff incentive has been met.
Let's go!
That incentive has been met with helpful donations such as $50 from a generous anonymous donor. It says, this is one of my favorite RPGs of all time. Thanks for destroying it, runners. And thank you, our anonymous friend, for donating. We also got $120 from Doc Holliday that pushed us over the edge. It says, while the cat's away, the mice will play. We're having a great time watching. Thank you so much for watching, thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you all so much for your generous donations to Nami.
Thanks so much. That's awesome.
Thank you. Sorry, little technical difficulties. The notes that I have not quite fully memorized the notes again, so I put some cliff notes down, and I got a little iPad here, but it locked itself out. Thanks to Freedom, he let me borrow his, but I don't know his password, so...
I thought you were friends.
I mean, yeah, but Yeah.
I was gonna tell him, but like, I'm like, I could tell you this code now, but like, I imagine if the iPod locks itself, you're probably not gonna remember it. So.
No, not at all.
So yeah, here are the Corolossuses, which I believe is the proper plural for Corolossus, maybe Corolossi.
So Hibiscus doesn't like to work, but sometimes Fuddle likes to work, so that at least is nice. Confusing one of them is nice, but this is the reason why I really don't like Sleeping Hibiscus strats. If it doesn't work, they have the option to cast the pillars, and it is not fun because it's AoE and it does a good amount of damage. So you'll see Hustle Dance strats happening now. Ooh, Forbearance.
Forbearance is a little spicy. So basically, Forbearance is an ability that makes it so the person that uses it takes all the damage for everyone for the next turn. So what that means is that Veronica can use the Sizz ability, and instead of hitting each of them once, it will actually hit the same enemy twice, which is quite nice. We are just going to be focus firing it with Cutting Edge. That's a good dodge. All right, because Confusion. So Confusion makes you take random actions, which involves like attacking, doing nothing, attempting to flee. When you do randomly attack with Confusion, you do have much lower accuracy there, so you saw it tried to punch Hero, but with Completely. You do have a chance of snapping out of Confusion anytime you get hit there, so they're the Rubble Rouser ability, which is another damage over time effect that Eric has access to, because I believe the Corals are immune to poison. The Rubble Rouser effect did not get out of the Confusion there, but by that point we were so far into the fight that it didn't matter anyway. Once there's one of them, it's not a problem. The only time you really run into issues in that fight is if they both start spamming Water Pillars and they get multiple actions in a row. Because while Sylvando's healing is amazing, he needs to get a turn in to use it.
He also, I really want to be using Oomph on him anyway, because we want to boost Hero's damage. As you saw, whenever he did not have a single Oomph on, he was doing about 66 damage with the saps on. Then by the time I had double sap on, he was doing 110. So it incrementally increases his damage by a significant amount, and we really want to see that damage up.
So here, now that we're in Gondolia again, suddenly the music has become Dragon Quest VIII. This game really likes... this was an anniversary game for the series, and so like 2/3 or more of this game's OST are songs from other Dragon Quest games. So here we have the DQ8 town theme, and now we happen to run into Jasper, who has come hunting us, and we get attacked by some soldiers, and I don't know, this is looking pretty rough. Oh, Hero went down. I don't know how.
You know, I forgot to ask. Does this count as a party wipe?
No. So you have to lose that fight there.
Technically, you don't. You technically could win, but it's way slower. And it's a fight where if you lose, you win. But if you win, you win. Also, these guards, this is supposed to be like a stealth mission. These guards are not very good at their job. If you time it, you saw that at the start of it, I started by walking. I was waiting for a specific amount of time to pass, because while the enemies aren't on screen, they're kind of still on screen, so they're still moving, and I was waiting for the first two soldiers to move to a spot where I could easily run past them as long as I didn't bonk into a wall. And then for the rest of it, it's just full sprint, get through it. And they also don't see this giant boat, going through the water that I'm standing on. I guess it's dark, they can't really see.
Yeah, so coming up here, Keeanu's going to grab another Strength Seed just to buff up Hero. We're going to get into a section here really soon where we're going to have to be doing a bunch of fights with only Hero, well, Hero and Help, parentheses.
Help, sure.
Or Help, quotes. And so we're buffing up Hero's Strength as much as we can to get through that. And now we have another boss that is also can be a run killer, because Jasper here really likes Dark Souls and therefore is really good at just parrying. He will open the fight by using Sword Stance, which increases his parry chance. And that means that sometimes he'll just block Cutting Edge. And Cutting Edge does... Oh, goodbye, Serena. Cutting Edge does take up a good chunk of MP for this part of the game, and so we don't have, like, a ton of uses of it. And so if he starts, like, just parrying all of our Cutting Edges, we're going to be really sad. We did get to land a sap on him with Veronica, though, which is really nice. And yeah, here we're just going to be blasting with Cutting Edge. Ideally, Serena would not have died there, because Serena has access to, through her Spirit Tree, has access to a pet power called Blight of the Living Dead, which is a combo ability that does a bunch of extra damage to zombies. Jasper may not be a zombie, but it still just does do a lot of damage and uses up Serena's pep, which is otherwise pretty useless for us at this point. So ideally, she would have lived and we could have gotten off a Blight of the Living Dead. Also worth noting here as well is that Sylvando, if he peps, I believe it's if he peps or if Hero peps.
It's Hero peps.
If Hero peps, Sylvando's Hot Lick allows, along with us relearning Fire Slash on Hero, allows us to use this Temper Tantrum ability. That is another ability that just does a bunch of damage, and Jasper goes down.
GG's.
So Jasper has less HP than Slayer of Sands, but the game is nice to you with the fact that it's like, oh, well, we took Eric from you, and if you've probably been using him for a while, he's probably one of your stronger characters, so that's why we're going to make him a little weaker. But he parried one of my cutting edges, and it caused for some issues, and, whatever. Also, this is the part of the run where, like I said, we talked about it in the interview earlier today. This is where the routes slightly deviate.
Yeah, so Keanu here is going to go and pick up the tortoiseshell armor, and then is going to... you'll see Jerika just sail straight for Octagonia here, whereas Keanu's going to divert a little bit, grab this tortoiseshell, and then is going to go to the town of the city of Puerto Valor, where he will purchase the Iron Mask, which is the other piece of defensive gear that we're going to be using for those gauntlet fights we mentioned earlier. The benefit of going this way means that we do get the zoom point for Puerto Valor, because this is the place where we're going to have to go very soon in the game, just not quite yet. And so when we do have to go here, Jericho will have to sail here, whereas Keanu has the zoom point. The equipment that Keanu is buying here is weaker by about 11 points of defense in total from the Dundersill set.
It's 11 points on the chest piece, so Turtle Shell is 11 points weaker. The helm is 3 points weaker. But the big thing about the helm difference is that the Dundersill helm grants 9 extra MP to the wearer.
Which Cutting Edge costs 8 MP to use, so that's an extra Cutting Edge usage for Jerika. Also, it allows Jerika to play the arena fights a lot riskier because you do have that extra defense that a couple of your damage ranges are a little more favorable. That is the upside to Jerika's route. However, going and grabbing the recipe for the Dundersill armor and actually crafting the Dundersill armor does take quite a bit of time. So that's where the routes even out / the tortoiseshell strat optimally is faster, provided you just don't get bullied by some of the coming fights.
The way that I've kind of estimated it, the difference between getting the tortoiseshell and then going deep into Dundersill, get the recipe book, and then crafting both pieces is about 2.5 minutes, maybe 2:45. But the amount of time that you save having the higher defense, so you don't have to heal as much, having an extra cutting edge, which means you get to do more damage, and all of that stuff, probably pulls back another 1.5 minutes. So like in a perfect RNG bubble, I would say that the turtle shell strat saves about a minute and 10 seconds or so, but it literally will just come down to just get lucky for it.
Yeah, we're entering into what is easily the most volatile part of the run. And so like that 1:10 can be just kind of blown open in either direction, depending on how the game's feeling at the current moment.
One arena death is all it takes. And as we'll talk about, Vince sucks.
Yeah, so before we mentioned guest AI being a bit of an interesting conundrum in this game. So as we're running around here, I'll just kind of give a brief rundown. As we get into Octagonia, we're going to be entering the obligatory tournament arc of the game, where you'll be entered into a tag team tournament, and your ally for this tournament is a dude named Vince, who's like, the greatest fighter in the arena and the running champion or whatever. And you'll be paired up with him, and you'll do 4 different fights against other pairs of opponents. And the way Vince's AI works is he tends to act very aggressively. Of course, he's a fighter. However, his AI is supposed to, if he notices that you drop into yellow HP, which I believe is less than half or...
Less than 50%.
Yeah, less than 50% HP. His AI is incredibly favored to use a strong medicine to heal you for about 60 HP. That's what he's supposed to do. Or Vince can just decide, no, I want to attack this other dude instead, even though my partner's sitting at 2 HP, and then the partner gets bonked and we lose the fight, and then everyone's sad.
Supposedly, if you're in red bar, so under 20%, the percentages shift slightly to where he's more favorable to cast an herb to heal you. Yesterday when I was doing my practice run, he left me on red
Like 3 turns in a row.
3 straight turns. And I was just like, well, this is fun. But right now, Jerikandra managed to, I peeked over, beat Jasper, and I'm running around doing some fetch questing. So if there is some time from the host stand, got a couple of minutes here.
Most excellent. Well, we actually have a couple of donations that have come in. We've got another $25 from our friend Fritzkin, who says, never-ending Larpus. This is a reference to the fact that they've chosen to name 2 of the characters in an upcoming run of Dark Lord Larpus. We're going to keep this derpy-eyed Larpus Derpsicus forever in this run. We also got $60 from Mechalink with no comment, but we appreciate the donation. And I just wanted to take a quick moment to talk about some of our incentives and prizes, which means that via your generous donations, you actually get to potentially help name these characters like Larpus and Lapras we've got in front of us, make our runners complete difficult or ridiculous tasks, such as fighting the Black Dragon at the end of Act 2 here, or helping pick which story you get to see in certain games. You can also become eligible to win numerous prizes donated by community members. And remember that 100% of your donations here go directly to the National Alliance on Mental Illness. For more information, check the channel bio for a link to the 2025 tracker.
Something worth noting, by the way, Jasper was the last fight that when we mentioned, like, oh, hero needs to survive every single fight for an important reason. Jasper was the last of those fights because when we get access to the sea, you'll notice both runners used a holy water item. That repels all enemies who are a lower level than you are, and the enemies out on the open sea are quite low leveled. And so if you don't die, if hero doesn't die to any fights, and it's based off of what level hero is specifically, if hero doesn't die to any of the fights in the game, you're able to repel everything in the sea, except for I think there's a Coralosis encounter that's somewhat rare that you can encounter around the Octagonia area.
So you saw a pillar of light in the water. That is the teleport to go to Nautica, which is something that you'll see in like Act 2 or later in Act 1. Around that area is raining, and because it's raining, it changes the properties of the encounter tables that are available, and Coralosis just so happen to be level 14. So 1 level higher, and you can actually get them when you're swimming or when you're sailing directly to the Zwardust area. There is a small time where you clip into that, and there is a chance that you can get that encounter there. But luckily, didn't happen for either of us.
So, who here in the audience likes Dragon Quest IV or Dragon Warrior 4?
DW4.
All right, we got some DW4. So, like we said before, this game really likes referencing previous Dragon Quest games. So for a brief period of time, our friend Larpus is going to be Alina, because we have our tournament fights with a little Battle for Glory playing in the background. So really quick, we're going to do some final equips. This is where our runners will equip their armors of choice, either the Tortoiseshell and the Mask or the Dundersill armor, in addition to using some HP seeds on hero just to tank us up as much as possible. There's also a magic water in a barrel right behind where you start this section. Magic waters are items that restore about 20, right? About 20-ish
30.
MP. 30. An amount of MP to whoever you use it on, and so we'll be picking that up and putting it... Ooh, that's very unfortunate. So bad RNG on Jerika's end. There's a green dragon kind of wandering around this area, and...
That's never happened before.
Yeah, I've never actually seen it wander that far. That's so weird. Thankfully, Jerika got away without dying. That dragon is very high leveled and not friendly. The big smile it gives you is because it thinks that you look like tasty dinner. And now we're starting the arena fight. So here we have the the Underdigger and the Abominable Showman.
So I learned this recently. Apparently, the original name for the Abominable Showman was Lingar.
Yep, Linguar. Yeah, so
And-
these are references to a lot of the DQ4 arena fights, as matched by the DQ4 battle music. But
Thanks, Vince. Red
Yeah.
Bard, love you. Come on, man.
like we said, Vince is a very reliable and consistent ally. Just small note, I love the Abominable Showman's Japanese voice actor because it sounds like anytime he attacks, he's saying hello. Hey! Hello! Hello! Hey!
I am in a very awkward position right now where I cannot heal myself because I'm in a really bad spot in terms of my HP.
Yeah,
So I need Vince to heal me. Please heal me.
Yeah, so
Please.
oh my goodness, Vince. So the Underdigger there can do desperate attacks, which are guaranteed critical hits, and they'll do like 67-ish damage, and that will just kind of kill us if we take other damage. And because there's these 4 clones smacking us for about 7 damage. Until the clones go away or Vince decides to be helpful and get rid of some of them or heal us to full HP, we're kind of stuck in this healing loop for a little bit. Thankfully, after I think 3 summons, this is I think the last one, the Showman does run out of MP. So he can't create any more clones, but this is definitely dragged on a little bit. Thankfully, we got Pep, which does increase our defense by a little bit. That doesn't help us with Desperate Attack because critical hits in these games do ignore defense. But it at least helps us with the getting smacked by the clones.
Now it's safe.
Okay, yeah, now we're totally fine. The rest of the fight is free. The Showman can't do anything to us.
Oh, nice hard claw.
Nice, thanks, Vince.
Shadow.
So Hard Claw is like one of the best claw moves in the game, and Vince just used it on a clone that has like 10 HP.
Fun. Oh, he
Oh,
did
there
it.
we go. Yeah!
we
Let's go. Thank you, Vince.
So the way that his AI I think works, and this is just based on my running this game for as long as I've run it. He's got like a 10% chance to throw a hard claw. He's got an equal chance to do either propeller blade or a regular attack. Both do pretty much the same amount of damage. And then the AI for him to heal is always there, but it will not proc unless you're in critical HP or in, yellow bar. So seeing hard claws is really nice. And seeing 2 of them is also really lucky. But, he had to hit it on a shadow, which kind of sucks, but it's fine.
So here Keeanu's going to quickly jump up here and grab the Star of Clarity. It is an accessory that boosts your confidence that you won't get hurt by you won't get horribly injured by the next boss fight, and nothing else.
Does it work though?
It's definitely a copium item, but it has two uses.
So it's supposed to what the item claims is it's supposed to increase your confusion resistance by like 10% or something.
Mm-hmm.
And the next boss likes spamming Befuddle, which is an area of effect confusion ability. So ideally, you throw that on Savando and he's less likely to get confused, but 10%, it basically might as well not work because human beings don't understand how statistics work. So it also has the other side effect, though, that it does sell for money, and that'll be important a little bit later.
Also, remember, it's time to get physical, says the mage.
Yes, so here we have Cinderella and Wambolina. And in English, Cinderella, the mage, is like, let's get physical, as she then proceeds to cast magic at you.
I'm gonna do something weird.
Meanwhile, looks like Jarek had a much better fight against.
Tips bums away, yay.
Bums away. Yeah, so every 4 turns, the enemies will pep, and when if both of them arrive and both of them are pepped, they'll do a combination attack that does a bunch of damage. Theirs is bums away or double hip attack, and that does a lot of damage. So anytime you get to a pep turn, you just kind of want to be guarding because usually they do a lot of damage to you. So there, Jericho was able to actually do a bunch of damage and got really lucky with Vince targeting that. She was able to burst down one of them before they did their pep combination attack, which saves a good bit of time and some healing. Here in the second arena fight, again, you have your typical mage that uses lots of fire skills and your physical attacker. Unfortunately, Cinderella does have access to mid-heal, which heals for a lot of health. So ideally, she doesn't use that very much, or you're able to burst her down before she can do that. Wambleina also has the ability to blow a kiss at at either you or Vince, which will make your character lose their next turn. Thankfully, Cinderella ran out of MP there. Frizzle is what is the strongest single target fire ability in the game. It does a lot of damage, especially if it targets hero. Thankfully, enemies in this game don't have infinite MP, so she did run out there. And we're pretty safe. Now we just have to beat Wambleina, and there we go. She does have the ability to parry your attacks with her shield, which is a little obnoxious, but it's not that big of a deal.
Okay.
Now for my least favorite fight in the arena.
I mean, to each their own. I mean, look at that handsome man on the left side.
Yeah, I wonder who that is.
Absolutely gorgeous.
I have no idea. Like, maybe if I could see their face, but like that mask just completely hides who they are. Like, I don't know. It could be anyone. Also, there's Golden Boy, and Golden Boy is the worst character in this game.
He's not helpful.
He exists, and he uses boomerangs, so he does chip damage to everyone all the time on all of his abilities. And then later in the game, when he fights you as an ally, he has a propensity to get charmed and then attack you instead of actually doing useful things. So yeah, Golden Boy is the worst. But I don't know, like his sparring or his assistant in this fight is quite a handsome individual that thankfully is not announcing his presence.
Sterling Sylve has he has a couple of things he can do. He can use Miracle Slash, which does damage and heals. He can do basic attack, he can breathe fire, and then he can also blow a kiss at you, which doesn't do what the other blowing kisses does. It makes you poisoned. But then he can also T-pose on you, where he increases his attack and his defense at the same exact time, which is very scary because now he starts doing way more damage.
Yeah, it makes him hurt a lot, and you can't hit him for anything, so you kind of just have to sit there until it wears off. And now for the final fight of the arena, this is Rab and Jade, or as I called them once on stream and then no one ever let me live it down, Jab and Raid. They basically, the strat for this fight, Jerika will have the ability, if she chooses to be a little bit more aggressive in this fight and just try to chip them down a bunch for a while. However, Keeano, because he's using the tortoiseshell strats, basically he just has to sit here and guard until Rab runs out of MP. Rab does a lot of really powerful magic. Zam and Crackle are incredibly powerful. And in addition, he can also put you to sleep, which, as we mentioned before, makes you take more fizz damage. And considering Jade is going around kicking everything with extreme prejudice, taking more physical damage is not advised. Also, she can trip you and make you lose your next turn, which can also be scary. But eventually, after using 3 snoozes, Rab will run out of MP, and then we can just feel free to wail on them. Meanwhile, on Jerika's end, it seems like we're having better arena fights overall.
All right.
Took Golden Boy down, very nice.
Pretty sure that was the 3rd snooze, but I might be incorrect there.
I think it was only the 2nd.
Okay, there we go. Being helpful. Force a mid-heal there. That's unfortunate.
So one thing you can do when you're being a little bit more aggressive in this fight is there seems to be a tendency in their AI, if you switch targets frequently, it makes them more likely to assess the situation and skip their turn. Obviously, we don't want, with what Keeano's doing, he can't really afford to be that aggressive with it, but it is something that you can do to sort of help both make them skip their turns and also make it so that the damage is a little bit more spread out, so those mid heals are less annoying.
I'm pretty sure if Vince had targeted Jade and hit both attacks, she was gonna go down. Yeah, she would. Unlucky, but that's fine.
Yeah, and now we get to do everyone's favorite part of any video game and beat up a helpless old man. We have successfully beaten up helpless old man.
I mean, I didn't die to Arena, which is pretty good. Considering all things.
No deaths to Arena is fantastic. Anytime you get that in a run, you're pretty happy. Ooh.
Vince, oh my
Vince,
God.
Okay. All right, everything's okay. Everything is fine.
2 health and a dream.
I mean, yeah, it's
Okay,
Vince.
Vince healed. Okay, we're good.
It's Vince.
So after winning the tournament, Vince collapses. He'd been taking some sort of magical purple steroid the entire tournament. And we find out that Jade has gone missing, and so has Vince, coincidentally. And so we sneak into this random... Oh.
Vince was asleep, and that's always unfortunate.
It's okay. We run it back.
That's the nice thing about Arena. It's not like DQ. It's not like DW4 Arena, where if you die at any point in the arena fights, you have to go back to the very beginning. It lets you at least, pick up from the last fight that you were in. So
Yeah.
the only downside to it is any herbs that you used and all that stuff. Any items that you used are obviously they're just gone.
Yeah, Vince is like, hey, don't worry. I talked to the judge and had them, or to the referee and had them declare it as a draw. So we'll rematch with them. So yeah, so we're going through these caverns here, and we're about to get to like the absolute worst boss ever.
For anybody that was there for the Dragon Quest RTA run that me and Jericho raced a couple weeks back, y'all will know how I feel about this fight.
Yeah, so Spider Arachtagon, as he is also known, and by many other titles that I will not repeat here on stream, is a very well-designed fight with a very wide, varied moveset, and by that I mean he has 3 moves, and 2 of them are awful and will just kill you if he decides to use those 2 moves repeatedly, and he picks all of his moves at random and acts twice a turn. Really, really fun, great fight. Just everyone loves Spider. Every single person that has ever lived and ran this game has just the highest opinion of this boss fight. So here's Arachtagon. The good news is, though, we have Rab with us, helping us.
He's so helpful.
He has some cool moves, and he also can use Zing, which doesn't do anything. So the moves he can use Sticky Webs, which is a random targeting thing that can make people lose their turn. He can use Volley of Stings, which does a lot of damage to the whole party and lowers their physical defense, which means subsequent volleys will do more damage. He has Basic Attack, which just kind of hurts and can poison, but really it's one target, so that's kind of nice. And he can cast Kefuddle, which is tries to just befuddle the entire party or confuse the whole party. Which we've seen how awesome being confused is in this game, because losing actions and other stuff is really cool. Thankfully, Rab has access to Befuddle, which will defuddle the entire party, or befuddle to defuddle. Either way, he can cure Fuddle. However, Rab, like everything else in like every other guest in this game, picks his moves randomly. He also can heal you, which, healing is kind of cool. Or he can cast Zam on the boss, which is neat, I guess. Or he can just hit the boss with his cane. That's something he can do. We're trying to land poison on him because, like we said before, damage over time is incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, no luck from Keeano on that front so far. We're also trying to get our standard buff set up on Hero for Cutting Edge for some damage, along with Sap, which we thankfully have been able to land. The unfortunate thing about these bosses that do take 2 actions, though, is each action is considered a different turn. So generally, Sap does wear off faster on those enemies, which is a little annoying. So you'll see, just with nothing else to do on Veronica's turn, we'll just refresh that Sap to make sure it doesn't go away. But, having your whole party locked down with no defense is the exact situation you love to be in. Alternatively, what Keeano could do if he wanted to, is he could swap Serena in to boost people's defense back up. However, with how turns work in this game, if you swap in a party member, it does make you wait for the rest of the round before they can take an action. Oh yeah, Rab can also cure poison, which is, again, kind of whatever when the boss just poisons people frequently. That's really unfortunate. So Rab does have the access to the Zing skill, which, despite my joking, does have the ability to revive party members sometimes. It's a 50% chance to revive a party member. And basically that means that Rab will cast Zing 6 times in a row and not revive anyone. All right, this is going very well.
This is a death. There's nothing I could have really done about this. Unless all of a sudden he stops doing damage.
Oh,
Yeah, no, that's
his
it.
any pep, so now he does more damage.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Like I said, he just wanted to spam one move, and there's nothing really that I could have done to prevent that.
Yeah.
But that was a party wipe, so
Oh.
yay.
$20 to charity!
Ooh.
And there was much rejoicing.
But again, luckily, because, new age gaming, I get to just load an autosave. It pretends like nothing happened. I keep everything that I had up until that point of the autosave. It's not like in the old Dragon Quest games where if you died, you got teleported back to your last save and you lose half your gold. You can choose that option if you choose to.
Yeah, if you go back to your last save, you do lose half your gold. It's kind of interesting that that's what they went with, but like
Well, no,
tradition, I guess.
pulling your autosave doesn't do any of that.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying if you pick the save point revive, it does have your money still.
But why do that if we don't have to?
Is there anything I can do to help?
But yeah, if there's anything from the host stand, Jerika's in the middle of fighting the spider now. So
Yeah. Jerika did land looks like Jerika landed a poison there. Yeah, okay. There was the 2 poison effects were on top of each other, so I could tell. But yeah, Jerika did land the poison. So Raktagon will be taking the extra damage. The unfortunate thing with this fight is if he just does volley of stings every turn, even though Sylvando's healing is incredibly powerful, he does have a limited amount of MP. But yeah, while Jerika finishes out this fight and Keanu gives another attempt, we will, if we have anything, we can love to hear it.
Alrighty. Well, while Jerika's got that upset going on, we do have $50 from Rivers McCown, who says, "This will get you a little closer to that dream of yours. It's not Palom, but it's a start. Drop me a line if you're on the Gulf Coast." Thank you so much, Rivers McCown. Also wanted to talk a little bit about some of the incentives that we've still got coming up. While we have met the incentives for this game so far, incredible work, thank you. We have a few naming incentives for the Secret of Uranus coming up, naming the human, the monster, or the robot.
Sorry, keep going. Zing actually worked for once.
Oh, I thought you were saying my name.
Oh, no.
I was cluing in. Perfect. Also, for Final Fantasy XII, we've got a couple of fun incentives, such as choosing the voice language. Also, a blinded Garbranth and Dr. Sid fight, which is going to be absolutely incredible to see if you're still tuning into this in just a few hours. There's also something coming up called a New Game Minus mode for $500. It's just $495 away. I'm not sure what that's about, but it sounds pretty exciting to me. So, whatever you can do to donate and help these incentives meet their goal, as well as donating to an excellent cause, please do what you can.
Yeah. For some explanation, New Game Minus is basically a forced level 1 run. So, just makes everything, a lot more technical with that run. Super interesting watch. Y'all definitely want to donate for that.
Oh yeah, I've seen that Kingdom Hearts run.
Yeah, similar to, similar concept, level 1 runs. All right, Spider is continuing to be Spider to both of our runners. Sylvando got revived, then proceeded to immediately die again, so that's fun.
Well, while the Spider gives the best hugs, let's talk about a little bit more about the things that we're supporting here. And we are here supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. They are the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization whose work is focused around the 3 main pillars: education and support, awareness, and advocacy. Now, what does that mean? Let's talk about education and support a little bit. Because via their 48 state offices and nearly 700 affiliates, NAMI offers a host of signature programs, presentations, and support groups that are available free of charge. Back to you.
Yeah, so Jerika beat the Spider. So we've rescued Jade, and it's revealed that the old man that we fought earlier is actually our grandfather. Or actually, we find that out in a little bit. But we saved Jade, and they're all grateful to us, and now we're like, oh yeah, you won the tournament. And Vince is like, hold on, I need to tell everyone that I've been doing spider drugs. And to show that I've been doing spider drugs and that drugs destroy dreams, I need you to beat me up really quick. So we have this fight with Vince here where he can do literally nothing to us. So we just do a couple cutting edges and you can either do 2 cutting edges and an attack, or 3 cutting edges, and we beat up Vince, and we get to take the rain bow. Oh, but apparently Rab and Jade stole the rain bow and the orb that they won for 2nd place. Oh yeah, there was an orb here too. And we're like, hey, if you want to.
Thank you.
Hey,
Yeah.
Spider, let's go.
Yeah, that was such a stressful fight. It went really, really bad again, but luckily we got lucky with the zings.
First try.
Yeah.
So we're told to meet Rab and Jade in the ruins of Dundersill. So we visited here a little bit earlier, but now we're gonna show up here again. This time sans angry hungry dragon.
Preferably.
Yeah, preferably. The angry hungry dragon is still very angry and still quite hungry. So we ideally do not want to be giving him any hugs. But we will be going back into the well. Jericho was here earlier. This is where she got the Dundersill armor, and going past here, we'll meet with Rab and Jade, and we discover that Rab was the former king of Dundersill, and also, as an extension of that, our grandfather. Jade was the princess of Heliodor, thank you, who also helped transport us away from Heliodor when the city was attacked by monsters. Because as it turns out, the very suspicious king of Heliodor that wants us dead is actually being possessed by said great dark evil that we are trying to fight.
We don't know that yet, technically.
Oh, we know that he's evil for some reason.
Spoilers.
In my speed run, how dare?
Oh no, how dare. But as we're going through here, we're also going to pick up this Devil Tail. It's an item that boosts agility. Agility will be very important for later because we want our healer, our really speedy healer person, to go first.
It also does one other slight little thing. It also does a 15% boost to defense of dark style skills.
Yes.
Which will be useful for exactly one fight.
Right.
But it's a very important fight because it's another one of those solo hero with an NPC person who sometimes really likes to not cooperate.
My iPad shut off again. You have a menu coming up, so let me just get that for you.
Thank you, sir. But there's just a lot of cutscenes happening right now that we're going to have to skip through, a lot of story triggers. So if there's anything from the host stand, we got about 2 minutes or so.
Alrighty, well, who here likes Dragon Quest? Is that anybody in the audience?
I love Dragon Quest.
3 people in the audience here like Dragon Quest. Well, they're going to be very interested in some of the prizes that are coming up in this segment. A minimum of $10 donation that happens between now, between this, when did this prize block start? I should know that. Anyway, $10 million between now and the end of Dark Lord in a few hours, 12 hours about from now, is going to enter you into a raffle to possibly win Dragon Quest III 2D HD for the Switch, a fresh copy just for yourself. It also enters you in, a $10 minimum donation will also enter you in for Final Fantasy 1 to 6 Pixel Remaster Collection 2, which is pretty exciting. It's got all of the good Final Fantasies, which is to say Final Fantasy 6.
That's fighting words there, sir.
Now, my friends, you're welcome to prove me wrong with donations that I am forced to read across my desktop here. So,
If anybody ever says anything other than Final Fantasy X, they're wrong.
There's always 10-2.
one of the games
I like
of
to
all
start
time.
drama.
I mean, it's a good game, but it's also not a great game. It's a really fun game to play, as long as you completely ignore everything that's happening in it.
So back to the game. We discover that apparently, in order to get to Yggdrasil, those random useless orbs we've been picking up are actually the things that we need to get into Yggdrasil. The Rainbow will tell us where the orbs are and will tell us how to get to Yggdrasil, but to get there we need the orbs. So now that we know that our objective is to collect the 6 magical orbs of super awesome, special chocolatey fudge goodness, we will proceed to do not that.
Exactly.
So
Who needs to do so? Like, it's a Dragon Quest game, and it's drawn by Akira Toriyama. So naturally, we're collecting the 7 Dragon Balls. But in this game, we are going to do the exact opposite. We are done collecting Dragon Balls, actually. We have all of them that we need. We are going to go and do some really fun things.
Yeah.
And by fun things, I mean break this game completely wide open.
But first, it wouldn't be a Dragon Quest run without grinding.
Yep.
So here we're doing some little side quests. The way this game works is like progression-wise, is it works on a chapter system where this version of the game lets you swap between 2D and 3D at will. And the way that the game actually kind of treats those two modes as like different games, sort of. And the way that that swap kind of keeps track of where you are in each game is that it works off a chapter system. So here, opening up this gate here to access the rest of the world via boat actually progresses us to a new chapter from the chapter we were previously in, which was the, hey, Rab and Jade have stolen the thing. So now that we've progressed the game to a new chapter that is where we want to be, we are going to do a bunch of setup because we're going to jump into 2D for some metal slime farming. For a couple of reasons, make 2D farming better that we'll get into as we go through the run so that we can demonstrate that. But we're going to basically, now that we have Rab and Jade in our party, we're going to basically sell off all of their possessions, except for Rab's cane. We're actually going to steal that from him because we are a great-grandchild. We're going to sell all of their equipment, sell a bunch of other stuff that we've picked up, and buy some other items. We're going to buy a boomerang for Eric that we will be using for a metal slime killing ability called Metal Liquor. We'll also be rectifying a bunch of characters' skill trees for later on in the grind. Hero is going to go back to regular swords because he has the Metal Slash ability that he'll get access to a little bit later. And the Metal Slash ability combined with Metal Liquor combined into another ability, Metal Medley, that does massive amounts of damage to metal enemies, specifically metal slime type enemies. And that'll allow us to basically one-shot groups of metal slimes. So we're doing all of that to set up. We're moving around some equipment for stuff that we'll need later in the game. Because even though normally when you're playing this game casually, you would, at this point, probably be like halfway through Act 1, maybe a little over halfway through Act 1. We're basically done doing Act 1 stuff, aside from like maybe doing half of one other plot thing. So we're actually going to kit out our party to prepare for Act 2, and also for the intermission chapter that happens between Act 1 and 2. So we're going to be doing some setup for that. We're going to be giving Hero the Devil Tail for the agility and also for the dark resistance, as we mentioned earlier. And we're just going to be setting up people's skill trees for later. We're also giving Jade the Lightning Thrust ability, which, if you've seen any other Dragon Quest game, basically Lightning Thrust is an ability that has one of two things. It either whiffs completely, or it's a guaranteed critical hit at a 50% chance for each. And the way Metal Slimes work is they will either take 0 damage, 1 damage from most attacks, unless it's something like Metal Slash that does 2 damage to them. Or critical hits will do full damage to them and one-shot them. So we're getting Lightning Thrust on Jade to do some guaranteed metal killing. And then we swap into 2D. When you're in 2D, this game functions more like your more traditional Dragon Quest game, where unlike in 3D, where you punch in all of your commands and everyone acts on their turn in the turn order. In 2D, you work in the way that everyone punches in your commands first, and then the battle plays out like it plays out with agility ties and everything worked out that way. This has a couple of things. Also, animations in 2D are much faster because there are no animations in 2D. And you're also able to engage a style of text progression where text will advance as quickly as you can mash. So while we're in battle, Jerika, I know, uses turbo settings on the left trigger, which allows you to basically act like you're mashing the A button repeatedly. Whereas Keanu, I believe, is just going to mash through the text.
I'm stubborn.
And we are going to be farming pep from these encounters. Chimeras, this first fight that Jerika got, kind of is the worst thing you can see because chimeras like to run away, and if they run away, then your progress towards what we're doing gets a little bit wasted. But ideally what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be farming pep on all of our party members, and then we are going to be using an ability called Electrolyte. Oh, there's a Hunter Mac! $10 more for charity. So... Electrolyte is an ability, is a pet power. Like I mentioned before, pet powers work either when one or two people, high metals, work when either one or two, when multiples or one party member are pepped, combined with compatible other party members. The way pet powers, there's two specific pet powers we're going to be making use of here. One of them is Electrolyte, which is the big one. Electrolyte removes the current enemies from the encounter and summons with 75% chance, summons a group of metal slimes. That what type of metal slimes they are depends on your party's level, or your hero's level, one of the two.
Hero's level.
Hero's level, thank you. And or it has a 25% chance to summon a hunter mech. And hunter mechs are painful and make you sad and are not metal slimes, which are happy and fun and full of XP. So, like we said before, every hunter mech every time we use electrolyte, we get a hunter mech. That's $10 for charity. Also, what we'll do, depending on, this is kind of a runner's choice sort of dealio as to when they decide they want to do this. There's another pep ability you can use called Hallelujah. What Hallelujah does is it adds a multiplier to all of your experience and money that you get for that encounter between 1.5 and 3 times, random number between those, to multiply all your EXP and money and guarantee item drops from all the enemies that you kill. The runners can opt to use that and then summon metal slimes to boost up the amount of EXP and everything that they get from metal slimes. Also, metal slimes happen to have a rare chance of dropping Seeds of Life to boost max HP. With Hallelujah, they're guaranteed to drop Seeds of Life. And then later on, after we get to hero level 19, liquid metal slimes will start showing up in the metal encounters. And liquid metal slimes are like metal slimes, but really even better. Where metal slimes, when you kill them, they give you around 1,000 experience. I think 1,000 to 3,000 experience. I forget the exact number. Whereas liquid metal slimes give you 10,000 when you kill them. And they can drop happy hats, which are good pieces of equipment. So I think
That was a ×3.
that was a ×3. Nice. So yeah, Keanu likes to just Hallelujah all of the fights, whereas I think Jerika opts to just Electrolyte the first one, and then Hallelujah everyone after that once liquid metals can start showing up, and once you get access to that pep ability we mentioned earlier with Eric and Hero that does massive damage to all metal enemies so that you're guaranteed to kill all 3. It just means you don't have to build up pep as much for that first fight. Again, runner choice as to whether they think just going for Hallelujah every fight is worth it versus Hallelujahing later fights. I'm personally in the camp of Hallelujahing every fight because if you get like a couple ×3s or a couple high rolls, then you can do this in 2 fights as opposed to being guaranteed to do it in 3 fights otherwise.
Fun fact, that little level up that I got, by complete accident, by the way, put me at level 18. Level 18 is the threshold. I think it's either 18 or 19. I'm pretty sure it's 18, though.
One of the two, I forget which.
To where instead of getting 3 metal slimes, you get 1 liquid metal slime and 2 regular metal slimes. So we'll find out whenever I cast Electrolyte here if I get a liquid. If I get a liquid, I could potentially finish this if I get a good enough good enough Hallelujah roll to be done with this in 2 encounters.
Yeah, so what we're going for here is we're going for a Sylvando hitting level 23 or 25? 25. We're going for a Sylvando level 25. That will allow us to get a bunch of stat boosters for him, or it will allow us to get the ability Gold Rush, which, or in other games is known as Dosh Toss.
It's hard to say.
Yeah, which spends 10,000 gold to do a ton of damage to all enemies.
1,000.
1,000, sorry. 10,000 would be exorbitant. 1,000 gold, that is a much more affordable number. And as I said, I'm like, that doesn't sound right. Hopefully someone corrects me. Yeah, 1,000 gold to do a lot of damage. Still lots and lots of damage to all enemies, which is fantastic, and we'll be using it a lot at the end of what we're doing here in Act 1 and as we get into Act 2. So setting up for that is very important. Also, just getting Hero will be about that same level, which will just give him a bunch of survivability for the beginning of Act 2. Because, spoilers, beginning of Act 2, you lose all of your party members and you're stuck with Hero alone for a little bit. And so Hero having access to... Oh, okay,
It's level 19.
So Hero having access to the Giga Slash ability, which is what we're grinding for. In addition, just the extra levels is is pretty essential to getting through the beginning of Act 2 until we can get our party back.
That was another one that was pretty close to a ×3.
Yeah.
But it was unfortunate, the leveling.
Lots of HP seeds, though.
It's funny because you would think that they would be useful, but I have yet to find a suitable use for them in the any % run. Because, yes, having more HP in the old games mattered. In this one, it tends to... Because a lot of the damages that you'll get are based on your current max HP. So
One specific fight does, though.
One does.
Yeah.
I think a couple others
I think Pearly Gates is the only ability that does that, but either way, I like doing it for Tyrion and then throwing a bunch on my party members for the end game just to help with some ranges. But again, runner preference, Keanu doesn't usually end up using them, so they'll probably just be a bunch of Seeds of Life chilling in his inventory for a while.
I'll probably end up using them for Tyrion, because that does kind of make sense. That would be a good spot to use them.
Yeah.
I used to do that, but then the rad fight would get weird. So
Yeah, I like using only, because I usually only use 2 before
Okay.
Tyrion, because that way you get the extra HP, but it doesn't make the Rab fight any weirder. And then after the Rab fight, usually I throw the rest of my HP seeds on Eric or,
cool.
Or Sylv, because Sylv likes to get punched, and
Yeah.
getting punched against the final boss is really bad.
Eric is probably going to be the one that's going to eat all of them.
But we are continuing to grind away. Keanu might have one more encounter here, or I think both of the runners might have one more encounter depending on electrolyte rolls. So take it away, Zathian.
You got it. Well, because somebody's stirring up some Final Fantasy drama, I've got a few donations to read here. We've got $10 from friend Boogie Poppy over in the audience saying, Zathian, I looked up to you, but then you said Final Fantasy VI was better than FF10. Apologize for lying, and maybe I'll trust you again in time. Now, while that is $10 for Final Fantasy X, I do have $25 from Snowman02, who says, my cat Locke agrees that Final Fantasy VI is the best Final Fantasy. Can't argue with that. $10 from Clucky says, my favorite Final Fantasy is Dragon Quest IV, and my favorite Dragon Quest is Final Fantasy VI. Wait, I might have that backwards.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Regardless, good luck to the runners, and thank you, RPG Limit Break, for supporting such a wonderful cause. Also, Jerikandra's outfit is so cute.
Thanks.
That's awkward.
You just barely miss it.
Well, Sylvando died during the Slayer fight, so he's not level 25.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you were just jealous because you didn't get your outfit compliment.
I mean, it's to be expected completely, if I'm being 100% honest here. I know.
Yeah. Thankfully, since we are only a little bit of EXP short, we can just throw out just a raw electrolyte and make that up.
Got
we
time
don't have
for a
to do
couple
any
more?
reviews. Yeah, keep going.
Excellent. Zeter sent in a giant $200 donation.
Holy crap.
Nice.
Yeah. Says, I've been watching RPG Limit Break for many years and appreciate you supporting a great charity like NAMI. Organizations like NAMI are needed more than ever these days. Thank you to the staff and volunteers so that we can watch these awesome RPG speedruns. I completely agree, Zeter, that we really need more of these things. Some Diener also sent in $10 saying, I love metal slimes. I hope that we can see a lot here in Dragon Quest XI and perhaps even more later on this week. Good luck, runners. Have a great race. I think we are seeing just a couple of metal slimes so far here.
All right. Okay. Looks like Jerika actually did finish up the grind. So she's just doing some last menuing now that we have those levels. Just again setting up characters for. We have one more fight in the end of Act 1 that we're just going to completely bully now that we have all of our abilities. In addition to getting Gold Rush onto Sylvando and also getting Giga Slash onto Hero. We're also going to be grabbing just some extra stat nodes for other characters that will be useful for the scenarios portion of the run that's going to be coming up soon. Also, Eric, we're going to put him back into his knives tree so that we can, again, get access to some ailment skills, in addition to the ailment follow-up abilities. So in addition to having the ability to inflict like sleep or poison on his attacks, he also has access to abilities called Victimizer and Persecutor that, when used on enemies that are inflicted with ailments, does some of the highest damage potential in the entire game, which is very, very helpful for some of the upcoming fights. And Keanu's also finished with the grind. I believe Keanu likes. Did you do your menuing already, or do you like doing it in 3D?
I like doing the menuing in 3D. It is slower, but I am way more comfortable with it, so it's faster for me.
Yeah. So that's I'm a similar way. Jerika did the menuing in 2D, which is the more optimal way. When you do skill menuing in 2D, you don't get the little animation of like the tiles flipping over and being like, wow, look at the skill, it's so cool. It's just like, boom, skill. However, I like Keanu. I'm just a lot more comfortable doing the menuing in 3D because rather than pulling skills from the list, you can like use your the thumbstick to just kind of select the skills and select them in a line, which which is a little bit easier if you don't necessarily remember what order the skills are in their list. It also allows you to jump through skill trees a little bit quicker. Again, if you're not just like, oh, I immediately need to swap over here. Yeah, so Jerika here is going to go back into 3D and is going to proceed out into, is going to see the open sea, as the game says, where they're immediately going to run into this place called the Strand, where they're going to meet a friendly mermaid named Michelle. And Michelle is like, hey, the queen of the ocean has one of the orbs that you want, but we're not allowed to like really give stuff to humans. However, you know, I once met this really handsome guy, and I haven't been in touch with him in a while. So if you find him for me, I'll give you the Lorelai's harp so that you can meet with the queen of the ocean. And so we're like, okay, cool, that sounds like a great idea. So now we're going to sail in the complete opposite direction of where said handsome individual is. And we're going to proceed to just completely ruin all sense of progression in this game. So here we're at this place called Sniffelheim. This is also where one of the orbs is, as the game indicates there. However, in order to get into Sniffelheim proper, because the entrance is frozen over, you need the magic key. We're not going to go into Sniffelheim, though. We're just going to run right past it. We're going to make our way over to a city, in the direction of a city called Arborea. That is the place that Serena and Veronica are from. It's also where you're supposed to go once you get all 6 orbs.
7.
Are there 7? I thought there was only 6.
Oh, 7.
It's 6.
Is it 6?
It's 6.
Why did I think Dragon Ball?
Because you made the Dragon Ball joke.
My bad. Ignore me.
Ignore me. So we're gonna. Oop. Oh, nice stealth tiger there. So we're gonna go towards Arborea, but because we don't have the orbs, they're gonna be like, oh, you should find the orbs and then come back, and we'll let you go to Yggdrasil. However, we're gonna take our friendly horse here, and we're gonna do some spinning. Who here likes spinning?
For those who may, you know, possibly be get a little dizzy from this. It may happen. Most of the screen's covered up, so it's not gonna be too bad. But there will be some high speed spinning here.
Yeah. So we mentioned before that the PC version introduced a couple version exclusive glitches that other versions of the game don't have. This is entirely because of the addition of the ability to control the camera using the mouse. And because the game is not coded with the ability to do this, you can do some weird shenanigans with it. So what we're going to do here is we're going to get over here into the Arborea region, and we're going to park our horse against a very specific spot in the wall. And then we're going to open up the map, and we're going to start swiping our mouse very quickly across the table, as you can see on Jerika's side. And as you notice, we kind of moved a little bit there. So we actually just like top spun our way out of bounds. So we're past the loading zone that would have taken us back to the Snarefelt. And now we're completely out of bounds here, and we're going to do some very careful movement here while we are out of bounds to try not to fall out of bounds, because physics and collision in out of bounds are sort of a suggestion. But basically what we're doing here is that when you're in the Arborea Highlands, the entirety of everywhere outside of Arborea is loaded, which includes the path to Yggdrasil. So we're going to get around the orb check that the game normally does by just going straight to Yggdrasil. Yeah, we're just very much going around it. We need to be a little careful when we're running back in bounds here, because the geometry loads in as we're running in. So if we run in at a weird angle, we can actually get stuck in the geometry and have to warp out and then try again. Thankfully, Jerika had a nice angle going in there. There is the Gigantes enemy there that can be kind of awkwardly in the way sometimes. Thankfully, it was pretty far out of the way that time. And here we are in the first forest. This is the end of Act 1. We skipped like 4 dungeons and the worst boss in the game and a couple of other bosses.
Wait, which one?
Dora.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Dora and Gray is an absolutely terrible fight, worst fight in the game. We skipped it completely. So yeah, we just skipped the entirety of Act 1, and once we get to Yggdrasil proper, the game will give us a zoom point there, which is awesome. We're not quite done with Act 1 stuff, though. We did, accept the request from the friendly mermaid, so we're gonna do some of what she wanted us to do. But once we get the zoom point to get into Yggdrasil, we're going to go back and we're going to progress most of that plot line. You'll see in a little bit. But first, we're going to get up to Yggdrasil here. So we just have a nice little run through the first forest. Looks like Keanu did successfully get out of bounds. Didn't have too much issue with that this time.
Yeah, so right before the run started, I was practicing, just,
That dude is...
trying to make sure that I was not going to mess it up. And I failed it like 18 times in a row. And I'm not kidding when I say I failed it like 18 times in a row. And it just so happens that, I got it. So
Like a boss.
we're in there. But yeah, we have a very long run up. There's absolutely nothing happening here for a few minutes. So if there's anything from the host stand, now is a perfect time for it.
I've always got things for you here at the host stand. Most importantly, we've got $4.44 from Kane Highwind, who says that Final Fantasy IV is best Final Fantasy. I think they have...
Or anything.
Yeah, I mean, that's at least a decent argument.
Right? At least they put a lot of
Yeah.
4s into it.
Especially if it's 4 3D. Just saying. I'm not biased or anything.
Now, Big Sfeel has sent in $25 to say, look at these two mythical runners flanning around right now. Get the dub, Keanu and Flanacondra.
Oh, man.
He's the real mythical runner, though.
That is true.
We've also got $25 from Spock Rocket. Says, donating $9 for my personal favorite Final Fantasy, plus another $2 for the underrated Final Fantasy Tactics A2, plus another $14 for the Final Fantasy I've played the most. By the way, have you ever heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG? Oh, never mind. Of course you have.
I mean, so that's also a very fair point, too, because sometimes I forget that Final Fantasy XIV is a Final Fantasy game, and it is, even though 10 is my favorite, it is the one that I've put the most hours in. I think I'm at like 10,000 hours or so in it or something like that. I've been playing that game since like 2012.
So here, because we got such a high level 25 is very high level for this part of the game, we are able to just repel every single enemy out on the sea. So Jerrica has this long sailing section here where we're just not going to see any enemies. She will have to re-up her holy water as we're going through here, because we have just barely not enough movement to get all the way to Honolulu, which is on the opposite side of the map from everything else that we've been.
There was a runner, he's since sort of retired. He still hangs out every once in a while. An MV2, one of my good friends, did find a way that there is a spot where you can stand, where you can do a single holy water from the strand all the way to Honolulu, but it's just almost never worth it, because if you don't do it exactly right, you're getting an encounter. And even though we're high level, getting an encounter is still very, very tragic, because you still don't have a guaranteed way of escaping. Quickly, at least.
Yeah. So here we are in Honolulu, and we're looking for. First of all, we're gonna steal their cash, because we are, again, brave adventurers off to save the world by robbing it blind. But we're gonna find out that currently the people of Honolulu are being harassed by a giant octopus or squid thing.
Sure.
Called Tentacular. And so and apparently the person that we're looking for is on the ships that are going to try to fight this squidtopus. And we're like, oh, well, we're pretty cool and we're very over leveled. Let's go fight the octosquid ourselves, because that seems like that'll be fun. And so we decided we sail out, and as you passed by, you noticed there were a couple boats in the water. There were 3 boats in the water, and now there's only 2. Which is a little strange. And as we get into that cutscene, suddenly a flying boat comes and tries to attack us that was yeeted into the sky by Tentacular. Okay. So this fight, we're just going to throw everyone on Show No Mercy except for Sylvando, and they're just going to do this fight themselves. Everyone has some pretty strong AoE effects at this point. Jade has multi-thrust, which just does a bunch of damage. Rab doesn't really have any big AoE, but his Zamel ability is quite strong. Hero has Giga Slash, which is an AoE thing that hits all targets. Also, Sylvando has Gold Rush, like we mentioned. There we saw one of the tentacles actually protected the main body, so it ate up a lot of the AoE hits, which is a little unfortunate, but you have to kind of take out the tentacles anyway, so we'll just kind of be mashing through this fight here. Normally, this fight is really difficult if you're trying to do it on level, because this guy just outputs a lot of damage, and each of the tentacles takes their own individual turn if you haven't killed them yet. But with the levels that we're at and all of the extra stuff that we have, especially Gold Rush, we take it out pretty quickly.
In the old route, or not in the old route, I should say, but in the glitchless route and on the Switch route, there's an item that you can go and get in. There's an item that we can get inside of Honolulu. It's called the Honolulu Cannon or something like that, and it stuns Tentacular for the first few turns, which is kind of useful, but also not really useful at the same time.
Yeah, I never actually found that casually. I didn't know about it until I think I heard Keanu giving commentary on it at either a GDQ thing or another DQ RTA. But so here we find Kai, the person that Michelle was looking for, except actually not really. As it turns out, mermaids, because they're immortal, kind of don't really have a great sense of time when it comes to human lives. So the Kai that we're talking to is actually the grandson of the Kai that she was in love with. And now he'll be like, yeah, you know, I don't really care about this mermaid, but like I have this shawl that she gave to my grandfather, so you can like give it back to her and stuff. And so we're gonna take this shawl, and we're gonna go to Act 2. We're gonna not give it back to Michelle because we're kind people.
It's her wedding veil, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's what it is.
It is the bride's veil. And the bride's veil, normally, in Act 1, when you take it back to Michelle, you have two options. You can either lie to her and not break her heart and tell her that her beloved is coming, and then she gets excited and then goes back and continues to wait for him for all eternity. And then she gives you the Lorelei's harp. Or you can tell her the truth and tell her what's going on, and you get to see this really, really sad cutscene. But again, we really don't want to do either of those. So with us taking the bride's veil with us into Act 2 kind of breaks the game. And by kinda, I mean it really breaks the game.
Yeah, more than it already is going to be. So here in Yggdrasil, there is another Yggdrasil leaf we can pick up that's like very, very close. There's also an Yggdrasil dew that I don't think either runner opted to pick up that is a full party, full HP heal. But their Yggdrasil leaf, again, revives a party member at full HP. Very nice to have going into the next act. And here, we're about to get the Sword of Light when suddenly Jasper shows up, except he has his own orb now. And he's very upset and angry, and so we're just kind of going to guard and look at him as he helps us with abilities.
See, there was 7 Dragon Balls. I knew I wasn't crazy.
Oh, yeah. This is like the one orb to rule them all, crafted in secret within the fires of
That's the 4-star.
Dark Yggdrasil.
That's the 4-star.
So here we physically cannot hurt Jasper. The powers of the Dark Orb are too strong, and after 3 turns, he just does a magic burst that knocks us all out. And then the King of Heliodor shows up, and he turns into an evil demon dude and steals the Sword of Light and makes it all cool and evil looking and stuff, and objectively way cooler than the actual Sword of Light is. And then he kind of steals our luminary powers, and then he blows up Yggdrasil, and bad things happen.
Lots of bad things happen.
So that's the end of Act 1. You know, very happy ending. And now we're playing the scenarios. The scenarios were a series of events that were added to the definitive edition of DQ11, so the Switch and onward versions that basically, in the original version, you would go straight from, you know, the world is ending to how heroes survived and everything. But there's a couple of times in Act 2 where you just run into party members and they're just kind of doing their own thing randomly. That's like, oh, I wonder what happened there. And so the scenarios are just meant to be like, hey, here's how what happened to the party between the luminary getting yeeted into the ocean and his return. So first off, we start with Sylvando, who's very sad that the world is ending, understandably. But his best friend, Dave, who's one of the best characters in this game.
Dave Chop.
Convinces him that, in a world where everyone is sad, as an entertainer and a performer, it's his job to be a soldier of smile and make everyone happy again. So basically, we go around on this journey of jolly cooperation to just recruit all the people we can to to our army of happiness, which in this case involves beating those people up on the street and then telling them that they should be friends with us.
But chat, how do we always fix our problems? What is the easiest way to fix most problems? Throw money at it.
Yep.
So that's what we do. We do a lot of that. We throw a lot of money at things in this run.
So yeah, now we have our group of merry men, and we're gonna go from Gondolia. We're gonna make our way back to Gallopolis, and we're gonna help a lot more people, right? Right?
Sure. A couple. Maybe. A few.
There's a bunch of side stuff you can do where there's like random tasks where someone would be like, man, I'm really sad because my plant is evil now. And you're like, don't worry, we'll talk to a talking cow and get you some fertilizer to unevil the plant. Or, stuff like that, just as one does.
Like
I've been helping so many people because I'm a healer. I'm so tired, but I can't sleep without the warm milk that my mom used to give me. Okay, well, let's go find you a jar of warm milk somewhere.
Random stuff like that. You can, recruit your army of merry men. However, we're not going to do any of that. We're going to go straight to Gallopolis, and we're going to recruit, like, the one or two people that we actually care about that are going to let us proceed.
Yeah. Sylvando's, a great person, and I love him to death. But he has the longest scenario. It is the world running simulator. We literally run from Gondolia all the way back to Hoto. And we do a couple of things in between, but it's like 3 or 4 minutes of just running around. So I guess this is another perfect opportunity to kick it to the host stand if there is anything going on over there.
There's always exciting things happening in the host stand. In this case, we've got $25 from LC Dion saying, hearing some of these opinions on the best Final Fantasy brings me great sorrow. I can settle this. 4 + 3 equals the best Final Fantasy. That's right. Final Fantasy Tactics. You will all see the light someday, but I'm encouraged that at least nobody has said Final Fantasy 12, the old US release version. Zodiac/international release is great.
Whoa.
Randomized loot.
Zero Scar is in Sweden right now, very upset right now.
Randomized loot with sub-zero drop rates in a single-player game? What were they thinking?
Excellence, that's what they were thinking.
But keep in mind that we do get to watch Final Fantasy XII, the Zodiac Age any percent coming up in just a few hours here. We also got $25 from Wordman24, says, with regards to the opera scene, the best villain of any Final Fantasy game in Kefka, and certainly not least suplexing a train, how can you not say that Final Fantasy VI is the best Final Fantasy? Anyway, good luck to the runners and keep on keeping on. Now here's the question, are we going to get a lot of drama like this if I start asking people which Dragon Quest is best?
No, because the Dragon Quest community loves each other.
We respect everyone's opinions, even the wrong ones.
Exactly.
I have a feeling that I'm going to get some donations here to prove me wrong, but what comes in, and it all supports a good cause.
I mean, nobody can not say that the originals were great. And the thing is like most every Dragon Quest game is really, really good. I mean, I'm also very particular to 8, PS2, because that's the best one. And I'm not biased in the slightest, I promise.
It's not like you speedrun or anything.
Not like he's the world record holder.
Hey, look, no need to pat me on the back. I appreciate it, though, but no need. I am but a humble runner. But no, 8 is really good, 4 is really good. 3 is like the only one that I really wasn't a big fan of.
You're going to have a lot of Japanese people very angry at you.
Sure. It's just that job system. That job system in 3 was not the greatest. It just wasn't.
So back to the game plot. We're reassembling the circus for this dude because circuses make people happy. So we got our juggler friend and our drummer friend and our horse friend. And now we have like a full-blown army on our hands. Here we're going to be selling that Star of Clarity because it happens to sell for just enough money to get through the final fight that we're going to be doing in this scenario. Actually, like one of 2 fights in this scenario. Because the last little task that we need to complete, the guy that we first helped to get the bouquet for his mother back, also wants to go back to where his mother is in Hado. And there is a monster guarding the way, so we need to defeat that monster. And obviously, the best way to defeat the giant troll enemy guarding the bridge is to throw money at it, so...
Yeah, the Star of Clarity selling for exactly 1,000 is perfect because it gives you exactly 1 extra cast of Gold Rush. The scenario grants you 3,000 gold at the very beginning of it, and you need 4 total Gold Rushes to fight all of the forced fights that you do optimally. So it used to be where we would hold on to the Dracilian Sovereign that we get in Dundersill before we go and fight, or before we go and find out about our grandfather and our past in terms of Dundersill and all that stuff. But because the Star of Clarity kind of helps for Spider, as you could have watched from both of us running it, it just kind of works out a little bit better to just go ahead and burn the coin early and then put the Star of Clarity on. But again, we still have a lot more running to go. Jerika's a little bit ahead of me. She's almost about to fight the Cyclops. And I'll be catching up here in a little bit. But if there's anything else from the host stand, now is the opportune time.
Well, I think I'm going to take a moment here to shout out a couple of our artists that have helped us out so much here at RPG Limit Break. One artist that deserves special thanks is the one that worked on our overlays, Uro, who can be found on Twitter at Ourolen, Ourolen. We're also incredibly grateful to LLK, a longtime contributor to GDQ Marathons, and the designer of our promo banners, attendee badges, and emotes. Check out her work at jazzaboo.com. That's JAZAABOO.com.
So this Gigantes fight here is usually fine. I've died to this fight once, and I think that's like the only time I've ever seen anyone die to it. You can get really unlucky with its move choices. Its ability Cracker Whack can knock down party members to make them lose a turn. And so if you get really unlucky with that and he uses it a bunch, you can just lose turns, and then you can get unlucky. Because there are people in your party who can heal you, and sometimes they just don't.
Like Dave.
Yeah, Dave does have a bunch of strong medicine, but sometimes he just decides to drop kick the giant instead.
Yeah,
because he's a man.
Kick.
Dave chop.
And with that, we have completed Sylvando's scenario, which is the longest one by far, and we're going to go over to Jade's scenario. So while Sylvando is trying to make the world happy, Jade has decided to lash out in incredible violence against all of the monsters in the world. And so she finds out that the monsters have taken over Octagonia, and so she's gonna go and try to save the people who are there.
Wow, 3 crits.
That is a lot of crits. But here we find the demons, or the monsters seem to be setting up like a casino or something. And, no one likes casinos in RPGs, so we gotta stop that. Because casinos are definitely not something that like every RPG has in a, that's not allowed, not cool.
Oh.
And we get pulled into the Shadow Realm.
And look at this costume.
Yeah, and now we're in a bunny suit.
It looks a little familiar.
A little
I can't put my finger on it.
Yeah. But this is the hair-raising suit. It's like one of the best pieces of equipment in the game because if the person wearing it dies, they will just like permanently auto-revive.
And the person wearing it has to be Jade. It
Yeah.
only goes on her.
Yeah, so now she's just immortal and is told she's going to be doing a bunch of fighting against monsters, which, that's cool. Definitely not suspicious at all why we're doing that when the person that gave us the bunny suit is the evil monster lord over the arena.
For those who are Jade enthusiasts, I apologize ahead of time. Get it in while you can, because this is the last that you will see of her.
On this run.
Unless one of us decides to do a really safety backup that is completely unnecessary to bring her back, this will be it. She will never return to the party because of
the shenanigans.
The shenanigans
we have done. So we have these fights. This is like normally when you're playing the game, kind of the point where you just take a bathroom break or dip out, because you just kind of set Jade to show no mercy here. There is one fight that we did pick up some rock bomb shards, which cast a spell that hits all enemies. We're going to be using that on the third of these fights because we don't have really enough MP to deal with them. There's also 6 enemies, and multi-thrust is a random target attack that hits random targets or random enemies in a group 4 times. So against 6 enemies who are in 2 groups of 3, that doesn't work super well. And again, we're out of MP by this point. The good news is if we do die, the hair-raising suit revives us with full MP as well. But this fight here, we're just going to throw the 2 rock bomb shards to get rid of them, because that's just a lot faster to do. Or we can just
Or I could turbo into it on accident.
I hit the wrong button too. I did a thunder thrust because I'm smart.
Oh no.
Oh no. So yeah, it's likely we'll die at some point during this, which again is totally fine. And if anything, dying here is good because it means that we have all of our MP going into the boss fight that we do immediately after this.
On PB attempts, normally this scenario is the one bathroom break that you get. If you already have died once, the tutorial about you dying comes back because we're switching back from 2D to 3D mode. Things that happened in the first time that we were in 3D mode don't exist in this version. So
alternatively, if you have a controller with auto fire, you can just set that and leave.
Yeah.
Well, while we auto battle, do we have a quick moment?
Yeah, go for it.
Great. We have a $50 donation from a friend Doggy Kitty, who's giving me a World of Warcraft in-joke with "Let fly." I hear 2 people in the audience who got that joke. With that, my time hit the donation station here, or the host station is actually up here, so I'm taking over for sending it to the capable hands of Boogie Poppy, my good friend, and she's going to carry out the rest of the run. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Zathia.
Thank you.
thank you,
awesome.
Xavier. Perfect.
I'll send you straight. Feast your eyes on this.
Oh yeah, so this is Boogie's girlfriend, by the way, Boudica. She's kind of the ruler of the Shadow Realm. And it seems like Boogie just sent us in here to kill his girlfriend for some reason.
Booga likes us more.
Yeah. Well, and it seems like Underdigger has been charmed, as has Golden Boy.
Go get him, Tiger.
Look, she do got dem gains, I will say that.
Something that you'll notice that we'll do in the beginning of the game, I guess we really didn't talk about it too much. We set the game mode to freeform battle, which lets us move the characters around in the arena all over the place. That doesn't seem like a whole lot to it, but it's kind of nice because it allows you to, like, in between your turns, move your characters closer to the enemies that you're facing. And it's just a small optimization because now you don't have to wait for the animation of your character to run all the way up to them before they do it. They just instantly start their action. So it's a slight little optimization.
Yeah. So we beat up Boudica, we escape the Shadow Realm, and then the hair-raising suit actually brainwashes Jade. So now she's Boogie's girlfriend or
Forever,
something.
unfortunately.
Yeah, and normally there would be a whole thing where we save her from that, but unfortunately we're kind of just going to leave Jade there.
We like not doing 5 more bosses.
Yeah, and now we're back in the DQ4 section of the game where we have our good friend Elijah, the heel slime.
Healy.
Yeah, aka Healy, and we're in a dungeon that has the DQ4 dungeon music, which is my favorite dungeon music in the series by a very large margin. And we're be picking up some items and doing some more fights to battle for glory. So this is probably my personal favorite of the scenarios, just because I do think the DQ4 stuff is really cool. So yeah, we'll be going through that for a little bit. Again, we'll have a couple fights that we'll do. The strat for these fights will be, like we mentioned before, to do ailment attacks, specifically sleeper hit into Persecutor.
Mhm.
And that will basically allow us to two-shot all of the enemies in this area. So while we do that, how about we let our new host introduce themselves?
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. This is Boogie Poppy. You might have seen me earlier when I failed to guess songs. I want to give a big shout out to my friend Zathian. Despite his very bad Final Fantasy opinions, he's still been a great mentor to me this week. So I am looking forward to being on the rest of the run with you all.
Did we talk about the items that we got here?
Oh, yeah. So here we are going back to daggers for Eric, like we mentioned. However, we haven't had a dagger for Eric in a while, and there's a couple ways that you can remedy this. You can either pick up an assassin's dagger in the cave under Octagonia, which is a bit of a detour to grab, and if you die to spider, then you have to grab it twice. You can purchase a eagle dagger, I believe, from Port Valor after when you go there to buy other items. Actually, I think you buy that when you go to open the sea gate. Or you can do what both of our runners are going to do here, and they're actually going to pick up a batterfly knife, which has just enough damage on it, and also the ability to inflict paralysis, which we can take advantage of with Victimizer to do extra damage if we happen to inflict a paralysis on the enemies. Jerika actually, I saw grabbed dual wield here, which I don't know if I've ever seen before. So
Yeah, I do a little bit different thing where it does a little bit more damage.
that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, the dual wield strat kind of eliminates your sometimes you'll get a bad damage roll and it will take 2 sleeper hits and persecuttors to kill something. It kind of just eliminates that, but then it costs you money later with rectifications and
It actually doesn't, because Eric's skills all get reset.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. Never mind. It's just better then.
Yeah.
Why am I not doing this? I don't know.
I think it's probably because we're used to, because the de facto thing used to be Assassin's Dagger, which is stronger than the Batterfly Knife and didn't have any sort of damage range problems.
That makes sense.
But with the Batterfly Knife, that with being, I say relatively new, it's like 3 or 4 years old still, I guess this is just better. So thanks, Jerika. You just schooled all of us.
Hey, look, I'm an old head, and I've been doing this for a long time, and I'm stuck in my ways. So, you know, that's the reason why I run Turtle Shell still. It's the reason why all of these newfangled strats that all these new runners keep coming up with, I don't know anything about.
Hey, you do cutting edge strats at least.
That's just because Hanan wouldn't stop talking about it. I love him to death, but he really likes to bug me about that stuff.
But it is faster, and the world record does it, so you know.
Sure.
So during these fights, you really can't die because unlike in DQ4, the heal slime we have actually consistently heals you.
That was the wrong button.
And so you're really not in danger of. I don't think I've ever seen anyone die during these 3 fights ever.
So in the switch route, yes.
Oh, because you're a lower level.
You're way lower level. It's way likely to die. But yeah, even though I kept hitting the wrong buttons and stuff like that, it still ended up working out for me. And also, in between each fight, Elijah will full heal you back with full HP and MP. It's because, you know, he is the superior Healy.
So the chest that Jerika just did a little rain dance around there has an agility ring in it. It just boosts your agility. Like we said before, that plus the demon tail from earlier, we're going to be putting on Sylvando in a little bit because having our offensive buffer / one of our main healers go first in every round of combat will / AoE nuke person with Gold Rush. Having that person who just kind of does everything utility-wise go first is really useful. So we'll pick that up with Eric. We won't have access to it until we get Eric back in our party later on, but that will be very useful later. And here we're going to get into a little bit of a fight with some monsters that we... is again another one of those you win by losing fights. That we fight a bunch of enemies and we're like, oh no, we can't win, and then Elijah's like, I'll give you my power, but it will cost you, and so we go Super Saiyan, and to deal with a really scary big guy in our newfound Super Saiyan mode, we're just gonna sit here and defend.
Is it Super Saiyan or is it Kaioken?
I don't know. I don't watch Dragon Ball.
Shame. Shame on you. Shame on your family. Oh my Lanta.
So this fight, he goes through a series of actions, and then once he does his desperate attack for the second time, the fight will automatically end. And then we'll find out the cost that was referenced here is that Eric is actually going to lose all of his power and become an amnesiac and fall off this floating rock in the sky that will never... Nice dodge.
When you don't need it.
Yeah, right. So, yeah, no, Eric's just kind of a wanderer, and he's like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know who I am anymore, and I'm sad for some reason. And after that tragic moment, now we're going to, spend our days like every distinguished gentleman by chasing bunny girls.
I mean, it's a man after my own heart. But yeah, there's not a whole lot going on in Rab's scenario, just doing some kingly duties. We're back in the city of Dundersill, and things are going a little weird, and we're not sure what's going on.
Yeah,
Rab's the king again.
Yeah, so Rab is basically reliving a couple of his memories of essentially the day that his daughter married the father of the hero, the day that the hero was born, and then a bit of a what-if scenario is like, what if Dundersill never fell? Also, in this point, the king asks us to perform his kingly duties for him here because his child is being born. And so we proceed to completely not do any of those kingly duties because we're a great king.
Hey, look, they gave me the option to skip my duties. I'm going to take it.
I think the saddest part, though, about not doing the kingly duties is that one of the questions that you receive, there's a couple like different scenarios you're given where you're like supposed to impart Rab's wisdom to the other kingdoms of the world. And there's like, there's the legitimate option. There's like oh yeah, this kind of makes sense. And then there's a funny option for all of them. Like one of them is like, how do the people of Gallopolis beat the summer heat? And one of them's like, throw a pool party. And my favorite is there's a great tournament happening in Octagonia and we need to send a champion. And you can just straight up send a grizzly bear to fight on behalf of Dundersill for you. And so here in this scenario, we're at a surprise party for Rab. And the champion of the tournament is off posing to the side. And if you pick the bear is just kind of chilling there like, thank you so much, sir, for putting your trust in me. Like, I'm really happy to have represented my family and my wife and kid are so proud of me. And you're like, oh, that's super wholesome, Mr. Scary Grizzly Bear.
Instead, it just defaults to the muscle guy because that's the thing that everybody thinks is going to win tournaments is big muscles.
All right, everyone in the room and in chat, guess a number between 0 and 3. Because here we're like, hey, there's something wrong here. Like, this isn't how things are in reality. And then we meet Grandmaster Peng, and we discover that Rab came here to train to learn basically the secrets of power to defeat evil. And Grandmaster Peng is going to train us, but first she's going to discipline us with her... we got a hit. Oh, we got a hit.
So they're legitimately called the Naughty Sticks, and they're the greatest weapons ever. You can get them in the game casually. They do critical damage for no reason. They do almost no damage, though. So they're really good for like killing metal slimes and whatnot. Also, changed my mind. Grandmaster Peng, best waifu? Questions?
In other news, we're a fish.
Life under the sea,
Yeah, so...
How do you like that segue, chat?
we have become the... instead of the Illuminary, we're now the Tunanary. The Carped Crusader, if you will. The fishy friend.
Hey, by the way, we have another chance to guess if anybody wants to try to guess on my side.
Oh yeah, how many?
Jerica got 1. Can I beat 1?
But yeah, this is how we survived the getting stabbed and having our luminary powers stolen, is we got turned into a fish. As one does.
0.
I've gotten him to crit there once.
I have seen Rab before. So this is Nautica, which is a place that we were supposed to go that we didn't. When you get the Lorelai's harp, you're supposed to come here and talk to the queen, and she gives you one of the orbs and kind of gives you the direction of where some of the other orbs might be. Instead, she's like, "Hey, you're that person that you totally helped out earlier. Yeah." We're like, "Yep, we definitely did that." But apparently, the people of Nautica are under attack by a giant sea monster named Alizarian, who is currently approaching them, their location at a rapid speed. But first, we're shown like, "Oh yeah, the world's kind of not great right now. But hey, you can go back and save the world because you're the luminary and stuff." And we're like, "Cool, that sounds good. And we'll definitely fight Alizarian for you."
Sure. I have another question, and it's something that has always wondered. I've been running this game since 2019. From the Switch version is when I started. And I've always wondered, why does the fish have the bag still? Why didn't the bag disappear?
Fashion.
Is it just like, hey, that's just how you know that it's the luminary because of that bag? I mean, I will say I've been wearing this bag for this outfit all day, and it has been very nice. But I don't know. It's just, it seems so out of place. It's cloth. It's probably soaking wet. Everything in it's soaky or soggy. I don't know.
So oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Was that
Best
an
RNG.
instant?
That was immediate
I love
right above
the
her.
instant hook.
Man.
So we got fished, and now we're okay. We'll just not talk about the sick lip piercing that Hero's probably going to have the rest of his life from that. But that fishing hook can appear in like a bunch of random locations in that giant grotto area, and it can spawn directly above you, which is the best possible outcome. There's 1 or 2 locations in that room that you can like. If you don't immediately start moving towards it, the hook will actually leave and then be recast at a different location. So
That's always a fun day.
Yeah.
I think it's 6 different areas where the hook can spawn in that pool, and there's 2 of them that are pretty good, and then the rest of them are just not the greatest. So expect me to be the furthest away possible. Yep,
Oh, no.
I am the literal farthest away that it could be.
if you want that piercing, you got to work for it. Yeah.
I gotta work. I'm gonna get there before it despawns, right?
Yeah, you're good.
Yes.
Yeah, as long as you like start moving as soon as it. Suddenly Drakies.
Those guys are always hard to see.
Yeah, so the Drakies load in like slightly later than the rest of the area, depending on your system. So sometimes you'll, and this is true with any enemy. So sometimes you'll start running towards your destination, and a bunch of Drakies will show up. Sometimes when you're doing true ending speedruns, the Drakies will be a giant dragon. And, suddenly dragon.
Oh, that's a wipeout.
Goodbye, Lapras. Thankfully, we literally just screen transitioned, though. Oh, actually, we're getting sent back to the fishing hut. Oh, well. That's not too... Well, we had a lead change from that. But,
Yep.
Thankfully, again, autosave is very, very forgiving, so it's not too far back.
But
that's another, what?
That's another-
10 bucks,
Oh,
you
yeah,
said?
but that's another $10 or 20. That one's 20.
party wipes are $20.
Right,
right,
party
there
was
we go.
20. So that's
So we're at 2.
50. So we're at $50 total.
Yep. If anybody in chat wants to match us, feel free. We would love it.
We're definitely not approaching a boss fight that can add
Oh,
like
goodness.
$60
Oh,
to that
gosh.
counter.
Yeah, this Tyrion fight.
No, but please promise to match us now and just don't worry about what's going to happen in the next
Yeah,
20 minutes.
exactly.
Sure.
Totally fine.
I'm with it.
I have at least one person who already has. Would you like to hear it?
Yes,
Yes.
bring it on.
Well, when I said, would you like to hear it, it really is just, we've got $50 from Nowhere Man with no comment, but thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much.
We have a continuation of some of the drama from earlier as well.
Oh, Lord.
Imagine
Best
that.
Final Fantasy game, you guessed it, it's Bravely Default.
Question mark ping.
We also have $10 from Sumdiner. Dragon Quest community drama? Oh, I know. Let's talk Dragon Quest V. Bianca is the right choice. Come fight me.
I mean, why would we argue? He's right.
He's sort of right. That's the thing. Like,
And in a move of absolute cruelty, since I used to be an English teacher, Zathian left me math to do live on stream. $100 from Nick Knackle saying, the best Final Fantasy is obvious. 12 divided by 7 plus Rebirth times 6 plus 8, parentheses 11 plus 14 equals Chrono Trigger.
Oh, okay.
Oh, all right. And no.
I see that math.
Yeah, no, I'm
it's-
following that. I follow that.
there's some people out there.
Checks out.
Math checks out. I agree. All right, so currently right now, though, we are back home in Cobblestone, but it's not Cobblestone anymore. It's called the Last Bastion.
Oh yeah, everyone didn't die, by the way. It turns out before Jasper killed everyone, Hendrik, who's actually kind of a good guy, was like, no, we shouldn't do that. That's not cool. We should just lock them up instead. And so even though now Heliodor is kind of destroyed, at least everyone sort of survived, and this is sort of like the last bastion of humanity on this continent, because a demon by the name of Tyriant has caused this area to be perpetually nighttime using the power of one of the orbs which has been corrupted, and is sending an army of the undead to take care of everyone who remains in the bastion. So we agreed to deal with that because we just got our family back, and Hendrik's kind of like angry stare guy right now.
Yeah,
But,
he's still of the mindset that we're the Darkspawn, but doesn't realize really that the king was just a bad guy telling him to do things, and he's a good knight who follows his king's orders no matter what. So it's not really Hendrik's fault.
Yeah,
But Jasper, on the other hand,
yeah, Jasper's gone full on evil by this point. There are 3 barrels here. 2 of them have items in them, and the one that doesn't is the middle one, which is kind of annoying. But Jerica passed the barrel test, so
nice for Barents. I could really use that against Tyriant, not here.
Yeah.
But it's fine.
yeah. So like we said before, Forbearance is an ability that makes it so all attacks will be directed at the character using Forbearance. And so there's a bunch of enemies here that can attack us. This fight isn't really all that risky because we do have the Zombies Bane weapon that we picked up when we were in Nautica earlier, and that does extra damage to undead enemies. So thanks to that, we are able to do quite a lot of damage to these enemies and deal with them pretty quickly. However, the boss coming up, we would love to see lots of use of Forbearance. In that case, using Forbearance is kind of annoying, but...
I'm a level up.
Oh, yeah, because you had to kill the extra medals.
Level 26 is kind of interesting. This may make things a little weird for me and the scripted fight against Grandpa later.
That shouldn't matter.
It shouldn't matter, but it's going to mess with my head because I'm very used to seeing very specific numbers, and
yeah.
I'm not going to see those specific numbers, and I might panic.
Yeah, if you just follow the script, it will be... if you follow the script the same, that should just work.
I got some advice for you, Keanu.
Don't die.
Yeah.
Yeah,
How'd you know?
I mean, that's the goal of every run, right? Just don't die, forehead. Well, in this case, actually, it's okay to die because, then money to charity, but I'd like to be able to eat tomorrow.
So here, Henrik's like, yeah, you know what? You really are like a brave and noble person. So you really are the luminary. So now I'm gonna, protect you at all costs as we go to try to save Heliodor from Tyriant, and we voyage off.
Yeah, the king of Heliodor, who is no longer possessed, decides, if we just sit here, they're going to keep sending waves upon waves upon waves of enemies, and eventually they're going to break through our defense. So what we should do is we should send our 2 best people to go and infiltrate the entire castle by themselves, because they got it. And don't worry, I'll protect everybody, even though I'm a little old and, I'm still capable. So that's where we're heading.
He uses a sword in that robe that he has,
Yeah, he's got a hidden dagger. So
However, as we are sneaking into Heliodor Castle, we do have a bit of a grudge match to fight.
Oh yeah.
It
Did
is,
we get that?
We
Yeah.
did get that, right? The fight the Black Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll be sneaking into Heliodor Castle the same way that we escaped it the last time, which means off to the side there's a bit of a sleepy boy who has who's been cruising for a bruising for a little bit, and we're gonna give it to him. First, we're gonna do some more shopping for better equipment, though. Since we're hero alone, our armor actually does kind of matter to not get murdered horribly.
Yeah, so I bought a heavy armor which reduces where it's a better chest place for a hero. It gives more resilience. It also reduces ice-based attacks and fire-based attacks by 20 points of damage, which doesn't sound like a lot, but can help with a couple of damage rolls.
When a lot of the scary attacks in the game are breath attacks, it's pretty nice.
Mm-hmm. But that's going to be the armor that Hero is going to pretty much wear for the pretty far for the rest of the run. But coming up here, because of y'all, everybody in chat's generous donations, both myself and jerikandra, we are going to fight the Black Dragon, as Freedom was talking about, a little bit of grudge match for chasing us all the way down and almost killing us.
And robbing us of those metal slimes.
Yeah, so time for revenge, and we're going to do the thing that is the most noble, and catch him while he's asleep. Because who wants to fight him straight up? That seems unfair. So normally we would just enter through the super secret sewer entrance and keep on running straight. But yeah, we're gonna take this little detour thanks to everybody's generosity.
Speaking of generosity, we have a little bit more coming in here. We have $50 from that trans tank with no comment, but thank you very much. We also have $15, and this one's sort of suspicious, from Mr. Bear saying, I vote to release the grizzly bear.
I agree.
Hello, Mr. Dragon. Would you like to spar?
Boop.
So I took the noble way and I hit him, which wakes him up instantly. But if you just walk into him, he doesn't wake up.
But he does swipe his terrible tail.
So your
Alliteration is powerful.
luckily he only gets one attack. But Hendrik being an NPC party member, he can't die. So if he just takes some of the damage, he also likes to throw magic waters, which gives me more MP. He will also cast mid heal to help, keep me healthy. But I don't like trusting him, so I will just do it myself sometimes. But that is my revenge on the Black Dragon.
All right, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, we did it. We have quested the dragon.
I will say, though, the reward for killing him is kind of nice because you get some really good crafting items. You get a gold ore, a platinum ore, and a silver ore, which are very high value items when it comes to crafting. But unfortunately, I'm not going to use any of it. I might? No.
No, none of those are ingredients for the
None of those are
stuff.
ingredients for the dragon stuff. But we're going to keep it moving. A little bit of extra experience might be nice. We're also going to play dodgeball with all of these enemies. It's kind of tight running through these. As if you bonk a wall, it's kind of unfortunate.
All right, everyone, we dragon quested too. Yeah, so there's a couple items we're going to pick up as we go through here. Some stat boosting items, some MP restoration, and another piece of equipment. Also some money. And yeah, as we're going through these sewers, the enemies go through some very specific patterns that you can just kind of make their cycles. Keanu will be very careful at this stretch right here not to run directly in the middle of the path because there are some drop babbles that will pay us a visit. I disagree, but okay.
I definitely disagree with that as well. But hey, hitboxes are cool.
Ooh, that poison's not great.
Yeah, so this poison is going to be awkward. I think I know.
I think you have an antidote in there. Maybe you do?
I think Hero has access to... No, he does not have access to Squelch. I mean, the only thing that I have is a Panacea.
That works, yeah.
I kind of don't want to use those, but I kind of also don't want to be poisoned because that's just going to make Tyrion even worse.
Just don't get hit.
Yeah. I buy extras because technically with the route that we're doing, you only need 2. I like to buy extras because if you only buy 2, then you're forced to use the MP that you have in your MP pool to cast mid-heal over and over for the Tyrion fight, which then makes Hendrik's AI want to use magic waters more often, which is not always an ideal situation. So I'll use a couple of extra Panaceas just for the healing and not the MP usage.
It's fine. Greg will just use forbearance every time
Yeah.
it's
Yes,
important.
that's what he's going to do today. I
So
have a feeling.
when Hendrik doesn't want to be a good guy, he's Hendrik, but when he's awesome, he's Greg.
Yeah, Greg is going to forbearance the Dark Shock turn, and it'll be great.
Let's hope. Also, this is a small optimization. For some reason, if you zoom back to Heliodor Castle while in Heliodor Castle, it teleports you back to the entrance that you came in through from the sewers, which is a little, it's a little time save because you have to come over here to get to the kitchen anyway. Because what we found out whenever we touched that Yggdrasil root was that the King of Heliodor is a snack fiend, and so much so that he had one of his servants build a secret tunnel that leads directly from his bedroom to the kitchen. And that's what we found out whenever we looked at the Yggdrasil root. We found out that there's this path behind this random dresser, so that's how we get to the second floor that was normally inaccessible. But through this door is where we fight Tyrion. This fight is scary. I'm going to stop talking.
Yes, so Tyrion has, I believe, 2,000 HP. And each of our Giga Slashes here does about 130. And so, yeah, the way this fight works, he works on a pretty strict AI pattern where basically he alternates between having 1 turn and 2 turn every single turn. He opens up by using Sword Stance, which would parry a bunch of our moves. However, Giga Slash cannot be parried, which is really nice. However, Hendrik hitting him does not do great things. So ideally, we want Hendrik to apply buff to us to increase our defense and then use Forbearance. Once this Shadow is out, now the Shadow will start taking turns, and eventually we'll also use Oompful.
Thank you.
That's very good. So now Hendrik will eat all of the attacks for this turn, which is really helpful. The Shadow basically exists to buff up the attack of Tyrion and lower our defense, which is why it's nice if Hendrik actually gets a attack buff or a defense buff on us. That's really good forbearance value there.
I'm going to just burn the Sage's Elixir because Hendrik doesn't want to give me a magic water, but that's fine.
Yeah. So here we just started the second loop of Tyrion's AI. You notice that after like 2 or 3 turns of existing, the Shadow pepped. So what's going to happen here is that Tyrion's going to take his actions a couple of times and he's going to summon the Shadow again. Except this time, once he summons the Shadow, he himself and his Shadow are both going to simultaneously pep. That is going to allow them to do 1 of 2 pep attacks. One of them is Kozamel, which is a strong dark attack, which is preferably what we see because we do have the tail that does increase our dark resistance by a little bit. Or they could use Dark Shock, which is an incredibly powerful attack that we really don't want to see. Ideally, of course, Hendrik just uses Forbearance here and we're fine. But he decided to hit the Shadow instead, and let's see, we're gonna get, Hell Shock.
I mean, that's fine.
That's actually fine, yeah.
I didn't do that. I didn't lose that much HP.
Yeah.
What I don't want to see... Okay, I got a second turn. Because if the Shadow got a second turn, he could have cast Oompful on... and that would have been really bad.
Yeah, Oompful on Tyrion is very, very bad because he already outputs quite a lot of damage, and so his damage output going up would be very scary and can lead to just some guard loops and healing loops, which you don't really want to see, but we are pretty close to killing him. Another 1 or like another 2 attacks should take him down. Hendrik has been doing some pretty good chip damage though, so I think on the next attack we should have this fight.
Yeah, I've been taking this extra slow, making sure to be extra
All right, good
careful.
fight. Let's go.
That was a very
Tyrion.
solid Tyrion fight. I want to say the extra level helped.
Yeah, I think it did. Again, individual levels in these games, for those who weren't here when I said it before, are really, really big, generally just across Dragon Quest. And so 1 extra level, you're like, oh, it's a whatever, big deal, still like low level, but it actually helps quite a bit. And here looks like we have a really good fight on Jerika's side as well.
Yeah, I'm not getting hit as much. Maybe it's too soon to say that.
Yeah, I'm over here like trying to peek just to see how it's going.
And there's a Sinister Shadow, but his health is already red. And the Shadow is more than happy to just attack Hendrik, so... Oh, yeah, no, they just really want Hendrik to go.
Yeah.
Nice, let's go.
This race is this is a little close.
All right, let's hear it one time for our boy Greg.
Yeah.
Let's go, Greg.
He was actually Greg for both of us, which is really, really nice.
So now the Perpetual Night has ended, and we are given a task from the King of Heliodor to set out into the world, find the rest of our party, reassemble, and defeat Mortigan, who is the evil Dark Lord that was possessing him previously, who has destroyed Yggdrasil and has built a giant evil floating castle in its place.
Speaking of former friends and betrayals and all of the other sad things in the world, we've got
That's a good segue.
$15 from Mr. Sad Dragon that says, "Release the dragon." Oh, never mind.
I got you.
Thank you, sir. Again, for those that don't know, I have Freedom's iPad, and it has a few cliff notes for me so that I don't forget anything. And it keeps turning off because I don't have to look at it that often, but when I do need it, apparently it's always off.
Yeah, I think I have the cooldown timer for that set to like 5 minutes, and Keeanu's just too good for that. So yeah.
Sorry. Like I said, I'm not like Jericho over here who has absolutely nothing, is doing everything out of memory.
I've been grinding this for the last 2 months nonstop, though.
Yeah, I haven't been. I have not been. I've done a couple of practice runs here and there, but I've had my head stuck in too many other different games. And now that I'm back on it, it is starting to come back. But still need a little bit of help every once in a while. Where am I going? Like right now, I started talking and completely forgot which direction I was going. I thought I was back at the first part of the game. Yeah, I'll back in Act 1 again.
Yeah. So here we're going through the Mango Grove again. In the apocalyptic events at the end of Act 1, a log got knocked down, which actually allows us to shortcut right back to the Port of Valor region. And from there, our goal is basically we're traveling to Angri-La, which is a monastery of warrior monks that normally the kings of Dundrasil traditionally would send their princes to train at to like learn the ultimate magic and find inner peace and all that good stuff. So we're like, well, you know, if we're going to defeat the evil, we should probably be trained properly. And so we're journeying forth to Angri-La to see what we can learn from there. Also in the process, you'll notice Key's kind of running in the opposite direction of that. There's a campfire over here. Campfires are all zoom points. So because the next place we're pretty soon we're going to have to go to Port of Valor, we're tagging the zoom point there just to allow us to backtrack through these areas much quicker. We're also going to be doing some rectifying for Hendrik. Hendrik is the tankiest character in the game. He also has a great sword tree that is fantastic, but he starts invested in a bunch of random different trees. So we're going to just rectify him, get a bunch of free points, and we're going to get him some very, very good abilities. Specifically, we're going to be getting him the double up ability, which increases his attack by 2 stages at the cost of a defense debuff. And we are also going to be getting him the Unbridled Blade ability, which is I believe, the strongest single target greatsword ability in the game, and as a result, just one of the strongest single attacks in the game.
It'll be his main damage source for the remainder of the game.
And Hero will also be going for that eventually, and it will be Hero's main damage source as well.
Hero's damage source Hero as a damage source definitely does fall off because again he is.
Key, where are you going?
I don't know. I started talking again. See, I gotta stop. I gotta stop talking. But again, Hero's, and as I say that, I start talking again. Hero's considered like one of the all-rounder characters. He's good at healing. He has healing magic. He's got physical attacks. He has access to a lot of good luminary skills that help boost his damage, give him really good access to good skills. Hendrik is he's your traditional tank warrior. He does damage, and he tanks damage, and that's really nice. Especially whenever you set him up to do, I don't know, like 800 damage in a single attack. So it's going to get some of these numbers are going to get a little outrageous.
Yeah, Unbridled Blade is also very good in the sense that it is an unparryable ability. One of the issues we've been running into with using Cutting Edge, which is also a really strong ability, is that Cutting Edge can be parried, whereas Unbridled cannot be. I believe the caveat to that is that Unbridled cannot crit, but its base damage is incredibly high. Oh, those dragons are out for
voted me up for some reason.
So here we're going through this cave. We have to beat up these dragon riders to steal their pet dragons, so that we can fly. Something to look out for that like the runners aren't really looking out for, but it's cool if it happens, is that these Dragon Riders do have a chance to drop a Worm Slayer or
Dragon Fang.
Yeah, Dragonbane, which is a
1%. It is a 1 in 256.
Never seen it.
I have gotten it
I've
in a
gotten it
run.
once or twice.
It's in my PV actually, from like years and years ago. I got it, and it saves exactly 4 seconds.
I think it saves more than that because it means you don't have to craft. Because crafting takes a little bit. Because you have like the craft, you have to go into the crafting menu and then you have to make it, and then you have
Okay,
to
maybe
fail
14.
animation.
Maybe 14.
But either way, if you get it, it's really cool. It's also a weapon upgrade. That doesn't really matter right now. Oh, drop dragon, nice.
I
think you just run and pray.
I disagree, game.
While we have a moment of disagreement, let me get you something that everyone can agree on.
Yeah.
We have several incentives for the very next run that are still open, and I want to remind everyone. First is Name the Human for the Secret of Varonis. Right now we've got Porom in the lead at $50, Natara at $8, and I think we'd all like to see that one come up, right? We've also got Name the Monster for the Secret of Varonis, and Larpus is firmly in the lead at 55. Haven't encountered that name before, not really sure what it's a reference to. Also, we have Name the Robot for the Secret of Varonis, and Mecha Link is in the lead at 85. That is the next run. If you want to impact any of those, now's your chance.
If you want the lore behind it, I could probably try to tell the story. I don't tell it nearly as
I
good
can summarize it.
Go ahead.
All right, so a lot of you have seen Larpus popping up a lot throughout this event, which is partially my fault.
Partially, he says.
It's entirely my fault. So basically, Larpus is it's a Franker Phase Z emote that a lot of us in specifically the Shin Megami Tensei community, which is the community that I'm most active in, but a number of other communities as well have kind of adapted this emote as well, that it's a favorite emote of a lot of people. The background behind it is that when Pokemon Gen 7 was being announced, Sword and Shield, and they were being like, oh yeah, we have like all new 3D models for all of our Pokemon, but also because we're doing that and it's a Switch game, we're not going to have the national decks. And, you know, people were not super happy about that. One specific fan was very upset and was like, oh, you know, obviously it's because Game Freak is lazy. See, I can recreate Lapras in like 15 minutes in this expensive computer animating software. And it looks like something that someone would make in 15 minutes. It's, you know, it's Lapras, but it has like the big googly eyes and it looks very concerned, and
He's very concerned.
Very
concerned Lapras.
And it's beautiful. It's just like the most beautiful thing that mankind has ever created.
If you want to see it, there's loads of variations of it now too. Just Google Larpus FFZ and you'll see why we love it so much. It is the greatest.
So when it was, you know, revealed that the one of the grand prizes for this year would be this beautiful plush, I made it my goal that the entirety of the RPG speedrunning community needs to know about Larpus, and
That's the other reason why there's the googly eyes on Lapras, because that's not Lapras anymore, that's Larpus.
yeah. So there you all go. There's the lore on Larpus, and we would love to see just the Larpus sweep across the naming incentives.
It would be really, really cool if that one FFZ emote was allowed in Twitch chat just for this event. That would be super fun.
But we've been flying through this cave now that you all understand how great Lapras is, or Larpus, excuse me. Lapras is also great. I'm not a big Pokemon fan, but the one Pokemon game I've beaten, Lapras was like a huge part of my party and is like one of my favorite Pokemon. So Lapras is cool. Larpus is even cooler though. But after all of that, we finally made it to Angri-La. We met with a strange multi-universal hybrid of Aang and Krillin, who is told us that, oh yeah, by the way, your grandpa is up at the top of the mountain and is like meditating or something.
We don't actually know that he's our grandpa.
Well, now we do. But
He was just told that the hermit is meditating at the top, and of course, Hendrik is the one that discovered the copy of Ogler's magazine sitting next to him. And that's how we know that that is in fact Grandpa.
It's Ogler's Digest. Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry. My bad.
Important lore, Keanu.
All right, so
Important lore.
so we know that Freedom is Greg and I am not.
So we get transported into the spirit realm where Rab has been training, and he has unlocked the power of Grand Cross, or Pearly Gates if you play the English translation, which is just a worse name. But now we have to fight our grandpa again. Well, we learn how to master the Quadra Slash ability, which is like the, quote, ultimate technique. And, yeah, so basically the way this fight works, the first time we try to cast Quadra Slash, it's very weak. Every time we cast it, its damage doubles. And eventually, after a certain number of casts, it will do 300 damage, and we will have defeated our grandfather. We're also going to flex on our grandfather by waving his cane that we stole from him in front of his face to give us passive health regen, because we, like I said before, are just the greatest of grandchildren.
It doesn't seem like a lot, but that 9 damage, or that 9 HP over time keeps us out of some really, really bad damage ranges.
Yeah, Grand Cross does a lot of damage, and it's like the ability we mentioned that seems to actually scale with the max HP of the hero here, so it always kind of puts us within like the same damage ranges, but as such, the healing becomes less helpful and can cause problems if we have too much HP.
All right, so if both of these shadows do crackle, I die.
Yeah, so Rab will also summon some shadows. Oh, dead by 2. So yeah, what the shadows do is pretty variable and can cause some issues. Ideally, they just use like Anathematize to lower your magic resistance, and or just kind of sit there and do nothing. But if they both decide to be very aggressive and attack you, then that can happen. But we killed our grandfather again.
We didn't. We didn't, because he was really, really skinny up on the top. But I mean, look at him now. He's back. It just takes one good breakfast.
He had a really good breakfast, and he's okay. So we got our grandfather back, and now we're gonna go back and explore the world some more, see what's going on. We can't really leave the continent because we don't have a boat anymore, but we hear there's some strange happenings going on in the region of Phnom Nom, which we haven't been to because we skipped the Dorian Gray area.
Again, where am I going? Why do I want to go to Coast? Why do I want to go to Porto Valor so bad?
He just really wants to get off of this continent.
I really just want to go to Porto Valor. Apparently, I keep wanting to go to Porto Valor. Getting ahead of myself. I still got to go get Best Boy.
Yeah. So, as we get there, we're gonna see that there's the normally very happy touristy trap town of Phnom Nom is really fun to say. First of all. But also that everyone seems to be very sad, and because a strange dragon by the name of Avarith has been stealing from the townspeople the thing that they say that they value most. And, that's not cool. Oh yeah, also on the way, we're going to might run into a familiar face as we head over there.
What's more fun to say, Phenomenon or the two characters that we interact with the most in Phenomenon, whose names is Sun and Da?
Da. I don't know, Phenomenon almost sounds like you're going Phenomenon.
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 Now that's going to be stuck in my head all week. Man.
Something
I'm
else.
secretly on this couch to distract Keanu.
Apparently. But right now there's not a whole lot going on, so if there's anything at the host stand, now's a good time. We got a couple of things to do beforehand, but...
Absolutely. And I also have been informed to distract you. They say that in this world, things change frequently, and sometimes that even means emotes. So maybe when you're done here.
Nice.
I also have an instruction from a $50 donation from Tim in the North. Freedom, I think this is to you. It says, hug that LARPist for me.
Do it. Wormfang.
Also hug the slime too, so it doesn't feel left out.
No, of course. It is a Dragon Quest game after all. So the last time that we used the Forge, we were making a bronze sword, or in Jerica's case, Dundersill armor.
Failure.
We are failures at the Forge, but there's this really neat quirk because we're not using actual items to forge. in the definitive edition, they made it so that you can use your money to buy certain items that are available. There's some special items that you're not allowed to buy.
Yeah, anything that can be purchased from a store, you are able to just purchase in the Forge.
But because you buy the item, the game's not going to be like, oh, well, you failed to do, the thing, so we're going to take away, all of the items and stuff that you just used. So instead of that, the game's just like, well, you failed the forge, so we're just going to give you the base scale item. And it just so turns out that the Wormfang and the Dragon's Bane are still really good. So even though they're the base damage, or they're not +1, +2, +3, they're still going to be super, super strong for the remainder of the run for us.
Yeah, that'll be the weapons that we use, like Keanu said, for basically for the rest of the game. There will be one sword upgrade that we pick up in the final dungeon. But aside from that, this is what we're going to be using for the rest of the game. Also, we found Sylvando and his brigade of merry men, and we were drafted into.
Also, every time I accidentally optimize, the Marty Garb is actually the better armor for Hero right now, but it changes his costume, and the side effect of changing his costume means that he's extra fabulous, meaning that you're not allowed to run anymore, and he does a lot of hip shaking, which, might be cool for some people.
So, one benefit, I don't think Jerika does this. It's something that I do, and I don't know if anyone else does, but if you go Dundersill armor strats, you can actually equip the Marty Garb and then just swap your armor to the Dracilian, and you get the higher defense from the Marty Garb and don't have to worry about your costume getting reverted. It does mean that you lose the elemental defense from the iron armor, so it just kind of depends on if you value the physical defense and the other stats from the Marty Garb or the elemental defense more. A lot of the endgame bosses have really strong physical attacks that being able to maybe tank an extra hit is valuable for, but also a lot of the endgame bosses have really strong elemental attacks that being able to tank an extra hit for would be valuable. So, whichever you prefer. I do like erring on the side of fabulous, though, so...
Also, for those, unlike Freedom, who like Dragon Ball Z, if my audio is playing, you might be able to recognize who this voice actor is, because it's Frieza. Let's see. We're going to do Right as Rain first. This is just a little bit of HP regeneration. Avarinth starts the fight with making it so that nobody is allowed to cast any magic spells. And then he also buffs himself, which is really, really unfortunate. But what we are going to do is make sure that we actually put all of our tactics correctly.
I mean, he basically did what you were going to do with him anyway.
Well, you
were going to double up.
I was going to double up first, but...
Yeah, so like we mentioned before, double up is an amazing ability that, again, applies basically Oompful, which is 2 attack buffs, in addition to providing a 1 defensive debuff to the person who casts it. So using Oompful, or using double up, Hendrick's going to just output some very silly amounts of damage, especially once the mute effect wears off. I forget what the DQ ailment name is called. Once the fizzle is worn off, we'll actually be able to not only remove the buff, but also debuff Avarinth as well. And that will just allow us to start seeing some pretty big damage numbers from Hendrick.
Fun fact, right? Avarinth has Kabuff on, which gives them +1 in terms of defense. Now he has 2 defense, and I'm still doing almost 400 damage, which is a lot. A lot. But this should take him out here.
Yep. And that is a dead dragon. Lizard thing.
Yeah, something like that. So from here, we head back to Phenomenon.
I don't know, chat. Is that a dragon or a lizard? Discuss.
Yeah, we need more arguments.
I could start one right now, Key. I think for all Dragon Ball fans, we all know that Lord Frieza is the best and most important Dragon Ball character, and I won't hear any arguments unless that's a donation.
That's 100% accurate. If it wasn't for Frieza, Super would not be great. Change my mind. Bet you can't. No. I disagree. For those that didn't hear, my good buddy behind me, Furit, said that the Dragon Ball Z should have ended with the Cell Saga, and no, because then we wouldn't have Majin Buu.
Would that really be so bad?
Yes, that would be really bad, because then I couldn't make the reference about the Majin Buu characters in this game. Come on. Everything ties in together.
But the final boss is perfect or ultimate or Cell.
Yeah, well,
The true ending final boss.
yeah. But no. It kind of looks like Boo, too. It looks like all three kind of just like, combined themselves. They fusion hard.
So here we resolve what's going on in Phenomenon. Everyone gets their valuables back, and it turns out that that Sun was very upset at Da because Da said that a necklace was his most valuable possession and not, his child. When it turns out Da was actually saying that so that his child wouldn't get kidnapped by Avarith.
And then he had to play the part like, I don't like you. That's the reason why Sun was so upset, was because after that, he was like, all right, well, I got to pretend I don't like you anymore.
Yeah. So after seeing, this, this touching reunion between a father who truly does value his son above anything else and, was trying to do everything he could to protect him, and the son and father reconciled, suddenly Sylvando gets really touched up by that, and we decide that now that we have Sylvando, we have a boat again, that we're going to go back and try to get the sea gate reopened. But before, when we came to Puerto Valor, Sylvando seemed very reluctant to enter the town at all. But this time we're attacking the town with an army of flamboyant fellows. So, as it turns out, though, the head of Puerto Valor is the greatest knight in the world who looks vaguely familiar.
Sidebar, I finally got to go to Puerto Valor like I wanted to 3 times.
Yay!
Quest complete.
He made it.
Another side note, while Sylvando is best boy and has the greatest name, Sylvando's actually not his real name. Would anybody like to guess what Sylvando's real name is? You'd never be able to figure it out, I bet. Unless you know it. Freedom.
Norberto.
His name's Norbert. Like, his name's Norbert, and I understand why you wouldn't want to be Norbert. Sylvando's a 10 out of 10 name. Norbert's maybe like a 6.
But adding the tongue rolls does make it like a 6.5.
Yeah, okay, sure. Norberto.
Norberto.
We can see who, sings more, 'cause I couldn't do that.
Oh, also, because Sylvando's rejoining our party, his dad agrees to babysit his adopted kids for us, and so now he too is wearing the Marty garb.
All right, so now that Sylvando actually joins our party, because he was an NPC party member for the Avaranth fight, now that he's back in our party for real, we have a couple of things that I need to do. And one of those things is make him OP again. So we want to go here, here, and here. Do I have enough for this? I have enough.
Oh yeah, because
Extra experience. Let's go. Also, I get the horse hailer back, so now I don't have to go to the bell over and over again. Getting that extra charm doesn't really matter. It just, again, scales a couple of things that are really, really nice for Sylvando.
Yeah, we'd be getting that charm later anyway, but getting it now is cool. Too.
The hustle dance, the extra heal on hustle dance is really nice.
Yeah, especially for the next boss, because the next boss we're going to fight has some fairly high DPS potential. So having just a little bit of extra healing ability is quite helpful. So the game at this point is like, hey, you should totally go back to Zwardsrust and see what's going on in there and in Dundersill and do all this stuff, get your luminary powers back, maybe save Jade and all that. And we're going to not go that way.
So remember we left we left Act 1 a little bit in an awkward state. We have an item in our inventory that we're not supposed to have called the Bride's Veil, and we're in Act 2, and we're also about to come up to the Strand. And if you remember, the Act 2, or the Act 1 item of the Veil is an Act 1 item that interacts with the Strand. So let's go back there and see what's going on, shall we?
Yeah, so again, remember, the world kind of ended, so everything's super dark and gloomy, but suddenly we're in the Act 1 Strand. And Michelle is there.
Please lie. Yes. Yes.
Yes. So here we lie to her and say, oh, yeah, he's totally coming to see you.
I'm not being mean. That's really important.
So now we have the Lorelei harp. Normally you'd lose the Lorelei harp at the end of Act 1, and you get it back when you get Jade back in your party. She's like, oh yeah, by the way, you dropped this. And we're going to get up to Sniffelheim here again really soon. And in getting to Sniffelheim, there's going to be a golden barrier in front of the port. And the way you're supposed to get to Sniffelheim is use the Lorelei harp to warp to the other side, which you don't have access to until after you do a bunch of other stuff. However, because we just have this other harp, we can skip that. Also, because we never got our luminary powers back and never triggered the Zward's Rust scene with Alizarian, Alizarian also doesn't exist. So we get to completely skip fighting him.
Who enjoys skipping 2 full hours of a game that's already pretty short?
Yeah, I believe if you were to accidentally tell the truth to Michelle, she would go back to Lonalulu. However, Lonalulu is in its Act 2 state instead of its Act 1 state, so you can't get the harp there, which means you have to progress the game normally. I believe that ends up being in this run somewhere in the ballpark of like 20 minutes.
It's not fun. You are not equipped for that. You are not equipped to fight those fights. Trying to fight Booga and Jake's Jade is not something.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, remember Jade's not in our party. Also, Sniffelheim's a little broken. You'll start seeing some weird triggers popping up. Also, hi Jade. Bye Jade. Don't care. She's not there. Pretend you didn't see her.
Yeah, so the game's really confused. You'll remember when we came to Sniffelheim the last time, it was all frozen, and there was this whole thing with, like, that we were supposed to do with this ice witch and fighting this cool monster thing, and we never solved that, but everything's unfrozen, but the game is still confused. And so all of those, like, weird interaction bubbles that aren't anything is the text that's supposed to say that everything's frozen. But because we're in Act 2, none of that exists. Sniffelheim is incredibly broken right now. Thankfully, all the plot flags for Act 2 Sniffelheim still work. So we're able to talk to the queen there, and then we're able to... also, during that period of time, Eric rejoined our party, but he doesn't have access to any skills right now.
Magic trick.
Because he's... Oh, yeah, by the way, that door doesn't exist. Again... In Act 1 Sniffelheim, the church door is supposed to be closed, whereas as soon as you unfreeze Sniffelheim, the door is always open, just by default. So the door just doesn't actually exist.
Nothing works as it should, which is great for us.
Yeah, so as we get to Sniffelheim, Eric suddenly starts getting, like, really bad headaches and, like, flashbacks of things from before he even met us. And here we find out from the priest of the church in Sniffelheim that Eric was actually an orphan that had been abducted and raised by the pirates that used to be in the area, and basically used for manual labor and stuff, alongside a sister that we have never met, but that for whatever reason he seems to never want to talk about the sister or anything that happened while he was in captivity of the pirates. And that the pirates just kind of vanished suspiciously one day, and that's when they found Eric. Here we're just doing some menuing to move around some stuff. Since Eric did join our party, we got the equipment that he had with him back, so we're able to move that.
He got abducted, and I forgot that he's not in our party right now.
Oh,
so I was supposed to do this a little bit earlier or a little bit later.
Oh, right, you don't have all the stuff, so we're gonna do like 2 fights, and then we can do that menu.
Whoops.
I'll try to remind you to do that after.
No.
Okay.
The strength, like, it's just moving the strength ring onto hero, and yes, that does matter because damage rolls will change, but we're talking about like 4 damage, and he's not even going to be really using strength skills. He's going to be using Giga Slash and Quadra Slash, which do strength. Well, Quadra Slash doesn't scale on strength; it scales on something completely different. I actually don't know.
I'm not sure.
I want to jump in here real quick with a couple of reminders. The Final Fantasy XII run is the run after next, and it does have some incentives that have not yet been met. We have the blindfolded Gabranth and Dr. Sid fight, which is sitting at just shy of 700 out of the 1200 needed. And we also have the new game minus, which is a low-level mode that's only at 160 out of 800. So we could use a little help there from some generous donors talking about how Final Fantasy XII is mid.
Man, I'm telling you, it's about that time where I think Zero would be awake right now, and I'm pretty sure he's upset.
So we find out that the pirates that were aforementioned actually all got turned into these guild knot guys by some strange evil force. And so we decide to return to the pirate, to go to where the pirates' hideout is and rescue Eric, who was captured. And to kind of figure out what's going on. Why is everything suddenly being like turned into gold and stuff? That seems unusual. We're also going to be swapping out Hero's build here. We're going to go all in on greatswords for him, so got to take him up the greatsword line so he can also get Unbridled Blade.
It's also really funny because Unbridled Blade for Hendrik costs 25 skill points, whereas Unbridled Blade on Hero costs 16. Because, again, we don't want to give too much damage to the strong people without them actually earning it.
Yeah, Hero. The other thing is that Hero has a lot more nodes on his sphere. He's supposed to have a lot more nodes on his sphere grid. You'll notice we're actually missing an entire skill tree with Hero right now. We had the Luminary line before, but that got stolen from us at the end of Act 1, and you're supposed to get that back during the stuff that we skipped. So Hero's missing like an entire skill tree full of a bunch of stuff that's normally pretty good.
Rude.
Wow, that's kind of mean. What the heck, man?
Bullion.
So, you know, we're fighting these guys made of gold, so obviously the greatest weakness of things made of gold is more gold.
Throw money at it.
Yeah.
Oh, now I can do...
Oh, yeah, we
No, I
got
can't.
Eric back. Oh, no, you get Eric back after the platinum. So, in addition to adventuring and luminarying, Hero is also a really big fan of plants. See this plant here? We're going to admire it.
Multiple times.
And not only are we going to admire it once, we're going to admire it twice. And not only are we going to admire this plant twice, we're going to admire this plant 3 times.
And the best part about it is not only are we going to admire it 3 times, but Jarek has got to admire it 3 times too.
Yeah.
We really enjoy this plant. Oh, also, Eric had a sister that got turned to gold by a cursed necklace. Oh, and then we're going to admire Eric because Eric's also a plant.
Okay, now I'm allowed to do this. I've been trying to do that for 3 menus now.
Woo.
All right, so this is
The Gilden Hall.
the Gilden Hall. These guys are in weird spots. A lot of people like to get lost in this boss or in this dungeon. It's very easy to get lost, especially when you're doing the reverse boss or the reversal run through it whenever you're doing late game or end game content.
Yeah.
Time worm.
Yeah. But luckily, I've done this enough times now that I've gotten lost to the point where I will never forget the directions to run in here.
Yeah. As a general tip for this area, just kind of go clockwise and you'll more or less go the right way.
If there's a right turn to be had, take it. But right now, like I said, before the next boss, we got another 45 seconds or so. So if there's anything from the host stand, now's a perfect time for it.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, listen to that. Here we go. So we actually have some prizes coming up now that you have only a few runs left to get in on. The custom Nintendo DS Lite, which looks really amazing, provided by Custom Game Boys, is only up until the end of Dark Lord. It's a $75 cumulative donation between now and then. We also have Dragon Quest III 2D HD Switch remake for a minimum $10 donation provided by T Murdoch 8 up until the end of Dark Lord, as well as the Final Fantasy 1 through 6 Pixel Remaster Collection 2. Minimum $10 donation by T Murdoch 8 donated that one to us, again, until the end of Dark Lord. There are a few other prizes that you can check out on the website coming to and end with this next block, so get your donations in now.
All right, we have made it to the top of the Gildan Hall. If our runners chose to do so, they could open a shortcut so that if this boss kills them, they don't have to do the full run back, but Keanu is opting to not do that because clearly no one's ever died to Gildigo.
There we go.
All right, so as it turns out, Eric's sister Mia, who was turned to gold by the cursed necklace, was actually restored by Mortigan because of her incredible greed and has been gifted the power of the orb and has turned into a giant monster because orb things.
Her name's also Gildiga, which is hilarious to me. We're gonna play this a little safe.
Yeah, so basically the way this fight, our party setup right now, we have 2 DPS and 2 support characters. Missing that one kind of stinks. Blunt is an ability that's, I think, mostly only in DQ 11. It might be in some others, but 11's the only one I remember seeing it in. That actually lowers physical attack. Ideally, we'd land that there because, as you can see, she does a good bit of damage. But on her second set of actions, what she's going to do is she's actually going to cast Keeanolookalike on 2 of our party members. And she hits our 2 DPS, which is the worst possible target for that. Nice.
This is sketchy. Please land.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
on her third action, she uses Oomful to buff up her attack by a bunch. So we really want to land that blunt to counteract her buffing herself. She also uses Rake and Break, which is a huge damage ability that also removes any buffs, and it killed Sylvando. Thankfully, Hendrix
Sylvando dying is
playing more off.
not great, but also not terrible if this lands. It does not land.
Yeah, is Hero... I can't see the screen. Is Hero live?
Hero's coming back here, but I need to use Hero to take out these enemies.
Right. So the ads you need to get rid of as soon as you can. So in this case, Quadra Slash will just...
I need 2 of them.
Oh, yeah, right, because normally 1 Gold Rush is enough to deal with them, but Hero's Quadra Slash is a little bit weaker, and unfortunately our Gold Rush person is a little indisposed at the moment.
Okay.
Hey, works 50% of the time, every time.
Well,
that was a couple of parries, but he died anyway.
this is very sketchy now. Okay, I didn't get another turn. Bye, Hendrik.
Bye, Hendrik.
This is really bad now. I can get away with Hendrik being downed, but what I cannot get away with is not great.
Sylv's back, but I think she's going to get it. Okay, no? You can...
I'm going to protect Sylvando.
Yeah. That needs to... Okay, that's not ideal, but we are alive. Meanwhile, Jerika also had both of the DPS people get clanged. Thankfully, on her end, no one died.
This is fine. Sort of.
Oh, no, Keeanolookalike is... This is cool. This is very cool.
I'm going to have to bring...
Yeah, Eric can't do a whole lot here, but he has a body that can soak up damage.
This is not looking too great right here. I'm gonna just see if I can stall it out. but I don't know if I can or not.
That's gonna kill Eric. I don't know who's
No damage.
Yeah, Eric's attack is too low at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. That's another $20 though.
All right, we are at 70.
And
Oh, right. The death. I forgot the death grab. Yes, we're
Yeah.
at 90.
we are at 90.
Meanwhile, Jerica makes it through Gildiga just fine.
Oof, barely.
Yeah, so Gildiga is one of those fights that like will either go like perfectly fine, no issues, or it does that.
Yeah, there's probably something that I could have done to prevent that from happening. I just don't really know what I could have done to have prevented that from happening.
Yeah, I like better Zing luck, but like Zing lol.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, so here, Jerica's doing this menu. So we were using Hero for a while, and then we were using Hendrik for a while. Now Eric is going to become the absolute monster destroyer of worlds that he was always destined to be at the very beginning of the run. Because with him rescuing his sister, he has now unlocked his full skill tree, which gives us access to a couple amazing abilities. We get access to the Divide ability, which we could have gotten earlier. It's just in a question mark block that's kind of surrounded by some nodes that we grabbed there. But more importantly, we gained the ability Fatal Flash, or Fatal Slash if you play the French version and you're Silver, and that's what you write in all of your notes. So the Fatal Flash ability is incredibly powerful, and will just, that combined with the Divide ability, which creates 2 clones of the user and basically triples your damage on your next attack, is going to make Eric just absolutely obliterate everything. Also, on Jerica's side, we are seeing a 2D, 3D switch, which is about time neutral to just running to, because now we're going to Arborea. We have created a new chapter in the game, which allows us to officially skip everything. And also, we have Jade back.
I kind of had to do.
I mean, yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean,
It
good
gives me
reasons then.
gives me a little bit of time to catch back up. I
well,
suppose.
it's time neutral because it warps you to the bonfire right in front of Burl Serpent.
True.
So I believe it was timed out to be like almost exactly identical. Oh, except now we're in the
Except for
party
that.
again.
There we go. We got Blunt to land this time. Turn 0.
And plus, I have a horrible history with Auroral, so
Yeah, so now we're going into what is my personal least favorite fight in the game, the Auroral Serpent, which is both the first time we're going to see how just obscenely powerful Eric is with combination of Divide and Fatal Flash, but also this fight is awful, and I don't like it. He acts twice a turn, and as part of his actions, he has access to both Sudden Shout, which is a knockdown ability for your whole party, but also he has a Burning Breath, which doesn't do fire damage like it would do. It actually can inflict paralysis. And Sylvando is the only person we have that can cure paralysis, so if he gets paralyzed, then we're out of luck there. But also, if Eric happens to get hit by either paralysis or gets knocked down by the shout, while he has Divide up, he loses, that counts as a turn passing, and he loses access to his Divide, which is rather unfortunate. So we'll see what he does on this turn here. He's spamming Burning Breath, which is not amazing. However, Eric did get away from, nice Kaishin. So that was over 1,500 damage in one attack. Stonks are, Eric Stonks are up.
I should have done the last
Sobering.
thing.
Yeah, Sobers, or...
There we go.
yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, okay, only Rav got knocked down by that. That AoE is a little unfortunate, but only Hendrik going down isn't too bad. Meanwhile, on Keeanoloo's side, it looks like he's having a much better go at the Gildiga fight this time around.
I got Blunts to land. I got Saps to land. I mean, Rab dies, but I mean,
That's
sure, whatever.
Rav can die in all of these fights, and it does not matter.
Sorry, Grandpa. There we go.
Hey, we beat Gildiga. Let's go.
Okay, we did get roomful. That's good.
Yeah, so the big thing from Gildiga is if Sylvando hasn't really died at all, he will learn Oompful there, which Oomph gives you 1 stage of your attack buff, Oompful gives you 2, so it just makes setting up a lot faster. Looks like Auroral did kill Hero and Hendrik. This is where having Jade is kind of nice because it lets you put another frontline, someone out in the front line. Of course, you know.
Oh, man.
Thanks, game. But we beat Auroral Serpent first try, so we good.
That's a miracle in itself.
Speaking of other positive things, we've got a $100 donation from Code and Data. No comment, but thank you very much for that very generous donation.
Thank you.
We also have a $52 donation from an anonymous donor. Thank you as well. No comment, but we really appreciate all the generosity. Also, somehow the war rages on. We have $25 from GameStetson saying Final Fantasy XII's Gambit system makes it a superior entry in the series, and it's a better hero journey story than Star Wars. Far from mid. Now, Final Fantasy X, on the other hand,
Don't you do it. Don't you do it.
We need peace in our time, is all I'm saying.
Don't do it.
I may not be a fan of FF12, but the Gambit system is genius. I will absolutely give it that. And it is also Star Wars. But so is FF2.
It would have been.
And
It would have been
other FF games.
12.
They're all
12
Star Wars.
Nobody would have said anything about 12 if they had just done what they were supposed to do and make Alfir the actual main character.
So Jerika right now is going for a little bit of a skip. Normally these eggs you're supposed to kind of jump up and around the outside of this area. But the terrain here is kind of just terrainy enough that you can actually land on that ledge and skip the whole area.
I also used the bow on accident.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So the item that we used in 2D to immediately summon an encounter, the Crackshot Crossbow, in the original DQ11, or in the original DQ11, there was a whole mini game associated with it where you would like shoot random targets out in the world and you would get awards for it. That got removed entirely from this version of the game. But instead, if you're standing at a distance from enemies, you can shoot it at enemies and it will cause them to aggro onto you, which is basically never something you would ever want to do. Outside of a few very specific circumstances, and most of the time it just causes you to shoot a random enemy and not actually hit the enemy you wanted to start an encounter with.
Unlucky.
But here we... Oh, by the way, we did get Serena back in our party at the end of the Auroral Serpent fight. So we have almost... The entire gang is almost back together. We just need to get Veronica back, right? Yep.
Yeah. Just... That's all. It's fine.
Yeah, so, you know, we've looked over the whole world. We looked over the whole world, trust me. And, you know, we haven't found her, but we haven't been to Arborea yet, so she's probably just in Arborea waiting for us. So we're going to do some menuing here. We're going to buy some upgraded armor for Serena. Serena's kind of is about to become, like, one of the strongest support unit in the game by a very large margin. And so we want to give her a bunch of equipment to help super up a little bit. But, you know, we think we found Veronica, so let's go to this grove here and yeah, Veronica's dead.
Fun fact, chat. Fatal Flash is not learned on my Eric because I missed a node.
Oops.
Oh, crap.
Well, Unbridled Blade go burr, I guess.
Yeah, or Flame Slash. I got Flame Slash.
Hey!
I can do Flame Slash. Please. Okay, not dead.
So Veronica may have passed away, but she left her flute with us. And now through a series of events, Serena's basically going to vow to herself that she is, you know, not going to rely on her sister or anyone else anymore to fight her battles. And she's going to become Sage Serena and is basically going to gain all of Veronica's abilities as well as all of her own and just become an absolute beast. Also gets a cool new haircut.
Let's not talk about that Auroral Serpent on my side, please.
Hey, you beat it.
I did not die. And nobody died either, which is very surprising.
That's very surprising.
Reminder to grab Fatal Flash.
I have to go rectify because apparently I taught myself the wrong skill.
Oh,
You know, fun.
and so Veronica this whole time had a flute with her that was supposedly incredibly important to the people of Arborea. And now we're going to make use of the flute to summon a very, very special friend.
Please.
It's time.
Oh,
And it is time.
oh, darn. I'm not ready. Hold on. I'm trying to parkour.
We're just egging you on, Keanu. Come on.
Oh, God. No. No.
All right.
All right. We agreed to do it.
Here it is.
It's the flying.
I actually can't hear Jerica's audio right
Oh.
now.
Oh.
We'll do it when Keanu gets there.
Okay.
Oh, my audio is still the lead. Oh.
No, well, they just have me tuned into your audio.
Oh. All right. So not yet.
We will sing it in a second. Just technical stuff.
Freedom didn't want to be off the key.
I just didn't know when
I can't hear.
I
can't hear her. I thought about it. I can't hear hers either.
I guess I could have taken my headphones off, but then the audio people would be very mad at me. So, however, we gained the access. Yes, we gained access to Cetacea, everyone's favorite flying whale who's in the sky, so high, and utilizing that, we're able to access this area in, I believe, the Havens Above is what it's called.
Havens above, indeed.
Where we meet a friendly little alien dude who gives us access to these Yggdrasil saplings that show us basically how Erdogan, the original legendary hero, was able to create the Sword of Light to defeat the big evil guy back in the past. And because the Sword of Light kind of got turned into the really cool Sword of Darkness and is being wielded by Mordegon, so we kind of can't use that. So we gotta make our own Sword of Light, and so all of these will basically show us that there's 3 places that we need to visit in order to gain access to the forge. We need access to the forge to create the Sword of Light, which is in the heart of a volcano. We need a specific magical hammer in order to smelt the ore, and the very special ore we need is only located in a flying battleground area that we haven't been to yet. We also gain access to the lamp that will allow us to drain the darkness that's blocking the battleground. And so now we also get access to all of the zoom points from Act 1 because we're going to be doing a lot of revisiting areas here. First of all, the giant hammer is in Gallopolis, so we're going to go over here, and we see that there's a giant flaming orb in the sky, not the sun, a different one. The other giant flaming orb in the sky.
It's called Erdrick's Lantern.
That seems to, because normally if you actually look in the game, there is a giant star in the sky, Erdwin's Lantern, that you can see basically anywhere, but it's bigger when you're near Gallopolis. And now it's even bigger and flamier and stuff, and so surely that's not a good omen of anything. So after the incident with the Slayer of Sands, now Prince Ferris has become a lot braver, and so he wants to investigate what's happening with Erdwin's Lantern, and so we're actually going to go and help him check that out.
Okay, now it's time. It's actually time because now we can actually hear it.
Okay.
Yeah. Can we get audio to swap over to Keanu really quick?
I think it is on me.
If it's not, then
But we get to find Cetacea, and Cetacea is a giant flying whale. So we get to sing chat. Everybody sing along. It's the flying whale. Flying whale in the sky, so high.
There you go.
That's all we got. That's the length of the music. Sorry, guys.
I'm not the same as I was before.
It's truly a life-changing
It is.
experience.
It is. Now, every time you play this, every time you hear Cetacea's song out of either any of the games,
You know the words.
you know the words. You're going to think it. It's inevitable.
So here we find a dark tockle that I refer to as the dockle. And it's like, I will soon return in full power. And then suddenly Mordegon shows up and blows up Erdwin's Lantern. And then the Dockle's like, no, my power, and then mopes away. And we're like, huh, that was kind of weird, but, well, Erdwin Lantern's not being weird anymore, I guess, so that's cool. And we just kind of are like, yeah, let's just go and report that everything's good. And we'll don't have to think about that ever again, because nothing else happens with it.
We saved the day, which means we get the hammer.
Exactly.
But the only way to get the hammer is you have to talk to the Sultan. Not once, but twice. Do not forget to talk to him a second time, because you will get all the way to the forge and then be sad.
Yeah, so the first dialogue here is the resolution of the Erdwin's Lantern quest, and then the second dialogue is you actually requesting the hammer from him.
Why they didn't combine it into one?
Well, it's because you can do the lantern thing first. Like, you could just theoretically come back here as soon as you get the boat and do the Erdwin's Lantern stuff, and so that's just them making sure that you actually ask for the hammer.
Based on prior evidence, it's kind of amazing he didn't sell it already.
That's also kind of fair.
I think there actually is a joke about that at some point, that he, like, says something
it's in
like...
the cutscene, yeah.
Yeah, he's like, oh, well, I was actually just about to sell it to finance the next year's... Sand Annual, but since everything weird happened, it didn't actually get to occur,
I
so I still have it.
I think it was the prince that says, weren't you going to sell this? And he's like, oh, shh.
So now we are in the battleground, and Jerika is going to do her best to not pull a Keeano here.
Yes, I've done it before, too.
So here we jump down this giant ledge here, and there is like an enemy kind of chilling at the bottom of that jump. That you could theoretically, some people have reported that if the enemy is in the right spot and you move in a certain way, you could land on the enemy and get into a fight with a endgame enemy. Theoretically speaking, that is something that could happen to someone while running this game.
We don't talk about the past, okay? It was in the past. We don't need to bring up that. Okay? It happened once on a world record run, and I died from it.
Thankfully, it's at the beginning of the area, so...
It was still enough time for me to lose where I no longer PB'd. Granted, this was really, really early in PC time, so it wasn't really that big a deal, because it wasn't that much longer later that I PB'd again, but, it was still really upsetting.
Oh, did we got the Puff, right?
Oh,
It's
yes,
time.
Puff.
All right, we're going to do it.
We did. Also, I got out of sync of what I was doing because we started talking about bad memories.
Like I said, my goal here is to distract Keeano.
You're doing a great job. Great job.
So
right,
it's time for the ultimate Puff.
Yeah, so the
Definitely
Puff
make sure
girl-
Jerika's audio is...
Yes. Because we get to experience the ultimate Puff in not only English, but in Japanese. And then we get to set off another Twitch chat debate. Which one's better? And if it's not Japanese, then y'all
Don't
are
be nervous now.
incorrect.
Just relax. Oh, you're so muscly. Let me work out these knots. Does that feel good? You'll tell me if it hurts, won't you? Okay, all done. You can open your eyes now.
Oh no.
He's like, what?
This isn't what I asked for.
Time to take the plunge, darling. 3, 2, 1. Puff, puff!
There's the Puff. The ultimate Puff.
The ultimate Puff.
The best part about the ultimate Puff is after the fact, it actually kind of works out best for you because you have Jade in the party now too, is getting to interact with all your party members afterwards because they all have something to say about it.
I feel like I'm not the same as I once was again.
This has truly been a life-changing run.
Yes. That's the ultimate Puff. Y'all donated for it. Thanks for making it happen.
Speaking of donations, we have a few more in here. We have $25 from Nightmare Goblin with a heart. Thank you very much. We also have $30 from Helmet, who says, donating to settle the Final Fantasy Wars with a bout between blindfolded bosses. Did I understand that incentive right?
Yes. Absolutely.
100%.
All right, so now we're going through the battlefield. Lots of really scary enemies. You have those killing machines there. Actually, those ones might be the uber killing machines. Basically, hunter mechs, except even scarier, and they fly. Very not fun. So we're gonna avoid all of those, and we're just gonna head over here, and we're gonna get our slab of rare material. That is it, orichalcum in this game? I forget.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is
okay.
rarefied orichalcum. Also, I did not get Keeanu'd.
I've played this game before, I
That's
promise.
good.
All right, so now it's my turn to do the ultimate puff puff, and we're gonna get to hear it in the Japanese version because, again, I think it's superior.
Yeah. So during this bit, Jerika's going to be going to Hado, going to the top of Hado, getting a cutscene, warping out of Hado, doing a quick thing, going back to the top of Hado about 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, it's a-
So, Jerika's progressing plot flag, let's get the audio back to Keanu so that we can once again experience the ultimate puff puff.
Not just once, but twice. So great and so nice.
How often do you get to experience the ultimate puff puff twice?
Right. And then I'll interact with the party members a couple of times just so that way you can hear some of the dialogue that they get. Greg's is my favorite because, you know, I like swords too. I really like swords. And for those that don't understand, you'll hear it. You'll see it in a second. Well, let's go chase this bunny girl.
As one does.
It's a sentence I didn't think I was going to say this week.
緊張しなくていいのよ。力を抜いてリラックスして。まあ、すっごい筋肉。
It's so weeby.
ずいぶん長い旅をしてきたのね。
あいやいや、あいやいや。
大丈夫？きつくない？我慢できないなら遠慮なく言って。よーし、できたわ。はい、目を開けていいわよ。
The sound effects also would get me. All right, countdown, chat.
ガッツで飛ぼうぜ気分はヘブン。レッツパフパフカウントダウン。3、
2, 1.
One!
Bungee. What? Wait, what? Hold on. Wrong one. Yep, it's not puff puff in Japanese. It's we're
パフ
we're well,
パフパフパフパフ
it is puffy, I guess.
パフパフパフパフンパフパフ
All right, so the debate begins. Which is better? Also, and to think when I first met you, butter wouldn't melt in your mouth. Oh, how you've grown. I'm getting all emotional here. That was unlike any puff puff I've ever seen before. I mean, what is this puff puff of which you speak? The word is most unfamiliar to me. Sure it is, Greg. I agree. Perhaps we should think of other things instead, such as the weather or swords. I like swords. All right, we got it. Mr. Ogler's Digest.
You remember the name of the magazine this time?
I did, because you
Yeah.
reminded me.
Oh yeah, meanwhile there's a dragon on Jerika's screen.
Is it a dragon or is it a dog with wings?
I know, they
The
call it a
game
dragon.
calls it a dragon.
It's a dog.
It's a puppy dragon. It's
It's
tougher.
evil.
It's
It
a
is.
heckin' big boy.
It's a run killer. This version of it is not.
This one's not as bad. Yeah.
But it's second
Except when it
iteration.
knocks down.
Yeah, except when it doesn't.
Mother F.
Yeah, so Tatsunaga here, this is the first fight with Tatsunaga. It takes 2 actions, which is basically pretty normal for bosses this far. Standard setup, buff, smash, repeat. I like what we called this one the easy one, and it's kind of going ham. Nice dodge there, Mr.
That-
Oh,
Sir.
frick.
Oh, I still need to.
Well, I'm actually going to have to heal on this fight.
Never before seen
That's
Link
just-
versus Tatsunaga 1.
I have a chance, chat. I got a chance.
Barrage of blistering balls of fire. All right, Tatsunaga 1 down. So next time we fight Tatsunaga,
Yeah, you'll see how it's supposed to be done.
the big boy is going to be a little bit bigger boyier and is going to have 3 turns.
Yeah.
And you saw how much damage Tatsunaga did there. They're going to do even more damage, and they're going to act 3 times. It's great. Friendly reminder, you could come and do this fight theoretically if you wanted to, like, as soon as you get access to the boat. It's not a good time. As someone who did that casually.
Update. I fixed my stuff.
Yeah.
Fatal Flash has been gotten,
Eh.
which I can't beat Tatsunaga with Flame Slash, I don't think.
That'll be fine.
Could, but
I think that's a bad idea.
It wouldn't be fast, but you could.
Sure.
challenger him.
Fisticuffs only? What?
Donate now for the impromptu fisticuffs only incentive.
Um,
Only $2,500 in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's okay. Sure.
I mean, Jerika has the advantage because she does have Jade back, and Jade is like the person that actually has a fisticuffs tree.
True.
Why am I running?
I don't know. Why are you running,
I
Keanu?
don't know. Again, I started talking and got distracted.
Is the haunts not good enough for you? Do you need to steal Sylvando's?
I mean, Margarita would be way better than the horse. What is our horse's name anyway? Do we ever get a name for the horse?
I don't think so.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, so
kinda sad.
100% better. Just give me Margarita
All right,
Or-
chat.
or-
Donate. What should our horse's name be?
or a Margarita. That would work too.
We have a couple donations in the meantime. We have $10 with the comment, had to give an elusive donation, drink your daily ether. We also have $10 from Mr. Sword, who says, swords cut clouds, therefore, swords are better than Puff Puff. I like swords.
Exactly. See, he gets it. Mr. Short gets it.
All right, Tatsunaga 3.
All right,
Big
here we
heckin'
go.
Dargan boy.
I'll do my very best.
You want to talk about the strats that we're doing?
Yeah, so basically from every fight for the rest of the game, you'll notice we're frontlining Serena, because Serena has the benefit of, again, having all of Veronica and all of her own skills right now. So she has incredible buff and debuff potential. So basically our goal is to land a blunt and a sap on Tatsunaga as soon as possible. And then as soon as we can land those, we're going to swap in Hendrik, and we're just kind of going to try to go to town on Tatsunaga before the 3 turns gets to us. That was a really good parry from Sylvando, I believe that was a parry. So yeah, standard Umful the party, and Serena has access to multi-heal, which is, again, another AoE heal, but because Serena's magical mending stat is incredibly high, she is able to heal for more than Sylvando's Hustle Dance.
It's about equal.
Okay, I
But
think
Sylvando has more important things to be doing.
right. Yeah, I believe because I usually like just going through Serena's skill tree and just grabbing a bunch of magical mending boosts. And in that case, it becomes stronger, but that is a little bit slower, if a little safer. But yeah, so Unbridled Blade, Fatal Flash, rinse, lather, repeat, and that was an amazing
very clean
Tatsunaga fight.
Tatsunaga.
Wow.
That was fast.
Never happens on a PB, let me tell you.
Yeah, you would think that was the easier fight. That was one of the best Tatsunaga 2 fights I've ever seen, actually. I think that was really good.
I will say, after the Tatsunaga 1, you kind of deserved it.
That's
Me, though.
a good point.
Meanwhile, Keanu takes Tatsunaga 1 down. Very good fight.
Nice.
Which means that I'm going to have a terrible Tatsunaga 2.
Hopefully not.
Yay. We'll see. The benefit of the current setup that we have is because we have all of these dragon weapons on Hero, Hendrik, and Eric. And we're fighting these big bad Dorgans boys. Also, Night Change, cool.
Oh. What?
I warped to the wrong place one time.
I've done
and
it a couple
cost,
times.
and it cost me enough daylight to change times. Unfortunate, but either way, not a big deal. But with the dragon weapons, we get the boost to damage by, I think it's like a multiplier of like 10% or something like that. It's either a 10% or a flat. I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm not.
But you get a really big boost to damage on Tatsunaga. So it's a kill or be killed kind of fight. We want to just burst Tatsunaga down as quickly as possible.
Yeah. So the entire reason we did all the shenanigans in Hado is not because we're good people. It's actually because the leader of Hado had the key that gets us into the forge. So after the leader of Hado got eaten by Tatsunaga, who also was her son, it's a whole thing. The regent or whatever who's in charge of it now is like, oh yeah, you can have the forge key. Why not? So yeah, now we get access to forge a new sword of light.
All right.
And if you've heard my song, it's time to forge the sword of light.
So what would you say right now that Jerika's lead is on me? I'm thinking it's like 8
2 or 3 minutes.
I'm 2 or 3. I'm thinking like 8.
Really?
No.
No, you're at Tatsunaga too.
Yeah, you're at Tatsunaga too, and so, yeah, it's like 2 or 3 minutes.
Think so?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm further behind. We'll see. We'll see how Tatsunaga goes.
Well, I'm well
To the end, our friend, take us whale, flying whale, with no fear.
Okay, that was a great turn.
Here. And as soon as we get to the Fortress of Fear, we now have another boss fight. Remember the dude that Eric went Super Saiyan on and proceeded to do literally nothing? Now we get to fight him now.
Your blades await.
Okay.
And Indignus is pretty indignant about the treatment that we gave him earlier, so we're going to approach him the same way we did before. We are going to try to land a blunt on him as soon as possible because, well, the blunt was optional but recommended on Tatsunaga. In this case, we need to land a blunt on him as soon as possible because he outputs so much damage otherwise. Okay, cool.
Okay, good.
Thankfully, Blunt's odds of landing are actually pretty high.
And
Wow, all right. Heck Rab specifically.
Calm down, buddy.
Apparently, Grandpa is just taking a dirt nap today. It's fine. He's tired.
Oh, look. Hey, he did it over here, too.
Oh, well, look at that.
That's okay. I think this kills. Oh,
So now that we have the blunt landed on Indignus, ideally, you know, our first priority, of course, is to make sure that we don't die. Sylvandra's going to go down here, though, unfortunately. But if we can, we would like to land a sap on him just to get the fight over just as soon as possible. But as soon as someone goes down, it's worth it to just put in the next person in the line. Hendrik first, then Hero, and then Jade if we need it. Unfortunately, Jade is just not kitted very well right now. She just has her equipment from when she did the gauntlet fights in her scenario, and that equipment is like really strong for the end of Act 1. Decent fight, pretty good. Let's go. Not dying is always great. Serena living there is also pretty good. If Serena survives pretty much every fight she's part of, you have a pretty good chance, depending on what fights you take, which Jerika did get the extra fights in the Arborea area, of actually learning the Kazing ability, which is a guaranteed revive and is so much better than Zing. So there's a good chance that might happen, as long as Serena doesn't die in any of the upcoming fights. Yeah. I feel like I was saying something else, and then I lost my train of thought.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Well. So now we're in the Fortress of Fear, where we'll be just running through this area. The whole thing is this area is, you know, big super dungeon, lots of good chests with items. The only item we'll really care about picking up is a Stardust Sword, which is an upgrade to Eric's weapon and is a very big upgrade to what we have currently. And that'll be our weapon that we wield for the final bosses. We'll just be going through here and we'll be jumping on some switches to open up some doors. There's a couple sections where we need to use some rideable enemies to climb some walls and do some platforming. But up until this point, this is where the Stardust Sword is, by the way.
No, this is.
This is the Liquid Metal Jacket.
Yeah, this is nice to have too for
Right.
a marathon run, I figure.
Right, yeah. So this is just a really good piece of armor that will also go on Eric that adds a good amount of defense and also some agility because it is a metal, like a metal slime equipment. But with that in mind, as we're going through the Fortress of Fear here, now is a perfect time for if the host has anything for us.
Yeah, there's loads of downtime between now and the next boss fight.
All right, well, I want to take us back to the front because it has been a little while since we've talked about NAMI. So RPG Limit Break 2025 is coming to you live from Denver, Colorado, where we're raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses, and they've maintained that focus to this day. In an effort to support the mission statement of NAMI, we'd like to encourage our viewers in chat and our donors to avoid using mental health-related pejoratives when describing situations that are extraordinary. These include terms like crazy, insane, mental, nuts, bonkers. We ask you to be mindful of the specific language you use, as many people do not realize these are pejoratives. Instead, consider substituting them with words such as amazing, ridiculous, wild, or bananas. We greatly appreciate your cooperation with this, and we hope that you can carry this forward into your everyday lives. On top of that, we also have a $50 donation from Shuffy. There's no comment, but thank you very much for your generosity.
As we're going through these areas, we're just going to be running a party of everyone that just has AoE skills that are powerful. So, Rab's Pearly Gates, Sylvanda's Gold Rush, Hero's Squash Slash. Serena also has Kaswoosh, which is fine. Ideally, the enemies are all dead by the time it gets to her turn, but if not, then she can clean up with it.
Big. Okay, Heck Rab in particular.
Wow. Yeah.
I feel like Rab almost always dies on that fight.
I mean, he's died a lot, so he's already behind in terms of levels and stuff, so it makes sense.
And it does compound a little bit.
But, you know, I suppose it's fine. Grandpa did his job, which was land a blunt or a sap.
And he didn't kill us. Oh, wait, yeah, he did. What the heck is going on?
Okay, hello?
What?
Jinx, you
what?
owe me,
Weird.
Jinx, you owe me a soda.
I've never seen that formation before.
What was that?
Yeah, that was actually really weird.
What the heck?
I thought you two were singing a song again. It was really confusing.
No, that was just legitimately those enemies almost never group up like that. They're random in how they group up in the overworld. They have so many different places where they're allowed to be at in terms of spawns, and they all just happen to spawn right on top of each other and block the pathway. Some of these spawns in the Fortress of Fear are set, like the ones that protect these doors and whatnot, but the other ones just randomly spawn and randomly move throughout. So seeing a complete wall of babbies is really unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hence the general shock of everybody here.
Yeah.
I peeked over and I was like, excuse me?
I've done like 140. I've had 140 attempts according to my PB splits in the last couple of years, and I've never seen that formation.
Are you going to say the line?
I think, yeah.
Yeah, I think it warrants this.
yeah,
I think it warrants it. Go ahead. Do it.
That never happened.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's never happened before.
All right, will I get that same formation? I wonder.
I doubt it.
I'm not going to get the liquid metal jacket because I'm already behind, so I may as well play a little bit more risky than I already do. Let's see what happens. There's still, like I said, there's still loads of time while we're running up the fortress. There's a couple of puzzles and stuff like that, but there's nothing too nothing
Gotcha.
right about.
Couple of things here. While we've gotten to enjoy the Puff Puff in multiple languages, you could enjoy this stream in multiple languages as well. We want to send shout outs to the people involved with our foreign language restreams. Our French restream can be found at twitch.tv/LeFrenchRestream, and our Japanese restream at twitch.tv/Japanese_restream. If those restreams can help you better enjoy the marathon, please go check them out and send them some love. Some others that you can send some love to. Tantrum Merch is partnering with us. Exclusive RPG Limit Break Tantrum Merch is live. Shop the RPG Limit Break collection featuring shirts, the Mimi plush, and much more. And what's better, Tantrum Merch will donate up to $5 per item sold, excluding the Mimi plush, to the National Alliance on Mental Illness and its mission. Grab your gear now at tantrummerch.com/RPG Limit Break. Also, we'd like to talk about Dragon Roast Coffee. Dragon Roast Coffee is a small, passionate team of coffee roasters that are dedicated to making coffee for gamers and the gaming community. Visit their website at www.dragonroast.coffee and enter the promo code RPGLB25 at checkout for 10% off your order. In addition to their coffee, you can also purchase an exclusive dual-insulated RPG Limit Break tumbler available only for this event. And the best part is that all purchases made using the promo code Dragon Roast will donate a portion of the proceeds to NAMI. So what are you waiting for? Get out there and fuel your adventure with Dragon Roast Coffee today.
Don't worry about the fact that Jerika just completely ran through that enemy's mace, by the way. It's fine.
Yeah.
That enemy's hitbox isn't exactly one-to-one with how it appears, so you can just run through its weapon and you're fine.
Such a weird skip.
Also, while on the topic, we were talking about the French restream. Shout out to Swilwer. I'm pretty sure he's on there right now commentating this run. So he's another DQ11 guy. He helped me draft up the notes that we have for the run. So big shout outs to him. Also, I did not get the bad formation. Look at that. What
Hey.
Oh, well, that's good for you.
Keanu getting normal RNG for once.
anybody that knows me knows that that's good luck under most circumstances.
Yeah, Silver is actually a really awesome runner, and some of the strats that we talked about earlier, he does. In fact, he still says that certain strats are faster in certain fights.
Yeah, he helped out a lot in the early stages of the PC runs to help get the notes up and running, so that way it was just easy for anybody to pick it up. As long as you can read and follow along, you can pretty much figure out how to do it this run. In terms of ease of accessibility, it's very easy.
That dragon was making
Yeah, I hate
this.
Dragon Tails in this are horrible.
Yeah, so the hitbox for Dragon Tails, when they start moving, the hitbox actually does whip outwards, like visually with the tail, and so there was a chance if the positioning was a little bit different, but they could have just caught Jerika there without really much she could do there. Thankfully, she caught that and gave it a pretty wide berth to avoid it. So here's the Stardust sword that I was talking about earlier.
Yeah. Speaking of dragons.
Oh yeah, speaking of dragons, there is one more really important enemy dodge that's coming up. And I just want you all to know that this dodge is very free. It's like it's very easy, like once you learn it, 100% free, never miss it.
No, it's not.
It's totally not.
It is. You're waiting for a moving hitbox to move out of the way so that you could easily slide up underneath of a hitbox so that you don't get hit. But sometimes the hitbox doesn't always move in the way that you think it's going to move.
Yeah.
So you still get hit by the dragon. Oh, by the way, this dragon is way higher level than you. You're not geared for it, and it will murder you if you allow it to, because you cannot run away from things easily in this game.
Yeah, so we mentioned earlier in the run that there's things that, like, for whatever reason, some runners are just way better at than others. For some reason, I get this dodge almost every single time, no problem, and so I like to rub it in Keanu's face anytime it happens.
I've been running this game for 6 years, and I get it like 1 out of 6 times.
Dude, he does not want to move.
I don't think you went far enough to the left to get him to start turning towards you.
Oh, okay, there we go. The hard part is getting out.
Yeah.
And I get out differently than using the tail.
Yes, you can kind of jump over his toe, and
With
that
the wing.
sometimes work, or you can
It
jump
usually
over the
works
wing.
for me pretty well.
But
Oh, baby.
See, like I said, free.
here we go. It's coming. It's sure. I'm gonna fail it, and then I'm gonna have my party get wiped out because I didn't get through it. And I'm gonna have to donate another $20.
positive mental attitude goes a really long way.
I mean, I just have to manifest. I'm going to get Dragon Dodge. I'm going to hit the 1 in 6.
You got this.
Sure.
It's free. Told you.
It's so free.
It is
it's
the freest trick
so
in the game.
free. It's free. Just do it. Shia LaBeouf is in my head right now screaming, just do it.
Just do it.
Meanwhile, on Jericho's stream, we are at the end of the Fortress of Fear. This is Jasper Unbound. He's become a demony boy because of the dark orb thing that he used earlier, and he's kind of a punk. So we'll see what happens. This fight is like the penultimate boss of the game. That is very unkind.
I forget. Somebody has Dedazzle.
I believe Serena does.
I think it's Serena.
Because she has everything, so.
But Jasper Unbound likes to be really mean, but at the same time, he's also not too bad as long as he doesn't
Well, he does guffaw ungraciously, though,
yeah.
which we're grateful for
is
his
nice.
graciousness.
You can laugh at me all you want as I punch you in the face.
But Jasper is also the first boss that we'll see that has the potential of using freezing waves, which anyone who's played Dragon Quest will know what those are. Essentially, it just removes all buff effects from your party. He tends to like using it if he's detecting like more like of a certain amount of buffs in the party, and if Hendrick's not out, it seems like he uses it more. He really likes hitting Hendrick.
Yeah,
because
he really
lore reasons he hates Hendrick, so he does. It seems like he likes focus firing Hendrick because of that. But hopefully he doesn't freezing wave, because that does cancel both Eric's attack up and his divide, which is kind of annoying.
Also, his sound effects are pretty funny. He's so extra.
Oh, it's Balhead. They're back.
All right, it's my turn for Dragon Dodge.
All right, Keanu, you got this.
Do it.
Totally got this, right? I can do it. I can do it.
All right, and that's Jasper and down.
was
Down.
Pretty
Yep.
good, Jasper, actually.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, goody.
Nice.
All
All
right,
right, Keanu, literally free.
so the first one is always super easy. You just walk past them, sure. And then it's the second half where I fail. More often than not. But today's my day. I'm
You got
going to
this.
get it.
You got this.
Sir? See,
See,
it is
literally
so easy.
free.
It's so
Literally
easy.
free. Easy every time.
I just, I have to manifest it, apparently. That's all I needed to do. I just needed some words of encouragement.
I told you we all believe in you.
Thank you. I
did it.
appreciate it. Now I don't have to watch as my pockets drain a little bit more because I got it.
Meanwhile, you're going to see Jerica actually rectifying Eric here. So because Eric got a bunch of extra levels, now we're going to proceed to give Eric his final form of absolute brokenness. And we are going to grab the... forgot the...
Dual wield.
Yeah, I forgot to grab dual wield. Oh, no, never mind. For some reason, I think he was in the middle. Never mind. So yeah, we're going to get dual wield. So now Eric's damage, it's not quite doubled because Eric is not ambidextrous, so his left hand does a little less damage than his right hand does. But it's like kind of like 1.5 times damage. Divide is going to hit like 6 times now, and it's going to be big number, and big number make dopamine go burr, so we're all happy about that. So now we're on to the final bosses.
Fun fact, Eric is actually left-handed.
Or Eric is left-handed, sorry. He's left-handed, he's not right-handed. Or he's not ambidextrous, so his left hand is good. I should know this, I'm left-handed. I can't believe I'm missing out on my lefty representation here.
You have my soul.
It's okay.
Myself and the good versions of Link.
Didn't we already argue enough on this?
It's never enough.
So there's Great White Wave is freezing waves. Again, removes all buffs. And again, this is the first form of the final boss. Time will be after Jerica defeats the second form of the final boss and the text box clears. We'll be sure to call that as it gets closer, because second form is a little bit of a doozy. But the way this final boss works is basically he utilizes the special abilities of all of the orb bosses you previously defeated in Act 2. So, like, the Sinister Shadow he created is Tyrion's ability. He has an ability to turn your party to Keklang your party from Gildiga. He has an effect that makes things do extra damage from Alizarian. He has a magic MP draining ability that he got from Booga. All sorts of fun things. Yeah, this is the drain MP power thing. So he just kind of cycles through all of these different abilities from the previous Orb bosses. He also has a bit of an obnoxiously high parry rate on Eric's sword. So this is where Unbridled Blade really shows off how useful it is. Because again, you cannot parry Unbridled Blade. But I have seen him parry all 6 of Eric's hits of Fatal Flash before, and I'm very sad for it.
It's so sad.
Now there's Blade of Ultimate Power. He does a flip, and
Need some help.
Hendrik concedes. Pretty close to the end of phase 1. Yep, there's phase 1 down. All right, so Mordegon, because this is Dragon Quest, he's not Mordegon, he's more Dragon, because we all need more dragons in our Dragon Quest. So this is the final phase of the
It's
final.
not our fault. That's what his name is.
That's literally his
More
name.
dragon.
His name is More Dragon.
Need more.
So, the way this fight works is this fight cycles through a couple of forms. First, we start off with fighting his tail. Each of his phases has 3,500 or 5,000.
35.
I believe it's 3,500. Both his head and his tail have 3,500 HP. You start out fighting his tail. His tail after will attack you twice a turn with a bunch of different abilities, primarily magic skills and obnoxious lockdown abilities like paralysis and sleep, and also eating a party member to get them out of the fight for a little bit. People are having bad days on Keeanu's side.
I also forgot to put the second sword on,
Oh.
so that's a little unfortunate.
Is it still in his inventory? Because I think you can just equip it.
Yeah, I probably could, but I need to pay attention because this fight has been a troublesome fight for me the last couple of times I've done this run.
All right. So, yeah, so the head is untargetable. It'll be attacking with some magic from the back row. But basically, once we deal 1,500 damage to the tail, it will use freezing waves on our party to remove our buffs and debuffs, like this, and then it will cycle back to the head. Ideally, what we do in this fight is we deal as close to 1,500 damage as possible to the tail, and then hit it with a full power Eric hit. That way, it's already in like yellow or orange HP. Once we deal a 1,500 damage to the head, he will disruptive wave, and we will be fighting both of them simultaneously. Once they have both joined the fight, then they basically start a timer to pep. When they use their pep power, they will use a dark mark ability that basically damages everyone for a huge amount of damage at the beginning of their turn. And you really, really don't want to see that as best as you can. So ideally, we set up a bunch of damage on the tail, and then do similar thing to the head. It's not quite as important because the head's not nearly as threatening, I say, as that's about below hero. And then we're able to burst down the tail. We need to kill the tail first because the tail knows Kazing. Excuse me, the tail does know Kazing, so if you kill the head first and the tail gets a turn, it will just revive the head at full HP, which we really don't want to have happen. So we'll burst down the head a little bit, get rid of the tail as soon as we can, and then kill the head, and that'll be GG's. But unfortunately, the head is being a little bit rude here. Thankfully, I think Serena has Kazing here, which is very helpful. If not, we do have a couple of leaves that we've been picking up over the course of the run that we haven't had to use. They really don't like Giron, right? Yeah. It's almost like he's the Luminary or something.
Unbridled Blade got parried.
Oh. I take back everything that I've ever said about Unbridled Blade. I legitimately did not know that it could be parried.
It's probably a very low chance.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not Eric, so we're good there. Oh, well, it's Eric.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's the red mist that boosts all damage taken by the party. Thankfully, everyone's Keklanged, so he can just kind of go ham on them and it won't really matter.
Please.
Rab got eaten. Rab is the best target for getting eaten.
Please. Oh, no. Okay, that's fine. Do I get a turn? Please. Okay.
Hey!
Ah.
And Sylvanda got punched. Unfortunate.
So everybody dying to that last fight isn't really that big a deal because I get a full party heal. So it's completely okay while also not doing anything. Okay, you can laugh at me all you want. Thank you.
Falcon's Blazing Fire is getting a little scary, but thankfully Rab also has multi-heal. His multi-heal isn't nearly as good as Serena's, but it is still sufficient.
Alright, last turn.
There, Pep, so we need to kill the tail here or things are going to get a little scary. And Hero's dead, so that's not great. Eric is pepped, though, at least, so that's promising. Okay, we're good.
Thank God.
So now the head is just going to use his pep, basically, to restore his MP, which does not matter.
Is there anything I can do to help?
All right, from this point on, we should be in the clear. So get ready for time on Jerika. Should be within the next like 30 seconds to a minute. No, Jade is set to aggressive.
That's awkward.
Hey, Jade for lethal!
Nice.
And time!
Time.
GG's, Jerika.
Thank you.
And now let's bring it home. Let's bring it home, Key. And of course, Sylvando's asleep.
Sylvando's sleeping. Sweet breath is a thing.
Again, of course, the dude who has the ability to remove sleep is the one who is asleep.
I'm just gonna play this super safe because again, I've been getting kind of dumpstered by this fight recently, but I've pushed to 1400-ish damage on Morrigan's tail, so this is gonna do a big push into phase 2. I don't really care too much that I lose all of my status affections.
Yeah, like optimally, quote, you want to hide Hendrik when you do the damage push so that he just has his +2 attack going into the next phase. But you can't always do that. Just
A lot of laughing.
Hey, I am grateful for his ungraciousness.
Yeah.
So
I love the
am I,
guffawing.
but I would really love for Sylvando to wake up.
Yeah.
Nice my Morrigan impression.
Still have that perfect panacea?
It's on Hero, and I don't have him in the party, so by the time he would wake up, it wouldn't be useful.
Yeah, it looks like Sylvando's coming up this next turn though, so. Probably.
I'm just gonna push it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, pushing max damage onto the body isn't nearly as important because the body isn't particularly threatening on its own once you have the tail down. Because unlike the tail, he only acts once a turn, I believe, and
It was
does
more,
less threatening.
yeah, it was more just like the timing of the turn, the phase push, that I was more concerned about.
Right. Yeah. If you do leave him alive for long enough, he'll just disruptive wave on his own, and then you
I'm gonna
don't have
have
buffs
to-
or anything.
I'm gonna have to eat the, aren't I? I'm gonna
I
have
don't know. He's pretty low. Okay. Well, that stinks.
that's Sylvando.
Oh, that's actually so. That's fine. I thought that was Eric for a
I
second.
need, okay, I got the sap to land, so maybe I can do enough damage to push this. Okay, that's fine. I really need Serena to go here.
Oh well.
Oh, no.
So much for Serena going there. I think Hendrik just gets it here though. Yeah. Oh, not quite. Raw flash. Yeah.
There we go.
Okay,
right,
that
good
was
thing.
enough. That was a little sketchy, but we were gonna make it through, at least. I guess in the meantime, I'll bring you back in because why not? I don't have any way to sap, which is a little unfortunate, but
But you have Umpel.
I have Umful. I have enough raw damage with just Hero, or with Eric, and with, I mean, all of my damage dealers really are on the field right now.
DPS
so,
is still alive, so you're good.
the only downside is Hendrik is out of MP now, so
Oh, yeah.
Cutting edge value though.
It's all I got left. I could do one thing to like make it so that he would, but I'm just gonna push the damage, yeah.
Yeah, he's dead next turn.
Well, so is Hero.
That's fine. That Luminary doesn't need to save the world. Basic attack for lethal, let's go!
Nice.
And time.
All right. Not bad.
See,
Both
like I
of
said,
us
3
were
minutes.
super underestimate.
Yeah.
435 RTA with all of the extra stuff that we did is really good. So on PC version, we have a load remover so that it makes it even more accessible for people. Doesn't matter what kind of hardware you have, it's all pretty much equal time. And usually, for my kind of runs, I run about a 420, 425-ish RTA. So,
Like 20 minutes of loads. So
yeah, with like 20, 25 minutes of loads. So, like,
right.
this is pretty good.
decent. Yeah, very decent runs.
I'm satisfied with that, especially with all the extra stuff that we did.
Yeah, all the incentives.
So yeah, like I said, that's pretty much all we got. Some final shout outs, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
So Freedom, what you got?
Yeah, I'd like to, shout out these two amazing runners. They put on an awesome show. They were neck and neck the whole run, which is fantastic. That's, with a game this volatile, that's more than you could ever ask for. That's a great race. I'd like to shout out the DQRTA community. There's a lot of y'all who have been in the race. I think a lot of you probably went to bed because it's getting late. But for those of you who are here or over there, yep, there they all are. Shout outs to them for being awesome, for putting on some great runs themselves earlier this week or in for the rest of the coming week, and just for being an awesome community of people. And shout outs to myself and Champion Beef, who will be running meta for Refantasio tomorrow at about 5:30 local time, which is Mountain Time, so about 4:30 Pacific. It'll be a really fun run, and if you liked my voice, you get to hear more of it. If you didn't like my voice, then sorry about it.
Tough. Jerica?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I just want to shout out my community for supporting me and sending out the donos and being here, and everyone who was here, donating in general for all the incentives. Special thanks to the friends that came out with me and supported me, Melissa and Maddie for one, and being here in person. Huge thanks for our hosts. Hosts are freaking awesome today.
Thank you guys. Y'all
Our
did some
tech,
great-
like just all this setup, like it's a lot of work, and the way y'all are organizing it is really awesome. So keep up the good work, y'all rock. And yeah, just thanks for having me out. RPG Limit Break, my first RPG Limit Break. So
Yeah, same for me, actually. This is my first in-person event, too. Well, that I got to participate in as a runner. I was here last year as a commentator, but yeah, again, thanks to everybody. Like, y'all have all been so kind and generous to all of us, allowing us to showcase the games that we love and play them on a grand stage and try and raise money for such a good cause. So I really appreciate that. To the Dragon Quest community who always hangs out, who are always there for us, I appreciate y'all. The host, RPG Limit Break, everybody. Right now the score is 2-1, so now it's trying to figure out, are we going to keep this going or are we just going to call it here? I mean, best 2 out of 3, right? Also, to recap, we did talk about it. We're at $90, right?
Yeah.
Each?
Yeah. So
For 2 Hunter Mech spawns or 1 Hunter Mech spawn
one Hunter
and
Mech
4
and
party
4
wipes.
deaths. Yep.
Eh,
So
it's a good amount of money. So we'll get that in shortly. And again, thank you guys so much for having us.
and I have one more shout out.
Oh,
Shout outs to Lark.
oh yeah! Shout outs to Larpus, man. But thank you all so much. Y'all have a good night for the next run. Oh,
One more thing for me too. If you like Dragon Quest 11, you want to learn a speed run, like
yeah,
come check
sure.
out the community. Like we need more runners. We want more runners. Also, if you're curious about the game and you saw we skip a lot of cutscenes, I am doing a 23-hour cutscene run, which I've done before. It's a fun one to do once a year, so in June. So come check me out on Twitch and let's hang out and chill. It's a very chill speed run because it's mostly cutscenes.
a lot of cutscenes. Oh man. But yeah, thank you again.
Let's have one more big round of applause for our runners. This amazing showcase. Thank you guys very much. Thank you. This was really excellent. A few final donations to get in from Night Flyer, $25. No comment. Thank you so much. And Aria with $50 saying, always happy to see RPG Limit Break. It might be a hard week for me to watch live, but I won't miss donating for a great cause. Good luck on the runs, everyone. Can't wait to catch up on the VOD. So thank you again to our runners. Thank you again to everyone for this excellent showcase.
Thank you.
Thank you.
right, everyone, we're going to cut to a special sponsor segment from Tantrum Merch. Tantrum Merch is excited to partner with RPG Limit Break for the first time to launch an exclusive merch collection supporting the National Alliance on Mental Illness. The lineup includes 7 unique shirt designs, a cozy blanket, a sleek journal, an enamel pin, and more. Plus, for first time, our very own real-life Mimi plush with an opening lid to store your treasures. From bold graphics to heartfelt designs, $5 from every sale, excluding the Mimi plush, goes directly to the charity. Explore the full collection now at tantrummerch.com/RPG Limit Break and help make a difference. Well, that's... Everyone hang tight. We're going to run ourselves a short ad break here. We'll be back in just a moment. All right, welcome back, everyone. Before I sign off here, we've got a $50 donation from Duke's Elicious that just says the trumpet. And with that, my time here is done. It was an amazing race, an amazing showcase. I'm on my way out. I'll leave you in the very capable hands of my friend, the inimitable Zokabun. So long, everybody.
folks. We are settling in for a nice, calm night of our here at RPG Limit Break. My name is Zokulin, and it is my pleasure to be your host for our next run. That's going to be The Secret of Baroness by Leggy Starscream. And as we are settling in here, I want to remind you all that we do still have plenty of prizes waiting for you to donate to them. Well, donate for a chance to win them. So go on over to rpglimitbreak.com/donate and send in your donations. Send in some nice comments for Leggy as we get settled in and get ready for this throwback to retro-style RPGs. We've had a wonderful day of runs today. We've raised over $13,000 for NAMI, the National Alliance of Mental... Sorry, wow. I'm just so excited for the run that I'm also getting a little tongue twisted here. But we've raised over $13 for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. And I want to hear from you, what have your favorite runs been today as we're still getting prepped up for this next run? And while you're at it, when you make your donation, go ahead and put that towards an incentive. We've got a couple of awesome ones coming up, including, let me just go ahead and double check right now for you. But you can still have the option to name the human, the monster, or the robot for our very next run, The Secret of Baroness. So go ahead, if you want to go ahead and snipe that bid for, now is your chance. Our Name the Human incentive is sitting at a pretty $58 for Natara, but Porum is just $50 behind. Or if you want to name the monster Larpus, I mean, you're sitting pretty at $55, but you could name it T-Chat. Just bump that up from $24. And of course, Name the Robot is still around. Mechalink is sitting on top at $85, but we've also got Klingo, Sinewave, Steslos, Leggy, and Stanley. So once again, you don't have much time before the run gets started. If you want to snipe those name bid wars, get in your donations now. That's rpglimitbreak.com/donate. And of course, all of your donations are going to our fantastic cause, NAMI.